Hey guys, how are you all? Welcome to Let's Start Story on What If Harry Potter Became Diagon Alley's Hidden Owner. So do 4 blue hearts comment, be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video and please share with your friends and watch till end. Also check out Patreon for I have upload Harry x Ginny uncensored spicy version, link in description.
Let's start the story. Chapter 1. The Goblin in the Garden. The shed behind number 4 Privet Drive had been Harry Potter's sanctuary for 3 years. Not because it was comfortable, it was cramped, dusty, and smelled of motor oil, but because the Dursleys never went there. Uncle Vernon had filled it with broken lawn furniture and boxes of Dudley's discarded toys, then promptly forgotten it existed. Harry had discovered its usefulness when he was 4 years old, bleeding from a split lip after Dudley's birthday party had gone wrong. He'd hidden there until dark, and no one had come looking. That had taught him something important: the Dursleys didn't want to find him. They wanted to pretend he didn't exist. So Harry had made the shed his own. He'd cleared a corner, arranged the broken chairs into something like furniture, and created a space where he could think without anyone screaming at him. It was here, on a Tuesday evening in late September, that Harry first heard the breathing. He'd come to the shed after dinner, or rather, after watching the Dursleys eat dinner while he cleaned the kitchen. His stomach ached with familiar emptiness, but he'd grown used to that. What he hadn't grown used to was the rasping, wet sound coming from behind Uncle Vernon's rusted golf clubs. Harry froze in the doorway, his hand still on the splintered wood. The September air was cool against his back, and the dying light cast long shadows through the shed's grimy window. Something was in here with him. Common sense said to run. To get Uncle Vernon, or at least to get away. But Harry had learned that adults rarely helped with anything, and besides, his curiosity had always been stronger than his fear. He crept forward, stepping carefully over a box of Dudley's broken action figures. The breathing grew louder, labored, pained. Whatever was making that sound was hurt. Harry rounded the golf clubs and stopped. The creature was small, perhaps 3 feet tall, though it was hard to tell because it was curled into a ball. Its skin was a grayish-brown, like old leather left in the sun, and its fingers, too long, with too many joints, were wrapped around its midsection. Dark liquid seeped between those fingers. It looked up at him, and Harry found himself staring into eyes like polished obsidian, completely black, reflecting his own startled face back at him. "Wizard child," the creature rasped. Its voice was like gravel scraping glass. Come to finish what they started? Harry should have been frightened. Later, he would wonder why he wasn't. But in that moment, looking at this strange, wounded thing, he felt only a familiar recognition. He knew what it was like to be hurt and hiding. "I don't know what you are," Harry said quietly. "But I'm not going to hurt you." The creature's lipless mouth twisted, a smile, maybe, or a grimace. "Pretty words. Your kind always has pretty words, right before the killing." "I'm 7, Harry said. "I've never killed anything." Those black eyes studied him, and Harry had the uncomfortable sense of being weighed and measured. Then the creature coughed, and more dark liquid bubbled between its fingers. "Water," it said. "If you mean what you say, bring water." Harry didn't hesitate. He slipped back out of the shed, crossed the garden in the fading light, and carefully filled an old jam jar from the outside tap. The Dursleys were watching television. He could hear the canned laughter through the kitchen window. They wouldn't notice him. When he returned to the shed, the creature had uncurled slightly. In the dim light, Harry could see the wound more clearly, a gash across its stomach, ragged and deep. It looked like something had tried to tear the creature in half. He knelt and held out the jar. The creature's long fingers wrapped around it, and for a moment their hands touched. Harry felt a strange tingle, like static electricity, and the creature's eyes widened. "You're not just any wizard child," it said slowly. "There's old magic on you. Blood magic. Sacrifice." Harry didn't understand, but he filed the words away. He'd learned to remember things, even when they didn't make sense yet. The creature drank deeply, water running down its chin, and when the jar was empty, some of the tension left its shoulders. It looked at Harry with something new in its expression, not gratitude exactly, but consideration. "You've given me water," it said. "Freely, without bargain. Do you know what that means?" Harry shook his head. "It means I owe you, wizard child. A goblin's debt is not a small thing." The creature, goblin, Harry corrected himself, shifted against the wall. "I am Grip Hook. Once, I was a senior account manager of Gringotts Bank. Now I am nothing but a debtor hiding in a wizard's garden." "I'm Harry," Harry said. "And this isn't my garden. It's my aunt and uncle's. They don't like me very much." Griphook's black eyes flickered to Harry's too thin frame, his oversized clothes, the old bruise yellowing on his cheek. "No," he said slowly. "I imagine they don't." They sat in silence for a moment, the strange boy and the wounded goblin, while the evening settled around them. Finally, Griphook spoke again. "I need shelter, Harry. A place to heal. Your kind," he spat the word, "did this to me, but not all of your kind. Wizards. Goblins from my own nation, doing a wizard's bidding." His fingers tightened on the jam jar. "I refused to participate in something foul, and this was my reward." "You can stay here," Harry said immediately. "No one comes to the shed but me." Griphook studied him again, that weighing look. "You offer shelter to a creature you've never seen before. A creature your world calls monster and savage. Why?" Harry considered the question seriously. He'd learned that serious questions deserved serious answers, even if no one else seemed to think so. "Because you're hurt," he said finally. "And because everyone deserves a place to hide." Something shifted in Griphook's expression. Later, Harry would learn to recognize it as the moment a goblin re-evaluated the worth of the person before them. At the time, he only knew that the creature's shoulders relaxed slightly. "You are a strange child, Harry," Griphook said. "But perhaps not a bad one. Very well. I accept your offer." The weeks that followed established a pattern. Harry would slip away to the shed whenever he could, before school, after chores, in the stolen hours when the Dursleys forgot he existed. He brought Griphook water and what little food he could spare, usually scraps from meals he was supposed to be cleaning up. Griphook healed slowly. Goblin physiology was different from human, he explained, and the wound had been made with silver, poison to his kind. But he was alive, and every day he grew a little stronger. In exchange for Harry's help, Griphook talked. He talked about the Goblin Nation, hidden beneath the streets of London in a vast underground complex that had existed for 3,000 years. He talked about Gringotts, the bank that goblins ran for wizard kind, and the complicated politics that governed both. He talked about gold and debt and the magic that bound them together. "Your kind thinks magic is wands and words," Griphook said one evening, as Harry bandaged his wound with strips torn from an old sheet. "Foolish. The deepest magic is in the blood and in the bargain. Every deal struck, every debt owed, these create bonds stronger than any spell your wizards cast." "I don't have a wand," Harry said. "My aunt says magic isn't real." Griphook made a sound that might have been a laugh. "Your aunt is either a fool or a liar. The magic rolls off you in waves, boy. Can you not feel it?" Harry thought about it. About the time strange things had happened around him, his hair growing back. Overnight after Aunt Petunia's terrible haircut, the time he'd ended up on the school roof when Dudley's gang was chasing him, the way animals sometimes seem to understand him. "Maybe," he said. "Sometimes things happen that I can't explain." "Accidental magic," Griphook said dismissively. "Common enough in wizard children. But there's something else in you, Harry. Something older." He reached out one long finger and tapped Harry's forehead, just above his left eye. "Where did you get that scar?" Harry touched the lightning bolt mark automatically. He'd had it as long as he could remember. A car crash, he said. My parents died in it. That's what Aunt Petunia told me. Griphook went very still. Your parents, he said slowly. What were their names? James and Lily Potter. The goblin's black eyes widened, and for a long moment, he simply stared at Harry. Then he began to laugh, a harsh, grating sound like stones rubbing together. Harry Potter, Griphook said. The boy who lived, hiding in a garden shed. Oh, this is beyond anything I could have, he broke off, coughing, and Harry steadied him automatically. What does that mean? Harry asked. Boy who lived. Griphook looked at him with an expression Harry couldn't read. It means, child, that you are the most famous wizard in Britain. It means your parents did not die in a car crash. And it means that everything you think you know about yourself is a lie. The truth came out slowly, over many nights. Griphook told Harry about the wizarding world, about Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, about the Ministry of Magic, about the war that had torn magical Britain apart a decade ago. And he told Harry about Voldemort. The Dark Lord, Griphook said, his voice careful. The most powerful dark wizard in centuries. He killed your parents, Harry. He came to your home on Halloween night, murdered your father in the hallway and your mother in your nursery. Then he tried to kill you. Harry sat very still, his hands folded in his lap. He didn't cry. He'd learned long ago that crying never helped anything. But I didn't die, he said. No. You didn't die. Griphook's eyes went to the scar on Harry's forehead. The killing curse, the most forbidden of all magic, rebounded from you and struck the Dark Lord instead. He was destroyed, or something close to it. And you became the boy who lived, the symbol of hope for an entire world. If I'm so important, Harry said slowly, why am I living in a cupboard? It was the first time he'd admitted that to anyone. The cupboard under the stairs, with its spiders and its darkness and its terrible smallness. The place the Dursleys kept him, like a shameful secret. Griphook's expression hardened. That, he said, is an excellent question. Over the following weeks, Griphook taught Harry about his inheritance. The Potters, he explained, were an ancient family, not the oldest in wizarding Britain, but wealthy and respected. Harry's father had come from old money, and his mother, though Muggle-born, had been extraordinarily gifted. You have a vault at Gringotts, Griphook said. Vault 687. I've seen the records, or I had seen them, before my departure. Gold enough to live comfortably for several lifetimes. Then why, Harry started. Why are you starving in a cupboard? Griphook finished. Because no one has given you access to your own wealth. Because you've been hidden away, kept ignorant of what you are and what you're owed. His voice went bitter. And because the goblins who manage your vault have been quietly skimming from it for 7 years. Harry absorbed this. Your people, he said. They've been stealing from me. Not my people. Not anymore. Griphook's hands clenched. But yes. The director of Gringotts himself has authorized the redistribution of funds from dormant accounts. Accounts whose owners are dead or imprisoned or otherwise unable to notice. He looked at Harry with something like shame. I discovered what was happening 3 years ago. I tried to stop it. That's why he touched the scar on his stomach. They tried to kill you because you tried to help people like me. I tried to help a child, Griphook corrected. A wizard child, in a scheme that would have left them orphaned and destitute. The child of one of our clients. He shook his head. Goblins have long memories, Harry. We remember when wizards slaughtered us by the thousands. We remember the rebellions, the treaties broken, the gold stolen. Many of my people believe that anything we take from wizards is merely interest on an ancient debt. His black eyes met Harry's. I believed differently. I believed we could be better than what they made us. Harry was quiet for a long moment. Then he said, teach me. Griphook blinked. Teach you what? Everything. Harry leaned forward, and there was something in his expression that made him look far older than 7. Teach me how your world works. How money works. How to get back what's mine. He paused. How to make sure no one can ever do this to me again. The goblin studied him, and slowly, a smile spread across his face, a real one this time, showing teeth that were slightly too sharp. You want to learn goblin finance, he said. The magic of debt and leverage. The art of making your enemies destroy themselves. I want to learn everything, Harry said simply. Griphook laughed, and it wasn't the harsh sound from before. It was almost warm. Very well, Harry Potter. Very well. He settled back against the wall, his wound nearly healed now, his strength returning. Let us begin. Winter came to Privet Drive, and with it came Harry's education. Griphook started with reading. Harry could read, barely, but the Dursleys had never encouraged it, and his knowledge was limited to what he'd absorbed from Dudley's discarded schoolbooks. Griphook taught him properly, starting with basic texts and moving quickly to more complex material. A goblin who cannot read a contract is no goblin at all, he said. And you, Harry, will read contracts that would make a lawyer weep with confusion. But first, you must master the fundamentals. Harry threw himself into learning with an intensity that surprised even Griphook. He read by candlelight in the shed, practiced his letters on scraps of paper, devoured every book Griphook could teach him from memory. By December, he was reading at a level years beyond his age. Then came Goblin script. Our language is not merely different words, Griphook explained, scratching symbols in the dirt floor with a stick. It is a different way of thinking. Every goblin character contains within it the concept of value, what a thing is worth, what it might be worth, what it was once worth. When you read Goblin, you are reading the history of transactions. Harry struggled with this at first. The symbols seemed to shift and change depending on context, and the grammar was unlike anything in English. But slowly, patterns emerged. He began to see how the language reflected the Goblin worldview, everything as exchange, everything as potential profit or loss. Your kind thinks in terms of power, Griphook said one evening. Who is stronger, who can cast bigger spells, who has more political influence? Foolish. Power is temporary. Power can be taken. He tapped the dirt where he'd written a complex series of symbols. But leverage is forever. When you hold someone's debt, you hold their future. When you control what they need, you control what they do. So it's about making people depend on you, Harry said slowly. It's about understanding dependence, Griphook corrected. Everyone depends on something. The trick is knowing what, and being the one who provides it, or who can take it away. This led to lessons in economics, simplified for a 7-year-old but rigorous nonetheless. Supply and demand. Interest and inflation. The difference between value and price. Harry learned how gold moved through the wizarding economy, how Gringotts controlled the flow, how ancient families maintained their wealth through careful management of assets. The Malfoys, Griphook said, speaking the name with distaste, own perhaps 1/3 of the businesses in Diagon Alley. Not directly, they hide behind shell companies and intermediaries, but every canute of profit flows eventually to their vaults. The Blacks were the same, before their line failed. The old families understand that gold alone is meaningless. What matters is control. And my family? Harry asked. The Potters? Griphook's expression shifted. The Potters were different. Old money, but not old politics. They preferred investment to ownership, supporting new businesses rather than controlling existing ones. It made them less powerful than the Malfoys, but also. He searched for the word. Less hated. Harry filed this away. He was building a picture of the world he would soon enter, and every piece of information had its place. Spring came, and with it, Harry's 8th birthday. He woke in his cupboard to the sound of Aunt Petunia banging on the door, demanding he make breakfast. The Dursleys didn't acknowledge the date, they never did, but when Harry slipped away to the shed that evening, Griphook had a surprise waiting. "A gift," the goblin said, holding out a small leather pouch. "Open it." Inside, Harry found a ring. It was heavy silver, set with a dark red stone that seemed to swirl with inner light. The band was inscribed with symbols he now recognized as goblin script. "This was my clan ring," Griphook said quietly. "The mark of my family, worn by the eldest son for 30 generations. When I was exiled, I should have surrendered it. I did not." Harry looked up, startled. "I can't take this." "It's I have no heirs," Griphook interrupted. "No family that would claim me. The ring will be lost when I die, returned to the clan that abandoned me." His black eyes met Harry's. "Unless I give it freely to one I consider worthy." Harry's throat felt tight. No one had ever given him anything. Not once, in his entire life. Among goblins, Griphook continued, the giving of a clan ring is not a small thing. It makes you, in some sense, family. Not legally, we have no adoption rituals, but spiritually. My ancestors' honor becomes your honor. My debts become your debts. He paused. And my knowledge becomes your knowledge, without reservation. What do you mean? Griphook smiled, showing his sharp teeth. I mean, Harry Potter, that I have been holding back. There are things I would not teach an outsider, secrets of the Goblin Nation that we guard jealously. But family. He took the ring from Harry's palm and slid it onto his finger. It resized itself automatically, fitting perfectly. Family is different. Harry stared at the ring, feeling its weight on his hand. The stone seemed to pulse gently, in rhythm with his heartbeat. Now, Griphook said. And there was something fierce in his voice, let me teach you how to destroy those who wronged us both. The lessons changed after that night. Where before Griphook had taught Harry the theory of goblin finance, now he taught the practice. Debt magic was the foundation. Harry learned that every transaction, every exchange of value, created invisible threads of obligation. Most people couldn't see these threads, couldn't feel them. But goblins could, and with the ring on his finger, Harry found that he could too. It's like. Harry struggled to describe it, standing in the shed with his eyes half closed. Like spiderwebs. Everywhere. Connecting everyone. Exactly. Griphook circled him slowly. Every debt creates a bond. Owe someone money, you're connected. Owe someone a favor, you're connected. Make a promise, break a promise, all threads, all part of the great web of obligation that binds every living thing. Harry opened his eyes. And you can manipulate those threads? We can see them, Griphook corrected. And seeing is the first step to manipulation. Watch. He reached into the empty air and seemed to pluck something invisible. Harry focused, and slowly, he began to perceive it, a faint golden thread stretching from Griphook's fingers out through the wall of the shed, toward the house. Your cousin, Griphook said. He owes you. The thread is thin, a small debt, recent. What did he take from you? Harry thought back through the past few days. A chocolate bar. Mrs. Fig gave it to me when I helped with her garden, and Dudley stole it. There. Griphook released the thread. A debt. Small, but real. And because it exists, because the universe remembers what was taken, there is power in that thread. Power to do what? Griphook's smile turned sharp. Let us find out. Focus on the thread. Feel the debt. And pull. Harry closed his eyes again, seeking the faint golden line in the darkness behind his eyelids. He found it, grasped it with his mind, and pulled. From the house, he heard Dudley scream. Harry's eyes flew open. Griphook was laughing, that grinding stone sound, while Aunt Petunia's voice rose in panic. What did I do? You collected, Griphook said, still chuckling. Not the debt itself, that would require more skill than you have. But the weight of it. For a moment, your cousin felt the full burden of what he owes. Every chocolate bar, every toy, every moment of joy he's stolen from you. He shook his head. I suspect he's experiencing quite the stomach ache. Harry should have felt guilty. He knew that, distantly. But as he listened to Dudley's wails and Aunt Petunia's fussing, all he felt was a cold satisfaction. This was power. Real power. The kind that didn't require strength or size or a wand. The kind that couldn't be beaten out of him. Teach me more, he said. The months rolled by, and Harry's understanding deepened. He learned that debt magic was only the surface of goblin finance. Beneath it lay contract magic, blood magic, the ancient arts of binding and obligation that goblins had practiced for millennia. Wizards thought of Gringotts as merely a bank, a place to store gold. In truth, it was the heart of a vast network of magical agreements that touched every corner of wizarding society. Every loan we make, Griphook explained, is backed by more than collateral. It's backed by consequence. Fail to repay a goblin debt, and the magic itself will extract its due. Not through violence, we learned long ago that violence invites retaliation. Through compliance. The debtor finds themselves unable to work against our interests. Unable to speak ill of the goblin nation. Sometimes, unable to speak at all. That sounds like slavery, Harry said quietly. It sounds like justice, Griphook countered. We don't force anyone to take our loans. They come to us freely, accept our terms freely, sign their names freely. If they then try to cheat us, he shrugged. Consequences are the price of breaking faith. Harry wasn't entirely convinced, and he could tell Griphook noticed. But the goblin didn't push. Instead, he moved on to the practical applications. You asked once why you live in a cupboard while gold sits in your vault, Griphook said. The answer is that you have been kept deliberately ignorant. No one told you of your inheritance. No one brought you to Gringotts to claim what's yours. And in the meantime, Director Ragnarok has been treating your vault as his personal treasury. Harry's jaw tightened. How much have they taken? Impossible to say without access to the records. But based on what I knew before my exile. Griphook hesitated. Perhaps a third of the Potter fortune. Maybe more. Then I need to get access. I need to claim my vault. You need more than that. Griphook's eyes glittered. Claiming your vault is simple, you're the legal heir, and goblin law is clear on the matter. But if you walk into Gringotts tomorrow and demand your gold, Ragnarok will know you're a threat. He'll find ways to delay, to obfuscate, to tie you up in procedures until you give up or come of age. So what do I do? Griphook smiled. You don't demand your gold, Harry. You demand an accounting. Every transaction, every withdrawal, every fee and charge for the past 7 years. You do it politely, invoking the correct protocols, citing the relevant sections of goblin law. And you make it absolutely clear that you know exactly what they've been doing. Harry considered this. They'll know I had help. No 8-year-old could understand their laws well enough to let them wonder. Griphook's smile widened. Let them lie awake at night, trying to figure out who taught the boy who lived to speak like a goblin. The fear will work in your favor. Harry's first visit to Gringotts came 3 months later, on a grey November day. He took the train to London alone. The Dursleys hadn't noticed his absence, he'd learned long ago how to slip away without being seen. Griphook had given him detailed instructions for reaching the Leaky Cauldron, the hidden pub that served as the gateway between the Muggle and magical worlds. Walking through the door was like stepping into another century. The pub was dark, smoky, filled with people in strange robes drinking from tankards and reading newspapers with moving pictures. Harry kept his head down and his hair over his scar, passing through the crowd without drawing attention. The barman nodded at him as he passed. Here for Diagon Alley, son. The bricks are through the back. Thank you, Harry said politely, and found his way to the courtyard Griphook had described. 3 bricks up, 2 across. He reached up to tap them in the correct sequence. The wall melted away. Diagon Alley stretched before him, and despite everything, despite all his preparation, Harry felt his breath catch. It was magical, in a way he hadn't let himself hope for. Shops with windows full of impossible things, cauldrons stirring themselves, owls sleeping on perches, books that seemed to whisper as he walked past. Witches and wizards in robes of every color, going about their business like this was all completely normal. For a moment, Harry allowed himself to simply look. To feel wonder. To be a child in a world of miracles. Then he squared his shoulders and walked toward the great white building at the end of the street. Gringotts was everything Griphook had described and more. It rose above the other shops like a snow-capped mountain, its bronze doors gleaming in the gray afternoon light. Goblin guards flanked the entrance, dressed in scarlet and gold, their eyes tracking every visitor with suspicious intensity. Harry climbed the stairs without hesitation. He nodded to the guards, a precise incline of the head, the greeting of a client to a service provider, not an inferior to a superior, and passed through the doors. The interior was all marble and gold, echoing with the sounds of commerce. Dozens of goblins sat at tall desks, weighing coins and examining gemstones and scratching in enormous ledgers. Witches and wizards waited in queues, looking nervous or bored or impatient. Harry walked past all of them, straight to the main counter. The goblin behind it looked down at him with undisguised contempt. Children must be accompanied by an adult, it said. Wait with your parents. I have no parents, Harry said clearly. I am Harry James Potter, heir to the ancient and noble house of Potter, and I am here to conduct business regarding my family's accounts. The goblin's quill stopped moving. Around them, conversations faltered. Harry felt eyes turning toward him, but he kept his gaze fixed on the creature before him. I require, Harry continued, in the formal cadence Griphook had drilled into him, a complete accounting of all transactions affecting Vault 687 since the deaths of James and Lily Potter. I invoke my rights under Article 7 of the Inheritance Protocols and Article 12 of the Client Protection Accords. I expect the records to be prepared within the standard 10-day period. He paused. Unless, of course, there is some reason for delay. The silence stretched. The goblin's black eyes had gone very wide. It started. Additionally, Harry said, I am aware that certain irregularities may appear in those records. I want to make clear that I am prepared to address such irregularities through proper channels, assuming good faith on the part of Gringotts management. However, he leaned forward slightly. Should I discover evidence of deliberate malfeasance, I will not hesitate to pursue every legal remedy available to me. Including, but not limited to, formal complaint to the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, petition to the Wisengamot for investigation of goblin banking practices, and public disclosure of any wrongdoing to the Daily Prophet. Someone dropped a coin. It rang against the marble floor like a bell. Harry straightened. My contact information is on file. I expect to hear from you within 10 days. May your gold flow freely. He turned and walked out of the bank without looking back. Griphook was waiting for him in the shed, practically vibrating with anticipation. Well? Harry allowed himself a small smile. I think I made an impression. The goblin listened intently as Harry recounted the visit, occasionally interjecting questions or requests for clarification. When Harry finished, Griphook sat back with an expression of profound satisfaction. You've done it, he said. You've announced yourself as a player. Ragnarok will know within the hour, if he doesn't already. What happens now? Now, they scramble. Griphook's teeth showed in a fierce grin. They'll review the records, looking for anything damning. They'll try to hide the worst of the theft, cover their tracks. And they'll try to figure out how in the name of all the gold beneath London an 8-year-old boy learned to speak like a goblin master. And when they can't figure it out, Then they'll be afraid. Griphook's voice dropped to something almost reverential. Fear is the beginning of respect, Harry. And respect is the beginning of leverage. The next 10 days were tense. Harry went through the motions of his normal life, school, chores, meals he barely got to eat, but his mind was always on Gringotts. On what was coming. On the 9th day, an owl arrived. Harry was in the backyard, weeding Aunt Petunia's flower beds, when the bird swooped down and landed on the fence beside him. It was a massive eagle owl, nearly as large as his torso, and it carried a thick envelope in its beak. Harry took the envelope, checked that no one was watching from the house, and opened it. Inside was a letter on heavy parchment, sealed with the Gringotts crest. To Mr. Harry James Potter, in response to your request of the 15th INST, please find enclosed a complete accounting of all transactions affecting Vault 687 from November 1981 to present. Additionally, Director Ragnarok has requested a meeting at your earliest convenience to discuss matters arising from this accounting. Please respond with your availability via Return Owl. May your gold multiply, Gornick, Senior Account Manager. Harry unfolded the attached documents and began to read. The numbers told a story of systematic theft. Monthly maintenance fees that seemed to double every year. Security assessments with no explanation. Investment adjustments that only ever went in one direction. And beneath it all, buried in the fine print, authorization codes that traced back to the office of the director himself. By Griphook's estimate, the Potter Vault had once contained over 2 million galleons. The current balance, according to these records, was just under 400,000. Harry's hands didn't shake as he read. His expression didn't change. But something cold and hard settled into his chest, something that had been growing for months and now crystallized into perfect clarity. They had stolen from him. From his dead parents. From the child they'd left behind. And they would pay. The meeting with Ragnarok was scheduled for 3 days later. Harry prepared carefully, drilling with Griphook on every possible approach the director might take, every trap that might be set. He'll try to intimidate you, Griphook warned. You're a child, and he's been ruling Gringotts for 30 years. He'll want you to know how small you are, how easily he could crush you. Let him try. He may also try to buy you off. Offer to return some of the gold in exchange for your silence. Griphook's eyes narrowed. Don't accept. Harry nodded. The gold isn't the point. The point is leverage. Exactly. Griphook sounded almost proud. Getting the gold back matters, but it matters more that he knows you could expose him. As long as he fears what you might do, you control him. And if he decides I'm too dangerous to leave alone. Griphook hesitated. Then we have problems. But I don't think he will, not yet. You're the boy who lived, killing you would bring far too much attention. And he still doesn't know the extent of what you know or who's helping you. As long as you remain a mystery, you remain a threat he can't easily address. Harry thought about this as he dressed for the meeting. He'd asked Mrs. Figg to help him find proper clothes. She'd been happy to take him to a charity shop, assuming he needed something for a school function. The result was a simple black suit, slightly too large, but respectable enough. One more thing, Griphook said as Harry prepared to leave. You've been playing defense, learning to protect yourself. But if you want to truly challenge people like Ragnarok, you need to go on offense. You need assets of your own. Resources. Allies. The gold in my vault will help. But gold alone isn't enough. You need position. Griphook's eyes glittered. Which brings me to something I haven't told you yet. Harry waited. The Potter Vault isn't your only inheritance, Griphook said slowly. When wizarding lines die out, their holdings revert to surviving family members. Distant cousins, ancient marriage contracts, any legal claim is honored, even if the connection is centuries old. And the Potters have connections to at least 3 such lines. The Peverills, through your father's ancestors. The Fleemonts, through your grandmother. And most importantly. Griphook paused for effect. The Blacks, through your grandmother on your father's side. Harry blinked. I'm related to another family. Several. But the Black connection is the significant one. The last Lord Black, Sirius, was imprisoned without trial after the war. Without an heir, without a will, the Black fortune sits in legal limbo. But there's a claim you could make. Distant, complicated, but valid under Goblin law. Griphook smiled. And the Black Vault makes the Potter Vault look like a child's piggy bank. Harry absorbed this. So when I walk into that meeting. You walk in not just as the Potter heir, but as a potential claimant to one of the largest fortunes in Wizarding Britain. Griphook's smile widened. I think Director Ragnarok may find you somewhat more significant than he expected. The meeting took place in a private chamber deep within Gringotts, far below the public areas. Harry was escorted there by 2 goblin guards who watched him with barely concealed curiosity. Word had spread, he suspected. The boy who lived, speaking goblin law like he'd been born to it. The chamber itself was surprisingly simple, a round room with a single table and 2 chairs, lit by floating crystals that cast no shadows. Ragnarok was already there when Harry arrived. The director of Gringotts was old, even by goblin standards. His skin was darker than Griphook's, weathered like ancient leather, and his eyes had the clouded look of someone who had seen too much to be surprised by anything. Gold chains hung around his neck, each one bearing a symbol of office. Mr. Potter, Ragnarok said. His voice was deeper than Griphook's, rougher. Please, sit. Harry sat. He kept his back straight, his hands folded on the table, his expression neutral. You've caused quite a stir, Ragnarok continued. A child, demanding accountings. Citing law. Using terms that most wizards have never heard. He leaned forward. Who taught you? That's not relevant to our business, Harry said calmly. On the contrary, it's quite relevant. Ragnarok's eyes narrowed. Someone has been sharing goblin secrets with a wizard child. That's a serious breach of our nation's security. I've learned nothing that isn't available in public records, Harry replied. Goblin law regarding inheritance protocols is documented in the Wisengamot Library. The client protection accords are published annually in your own charter. He paused. I simply took the time to read them. Ragnarok studied him for a long moment. Harry held his gaze without flinching. Very well, the director said finally. Let us discuss the accounting. Let's. Ragnarok produced a sheaf of documents, the same records Harry had already received, plus additional pages. As you can see, your vault has experienced certain fluctuations over the past 7 years. This is normal for dormant accounts. Maintenance fees, security costs. The maintenance fee for Vault 687 was set at 50 galleons per year in 1975, Harry interrupted. According to these records, it increased to 200 galleons in 1982, then 500 in 1985, then 1,000 in 1987. That's a 20-fold increase in 12 years. He tilted his head. Can you explain what additional maintenance a vault of that size requires to justify such an escalation? Ragnarok's expression didn't change, but Harry saw his fingers tighten on the documents. The post-war period required enhanced security measures. Security assessments are listed separately, Harry said. Page 7. They've also increased dramatically, from 100 galleons per year to 3,000. He pulled out his own copy of the documents. In fact, if I total all the fees and charges applied to my vault since my parents' death, the amount comes to approximately 1.6 million galleons. The number hung in the air between them. That's a great deal of money to spend on a vault that, as far as I can tell, no one has entered in 7 years, Harry continued. Unless, of course, someone has been entering it. Withdrawing funds for purposes other than maintenance and security. He set the documents down. Perhaps the director could clarify. Ragnar was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was different, lower, more dangerous. You're playing a game you don't understand, child. Am I? You think you can walk into my bank, throw around accusations, and walk out again? Ragnar leaned forward. I've been director of Gringotts since before your parents were born. I've survived 3 goblin civil wars, 2 wizard conflicts, and 17 attempts on my life. Do you really think a child can threaten me? Harry didn't flinch. I'm not threatening you, director. I'm offering you an opportunity. An opportunity? You've been stealing from dormant vaults for years, not just mine, I suspect. You've built a fortune on the backs of orphans and prisoners and the forgotten. Harry's voice stayed level. I could expose you. I could go to the Daily Prophet with these documents and watch your empire crumble. I could petition the Wisengamot for an investigation that would tear Gringotts apart. You could try, Ragnar said softly. You would fail. Perhaps. But the attempt itself would damage you. Questions would be asked. Audits demanded. Even if nothing was ever proven, the suspicion would linger. Harry paused. Is that what you want? To spend your remaining years fighting off inquiries and doubts? Ragnar was very still now. Watching. Calculating. What, he said finally, do you want? Harry smiled. It wasn't a warm expression. I want my gold returned. All of it, with interest. I want access to my vault without interference or observation. I want the names of every wizard you've paid off to keep me ignorant of my inheritance. He ticked off the items on his fingers. And I want documentation of the other vaults you've been raiding. Not to expose you, at least, not yet. Just to know. And in exchange? In exchange, I keep quiet. Your secrets stay secret. Your position stays secure. Harry leaned forward. For now. The silence stretched between them, thick and heavy. Harry could hear his own heartbeat, steady and slow. Finally, Ragnar laughed. It was a harsh, grinding sound, but there was something almost like respect in it. You have stones, boy. I'll give you that. He shook his head. Most wizards would have stormed in here demanding justice, threatening war. You come in offering deals. Justice is expensive, Harry said. Deals are efficient. A goblin's answer. Ragnar studied him with new eyes. Who are you, Harry Potter? What are you? I'm someone who learns from his enemies, Harry replied. You've spent 7 years robbing a child. Now that child is sitting across from you, speaking your language, playing your game. He stood. I expect my gold restored within 30 days. The other items within 60. Do we have an agreement? Ragnar rose as well, slower, his old joints creaking. We have an understanding. Good. Harry turned to leave, then paused at the door. One more thing, Director. You asked who taught me. The answer is, someone your people threw away. Someone you thought was worthless. He looked back over his shoulder. You should be more careful about who you discard. Sometimes they remember. He walked out without waiting for a response. The gold returned to his vault over the following weeks, and with it came everything else Harry had demanded. Names of ministry officials on Gringotts' payroll. Records of other vaults that had been quietly drained. And, most importantly, documentation that proved Harry's distant claim to the Black family fortune. Harry didn't pursue the Black inheritance yet. It was too complicated, too likely to draw attention he wasn't ready for. But he filed the information away, another weapon in a growing arsenal. Meanwhile, Griphook began teaching him about acquisition. You have gold now, the goblin said. Enough to live comfortably for several lifetimes, as I once told you. But gold in a vault is gold wasted. You need to make it work for you. How? By buying things. Not goods, any fool can buy goods. By buying leverage. Griphook spread a map of Diagon Alley across the shed's dirt floor. Every shop in this street owes money to someone. Loans for inventory, mortgages on buildings, debts to suppliers. Some of those debts are held by Gringotts. Others by the old families, the Malfoys, the Knotts, the Greengrasses. Harry studied the map. And if I bought those debts? Then you would control those shops. Not own them, that would be too obvious. But control their futures. They would owe you, and debts. Griphook smiled. Debts can be collected in many ways. It was a revelation. Harry had thought in terms of buying property, becoming a landlord like Uncle Vernon dreamed of being. But Griphook's approach was subtler. You didn't need to own something to control it. You just needed to own what it owed. Where do I start? Griphook tapped the map. Here. Flourish and Blots. The premier bookshop in Wizarding Britain, but poorly managed. They've taken loans from 3 different sources to stay afloat, and they're behind on payments to all of them. His finger traced lines across the parchment. The debts total perhaps 80,000 galleons. For someone with access to the Potter Vault, that's pocket change. And if I buy those debts? Then you own the leverage. You can demand immediate repayment, which would bankrupt them, or you can restructure the loans. Lower interest, longer terms. Make yourself the hero. Griphook's eyes glittered. And in exchange, you ask for small favors. Information about who buys what books. Advance notice of new publications. Nothing dramatic, nothing that would make them suspicious. Just, access. Why books? Because knowledge is power, and whoever controls the flow of books controls the flow of knowledge. Griphook sat back. But also because it's a safe first step. Flourish and Blots has no political connections, no powerful patrons. If something goes wrong, the consequences are limited. Harry nodded slowly. Teach me how to buy debt. The acquisition of Flourish and Blots loans took 3 weeks to arrange. Harry worked through intermediaries, Ted Tonks, a Muggleborn solicitor whose name Griphook had obtained from the records of Gringotts' most troublesome clients. Tonks was clever, discreet, and deeply amused by the idea of an 8-year-old becoming a creditor. I don't know who you are, young man, he said during their first meeting, held in a private room at the Leaky Cauldron, but I like your style. Most wizards don't think about money this way. Most wizards don't have goblins trying to rob them, Harry replied. Tonks laughed. Fair point. All right, let's talk about how we structure this purchase. By January, Harry owned the debt on Flourish and Blots. He sent a carefully worded letter to the owners, not threatening, not demanding, just introducing himself as their new creditor and offering to discuss arrangements of mutual benefit. The meeting that followed was almost comically easy. The Blots family, who had owned the shop for 3 generations, was terrified of losing everything. Harry offered them salvation, lower interest rates, extended payment terms, and no immediate demands for repayment. In exchange, they agreed to provide him with regular reports on their business, advance copies of all new publications, and, most importantly, complete confidentiality about their arrangement. That's it, old Mr. Blots asked, clearly suspicious. You just want reports and books. For now, Harry said. Consider this an investment in your success. If your shop thrives, my loans get repaid. If it fails, I lose everything I've put in. He smiled pleasantly. I prefer success. The Blots family left the meeting looking confused but relieved. Harry left with his first piece of Diagon Alley's commercial landscape firmly under his influence. The next acquisition was harder, a small apothecary that supplied potion ingredients to half the shops in the alley. The owner was deeper in debt and more suspicious of offers. Harry had to work through 3 layers of intermediaries before the man would even take a meeting. But eventually, he agreed to Harry's terms. And then the next shop agreed. And the next. By his 9th birthday, Harry controlled the debt on a dozen businesses in Diagon Alley. He owned nothing directly, all the paperwork was in the names of shell companies and trusts that Tonks had established, but the network of obligations connected to him like strands of a web. Griphook watched with something approaching awe. "I taught you the principles," he said one evening, as Harry reviewed the latest reports from his various enterprises. "But this is something else. You're not just learning, Harry. You're creating." Harry looked up from his papers. He was 9 years old, sitting in a garden shed, wearing second-hand clothes and sporting new bruises from Dudley's latest attack. But his eyes were old. "I'm surviving," he said. "Everything else is just preparation." Preparation for what? Harry thought about the question. About the wizarding world that awaited him. About Hogwarts and the Ministry and all the forces that had conspired to keep him ignorant and vulnerable. About Voldemort, who might or might not be truly dead, and about the people who had once followed him. "For whatever comes next," he said finally. "I spent 7 years being helpless. I don't intend to spend 7 more." Griphook nodded slowly. "And Ragnarok? The goblins who wronged you? They'll get what's coming to them." Harry returned to his papers. "But not yet. Not until I'm strong enough that they can't strike back." He marked something in one of the ledgers. "For now, I build. I learn. I prepare." "A goblin's patience in a wizard's body," Griphook murmured. "The world has no idea what's coming." Harry smiled, and there was nothing childlike in the expression. "No," he agreed. "They really don't." Summer arrived, bringing with it Harry's 9th year and a heat wave that made the shed almost unbearable. Harry spent the days moving through his routine, chores, avoiding Dudley, maintaining the fiction of a normal orphan's life, while his nights were consumed by planning and preparation. The network he'd built now encompassed nearly a quarter of Diagon Alley's commercial debt. More importantly, the information flowing back to him painted an increasingly detailed picture of wizarding society. He knew which families were prospering and which were struggling. He knew about business relationships, political alliances, personal rivalries. And he knew about Lucius Malfoy. The Malfoys own more of the alley than anyone else, Griphook confirmed during one of their sessions. But they're subtle about it. Shell companies, silent partnerships, loans made through intermediaries. On paper, they control perhaps 15%. In reality, it's closer to 40%. Harry studied the web of connections he'd mapped across his bedroom wall, hidden behind a poster of a football team he had no interest in. "So they're my competition. Your greatest competition. And your greatest threat." Griphook's expression was serious. "Lucius Malfoy is not Ragnarok. He's not a functionary grown complacent with power. He's a predator, smart, patient, ruthless. When he realizes what you're doing, he will try to destroy you. Then I need to be ready before he realizes. You need to be careful." Griphook rarely sounded worried, but he did now. The Malfoys have connections everywhere. Ministry, Hogwarts board, even within Gringotts itself. If they decide you're a threat. I know. Harry's voice was calm. That's why I'm not challenging them directly. Not yet. Instead, he focused on consolidating what he already had. The businesses under his influence were encouraged to work together, suppliers offering discounts to retailers, retailers promoting each other's products, a network of mutual support that strengthened everyone involved. The effect was remarkable. Shops that had been struggling began to thrive. Owners who had lived in fear of their creditors found themselves with breathing room, space to grow and innovate. And all of it traced back, invisibly, to Harry. "You're building loyalty," Griphook observed. "Making them dependent on your goodwill rather than your demands." "Debt is a blunt instrument," Harry replied. "Gratitude is subtler. These people don't just owe me money, they owe me their survival. When I eventually need something from them, they'll remember who helped them when no one else would. And if Malfoy notices the pattern, he won't see me. He'll see a network of coincidences, unrelated businesses suddenly doing well. Harry smiled slightly. By the time he realizes there's a pattern, I intend to own enough of the alley that he can't move against me without hurting himself. It was a race, though neither competitor knew the other was running. Harry, acquiring debt and building influence through intermediaries. Malfoy, maintaining his existing empire and slowly expanding, unaware that his territory was being surrounded. October brought rain and Harry's first real crisis. One of his contacts, a small wand shop that had taken a loan from a Malfoy-connected lender, sent word that they were being pressured to sell. The new terms being offered were impossibly harsh, it was clearly an attempt to force the owner out. Harry investigated and found that Malfoy interests had recently acquired several properties near the shop. They were consolidating, preparing for something, a new development, perhaps, or simply eliminating competition. The smart move was to do nothing. The wand shop wasn't important enough to risk exposure over. But Harry remembered the owner, a nervous man named Ollivander who had been genuinely grateful when Harry's restructured loans had saved his business. I can't abandon him, Harry told Griphook. He trusted me. Sentiment, Griphook said, and the word wasn't entirely approving. Sentiment is dangerous. Maybe. But it's also why people will fight for me when the time comes. Harry stood. I need to find a way to protect him without revealing myself. The solution came from an unexpected source, Augusta Longbottom. Harry had been aware of the Longbottoms for months, an old family, connected to his own through distant blood ties, with a reputation for honor that bordered on stubbornness. Augusta, the family matriarch, had been making quiet noises about the state of wizarding commerce, complaining that too few families controlled too much. She's looking for allies, Harry reasoned. Someone to support her concerns, give them legitimacy. What if I gave her a cause? He arranged a meeting through Tonks, who handled the introductions with his usual discretion. Augusta Longbottom was a formidable woman, tall, stern, with eyes that seemed to see through pretense, but she was also sharp enough to recognize opportunity when it appeared. You want me to purchase a wand shop? She asked, after Harry had laid out his proposal. Why? Because the Malfoys are trying to monopolize the alley, Harry replied. They're squeezing out smaller businesses, consolidating power. If someone doesn't push back, they'll own everything within a decade. And you care about this because... Harry met her gaze steadily. Because monopolies are bad for everyone except the monopolist. Because competition keeps prices fair and quality high. And because the wizarding world has enough problems without one family controlling its commercial heart. Augusta studied him for a long moment. You're very articulate for a 9-year-old. I've had good teachers. She didn't ask who. What's in it for you, boy? You didn't arrange this meeting out of civic duty. Harry smiled. I want the alley to thrive. When it thrives, everyone benefits, including me. He paused. I also want Lucius Malfoy to understand that he doesn't operate unopposed. That there are people willing to stand against him. You have a personal grudge against the Malfoys? Not yet. I'd like to keep it that way. Harry leaned forward. But if they're allowed to grow unchecked, eventually they'll turn their attention to everyone who isn't them. Including your family, Lady Longbottom. The meeting ended with Augusta agreeing to purchase the wand shop, for investment purposes. It was a small victory, but it established something important, a connection to one of the old families, someone with political weight who could serve as a counterbalance to Malfoy influence. You're building more than a commercial network, Griphook observed that night. You're building a faction. I'm building options, Harry corrected. The more pieces on the board, the more moves I can make. And when Malfoy notices this new faction. Harry's expression hardened. Then we'll see who's been preparing better. Winter again, and Harry's 10th birthday approached like a storm on the horizon. He knew what was coming. In July, he would receive his Hogwarts letter. He would leave the Dursleys, enter the wizarding world openly, become the boy who lived in fact rather than just in legend. Everything he'd built over the past 3 years would be tested. But first, there was one more piece to put in place. The Black Inheritance, Harry said, spreading documents across the table in Tonks' office. I want to pursue it. Tonks raised an eyebrow. That's ambitious. The Black estate has been in legal limbo for 8 years. Half the pureblood families in Britain have made claims on it. And none of them have succeeded. Why? Because the claims are contested. Sirius Black is still technically alive, imprisoned in Azkaban. Without his death or his legal disinheritance of all claimants, the estate can't be transferred. Tonks shuffled through the papers. You have a claim through your grandmother, it's weak, but valid. The problem is that so does everyone else. Harry considered this. What if we didn't try to claim the whole estate? What if we just established that I have a claim? Made it part of the public record? Why would that help? Because right now, no one knows I'm a player. Everyone sees the boy who lived, the orphan, the child. If I establish a claim on the Black fortune, even a contested one, suddenly I'm something else. Harry's voice was thoughtful. I'm a potential heir to 2 of the oldest families in Wizarding Britain. That changes how people see me. Tonks was quiet for a moment, then began to smile. You're not trying to get the money. You're trying to get the status. Status is a form of leverage, Harry agreed. When I walk into Hogwarts, I don't want to be just another student. I want people to know that I have resources, connections, options. That pushing me around comes with costs. A deterrent. Exactly. The filing took 2 weeks to prepare. Tonks worked with meticulous care, constructing a genealogical argument that traced Harry's bloodline through 3 centuries of marriages and births. It wasn't the strongest claim on the Black estate, several families had closer connections, but it was legitimate, defensible, and most importantly, public. When the announcement appeared in the Daily Prophet, Boy Who Lived files claim on Black fortune, the reaction was immediate. Letters poured into Tonks' office, some supportive, some threatening, some merely curious. Harry ignored all of them. What mattered was that people were paying attention. The boy who lived wasn't just a symbol anymore. He was a force to be considered. March brought spring and, with it, a visitor to Privet Drive. Harry was working in the garden when the man appeared, simply there, suddenly, where no one had been before. He was old, impossibly old, with a long silver beard and robes of deep purple. His eyes, behind half-moon spectacles, were bright with intelligence and something harder to define. Harry Potter, the man said. His voice was warm, grandfatherly. I've been wanting to meet you for quite some time. Harry didn't startle, though his heart hammered in his chest. He recognized this man from the pictures in his books, from Griphook's descriptions. Professor Dumbledore, he said, keeping his voice neutral. This is unexpected. Is it? Dumbledore smiled. I think not. I think you've been expecting someone like me for quite a while now. He gestured toward the garden bench. Might we sit? They sat, the most powerful wizard in Britain and the 10-year-old boy who was quietly reshaping the wizarding economy. Harry kept his expression calm, his posture relaxed. Inside, he was racing through possibilities. You've been busy, Harry, Dumbledore said. Very busy indeed. Acquiring debts, building alliances, filing claims on dormant estates. Quite remarkable for someone your age. Harry said nothing. Denying would be pointless, clearly Dumbledore knew. I'm not here to interfere, Dumbledore continued. Your activities, while unusual, have been legal. And I must admit to a certain admiration for your methods. His eyes twinkled. You've accomplished in 3 years what most wizards couldn't manage in 30. Is that why you're here? To admire me? Dumbledore's expression shifted, became more serious. I'm here because I'm concerned. The path you're walking is a dangerous one, Harry. You're making enemies, powerful enemies. And you're doing it without any of the protections that should be available to you. You mean without your protection? Partly. Dumbledore didn't deny it. I've watched over you since your parents died, Harry. Perhaps not as closely as I should have. His eyes flickered to the house, to Harry's thin frame and old bruises, but I've always known where you were. Who you were becoming. If you knew where I was, you knew how they treated me. Harry's voice was flat. You knew, and you did nothing. Dumbledore sighed. The protections on this house, your mother's sacrifice, they're tied to your blood relatives. As long as you live with the Dursleys, you're safe from those who would do you harm. Safe. Harry tasted the word. I've been beaten, starved, locked in a cupboard for days at a time. You call that safe? I call it alive. Dumbledore's voice was quiet. You may not believe this, Harry, but there are those who would have done far worse. The blood protection has kept them at bay. Harry filed this away, more information, more context for decisions yet to come. But he didn't let it soften him. Why are you here, Professor? Really? Dumbledore was silent for a moment, studying Harry with those penetrating eyes. I'm here to offer you a choice, he said finally. You can continue on your current path, building your empire, making your moves, preparing for conflicts you may not fully understand. Or you can trust me. Let me guide you. Let me help you become the wizard you're meant to be. And if I choose to trust you, what then? Then you come to Hogwarts as a student, not a strategist. You make friends, learn magic, have the childhood you've been denied. Dumbledore's voice was gentle. You let me worry about the enemies and the politics and the darkness that's coming. You let me protect you. It was tempting. Harry could feel the pull of it, the promise of safety, of normalcy, of being cared for by someone powerful enough to actually provide care. But he thought about Griphook, waiting in the shed. About the network he'd built, the alliances he'd forged, the people who depended on him now. About all the times adults had promised to help and hadn't. I appreciate the offer, Harry said carefully. But I've learned to protect myself, Professor. And I've found that the people who promise to protect you usually want something in return. Dumbledore's eyes flickered, surprise, maybe, or disappointment. You don't trust me. I don't know you. You've been watching over me for 9 years, but this is the first time you've spoken to me. You left me with people who hate me, knowing they'd treat me badly, because it served some larger purpose. Harry met his gaze steadily. That tells me something about your priorities. Everything I've done has been to protect you, everything you've done has been to protect your plans, Harry corrected. I might feature in those plans. I might even benefit from them. But you didn't come here today because you're worried about me. You came because you're worried about what I might become. Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke again, his voice was different, less grandfatherly, more respectful. You're remarkably perceptive for your age. I've had to be. Yes. Dumbledore rose, looking older than he had before. I suppose you have. He straightened his robes. The offer stands, Harry. If you ever decide you want guidance, real guidance, not just manipulation, my door is open. I'll keep that in mind. Dumbledore nodded once, then turned and walked away. Between one step and the next, he vanished. Harry sat on the garden bench for a long time, thinking. Then he went to the shed to tell Griphook what had happened. The encounter with Dumbledore clarified something for Harry, he was running out of time. The wizarding world knew about him now. Not just as the boy who lived, but as a player with resources and ambitions. Dumbledore, Malfoy, Ragnarok, they were all watching, all calculating. When he arrived at Hogwarts, he would be entering enemy territory. I need to move faster, he told Griphook. The acquisitions, I need to complete them before September. That's ambitious. We've been proceeding carefully, avoiding attention. Attention is coming whether I want it or not. Harry paced the small shed. Dumbledore knows what I've been doing. Which means others will find out soon. I'd rather face them from a position of strength. Griphook considered this. What do you have in mind? The remaining shops in the alley, everyone who owes money to someone else. I want to own those debts by summer. That's dozens of businesses. Hundreds of thousands of galleons. I have the gold. Gold isn't the problem. The problem is speed. Moving that much money that fast will create waves. Griphook's eyes were worried. Malfoy will notice. Gringotts will notice. Everyone will notice. Good. Harry stopped pacing. Let them notice. Let them see that the boy who lived isn't just a symbol to be fought over. Let them understand that I'm a force of my own. This is a risk, everything is a risk. But I'd rather take risks on my terms than wait for others to make moves against me. Harry met Griphook's eyes. Help me do this. Please. The goblin was quiet for a moment, then slowly nodded. You've come a long way from the boy who fed a dying goblin in a garden shed. I had a good teacher. You had a teacher. Griphook smiled, showing his sharp teeth. The quality of the result was entirely your own. The spring and summer of Harry's 10th year were a blur of activity. Tonks worked overtime, establishing new shell companies and orchestrating purchases through a maze of intermediaries. Augusta Longbottom, who had grown to respect Harry's methods, quietly spread word among the old families that someone was standing up to Malfoy interests. Even Ragnarok, though still wary of Harry, allowed the transactions to proceed without interference. Whatever else the goblin was, he recognized a capable adversary when he saw one. By July, Harry controlled the debt on 43 businesses in Diagon Alley. Not a majority, the Malfoys and other old families still held more, but enough to matter. Enough to negotiate from strength. And on July 31st, his birthday, the letter arrived. Harry watched the owl deliver it, watched Uncle Vernon's face turn purple with rage as he recognized the Hogwarts seal. The screaming that followed was familiar, almost comforting in its predictability. They would try to stop him from going, of course. They would fail. But first, there was someone he needed to talk to. You've done well, Harry. Griphook sat across from him in the shed, the Hogwarts letter between them. Better than I dreamed when I first taught you to read. I couldn't have done any of it without you. Perhaps not. But you would have found another way. The goblin's black eyes were soft as goblin eyes could be. You have a gift for this. For seeing patterns, finding angles, turning weakness into strength. I gave you tools, but you built the machine. What will you do when I'm gone? Wait. Watch. Continue to advise you through letters, when you need me. Griphook smiled slightly. I may be in exile, but I still have contacts within the nation. I'll know if Ragnarok moves against you, or if the Malfoys discover what you've built. You'll be alone here. I've been alone before. It doesn't frighten me. Griphook reached out and touched the ring on Harry's finger, his clan ring, worn for 2 years now. You carry my family's honor, Harry Potter. That means I'm never truly alone. Harry's throat felt tight. Thank you, he said. For everything. Thank me by succeeding. Griphook's expression sharpened into something fierce. Thank me by walking into that school and showing them what a Potter raised by goblins can do. Thank me by taking everything they thought was theirs and making it yours. Harry smiled, and there was something of Griphook's fierceness in the expression. I will, he promised. I swear it. September 1st arrived with unseasonable warmth. Harry stood on platform 9 3/4, surrounded by witches and wizards in robes, by owls and cats and trunks, by the noise and chaos of 100 families saying goodbye. The Hogwarts Express gleamed scarlet in the morning light, steam rising from its engine. He was alone. The Dursleys had dropped him at King's Cross without a word, glad to be rid of him for months. There had been no tearful farewells, no promises to write. But that was fine. Harry had never expected anything different. He found an empty compartment near the back of the train and settled in with a book, Advanced Magical Theory, purchased from Flourish and Blots with his own gold. The train began to move, carrying him away from everything he'd known and toward everything he'd prepared for. Outside the window, London slipped away. Fields and forests replaced buildings and streets. Harry read and thought and planned, his mind already racing ahead to the challenges that awaited. He was the boy who lived. The heir to 2 ancient houses. The owner of debts and secrets and the trust of people who didn't even know his name. He was 10 years old, and he was going to change everything. The train rolled on, carrying him toward his future. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2, Blood and Ledgers. The Hogwarts Express swayed gently as it wound through the Scottish countryside, carrying Harry Potter toward a future he'd spent 3 years preparing for. He sat alone in his compartment, the book on his lap more prop than reading material, his mind cataloguing every face that passed his door. A boy with red hair had glanced in twice now, clearly working up the courage to enter. A girl with bushy brown hair had already been by, asking about a toad in a tone that suggested she'd memorized every textbook before term began. Neither had recognized him, he'd kept his fringe down, covering the scar. The anonymity wouldn't last. Harry knew that. The moment he walked into Hogwarts, every eye would find him, every whisper would carry his name. The boy who lived, finally returned to claim his legend. But for now, for these few hours, he was just another first year on a train. The compartment door slid open. The red-haired boy stood there, looking nervous. "Anyone sitting here?" he asked. "Everywhere else is full." Harry knew this was a lie, he'd watched half-empty compartments pass during his earlier walk through the train. But the boy wanted something, and Harry was curious what. "Go ahead." The boy sat across from him, fidgeting with his worn robes. "I'm Ron. Ron Weasley." Weasley. Harry recognized the name from Griphook's lessons. Old family, pure blood, but poor by wizarding standards. Arthur Weasley worked in the ministry, in a department so underfunded it was practically a joke. They had 7 children in a house that was held together more by magic than money. "Harry," he said simply. "Harry Potter." Ron's eyes went wide. "Are you really? I mean, do you have the—" Harry lifted his fringe, showing the lightning bolt scar. Ron stared at it like it was made of gold. "Wicked," the boy breathed. "My brothers told me about you. Said you killed you-know-who when you were just a baby." "I didn't kill anyone." Harry let his hair fall back into place. "I was 1 year old. Whatever happened that night, I didn't do it on purpose." Ron looked slightly deflated by this practical assessment. He'd clearly expected something else. A hero, maybe. A legend come to life. Harry decided to redirect the conversation. "Tell me about Hogwarts. What house do you want to be in?" This got Ron talking, which was exactly what Harry wanted. He learned about the 4 houses, Gryffindor for the brave, Slytherin for the cunning, Ravenclaw for the clever, Hufflepuff for the loyal. He learned that Ron's entire family had been in Gryffindor, that Slytherin was supposedly full of dark wizards, that the Sorting Hat would read his mind and decide his fate. None of this was new information, but Ron's perspective was useful. This was how ordinary wizarding families saw the world, in simple categories, good and evil, us and them. Harry filed it away with everything else. The compartment door opened again. This time it was the bushy-haired girl, looking imperious. "Have either of you seen a toad? A boy named Neville's lost one." "No," Ron said, clearly hoping she'd leave. But the girl's eyes had found Harry's scar, visible now where his hair had shifted. Her expression changed from impatience to recognition to something almost hungry. "You're Harry Potter," she said. "I've read all about you. You're in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century. Am I?" Harry kept his voice mild. "I haven't read those." "You haven't?" She looked scandalized. "But they're about you. They're about what people think happened to me." "That's not quite the same thing." Harry gestured to the seat beside Ron. The girl, Hermione Granger, she introduced herself, didn't need much encouragement. She launched into a detailed summary of Harry's supposed history, which he listened to with growing amusement. According to wizarding historians, he was everything from a chosen one prophesied to defeat darkness to a magical prodigy who had instinctively cast a shield charm at 1 year old. "Interesting," Harry said when she'd finished. "And what do you think really happened?" Hermione blinked. I don't know. No one knows, do they? It's all speculation." "Exactly." Harry smiled. "Which means that everything you just told me might be completely wrong. The only person who knows what happened that night is Voldemort." Ron flinched violently at the name. Hermione gasped. "And he's not available for interviews," Harry finished. "So I'd appreciate it if people didn't treat me like I'm something I might not be." The compartment was silent for a moment. Then Hermione nodded slowly. "That's, actually quite sensible," she said. "I hadn't thought of it that way." Ron was still pale from the name. "You said you know whose name?" "Just, said it. It's a name." Harry shrugged. "Names don't have power over you unless you give it to them." This wasn't entirely true. Names had tremendous power in goblin magic, and Harry had learned to be careful about what he called things and who he allowed to call him anything. But the principle held for ordinary conversation. Fearing a word only gave the word strength. Ron looked at Harry with something new in his eyes, not just hero worship now, but genuine respect. "You're not what I expected," he admitted. "Most people aren't, if you give them a chance to surprise you." The train arrived at Hogsmeade as dusk painted the sky in shades of purple and gold. Harry followed the crowd of first-years toward the lake, where boats waited to carry them to the castle. He ended up sharing with Ron, Hermione, and a round-faced boy who turned out to be Neville Longbottom, the owner of the Lost Toad. Harry studied Neville with interest. Augusta Longbottom's grandson, the heir to a family he'd cultivated as allies. The boy seemed nervous, uncertain of himself in a way that spoke to years of feeling inadequate. Harry filed this away for later consideration. The castle appeared around a bend in the lake, and even Harry, who had prepared himself to be unimpressed, felt his breath catch. Hogwarts was impossible, a fever dream of towers and turrets rising from black cliffs, windows glowing with warm light against the darkening sky. Magic hung in the air like perfume, thick and intoxicating. This was the heart of wizarding Britain. The place where young witches and wizards were shaped into adults, where alliances were formed and rivalries begun, where the future of magical society was written in friendships and feuds. Harry intended to write his own story. The sorting took place in a great hall lit by floating candles, beneath a ceiling enchanted to mirror the sky. Harry watched as student after student sat on a wooden stool and had an ancient hat placed on their head. The hat spoke, sometimes to the room and sometimes apparently to the student, before calling out a house name. Hermione went to Gryffindor, looking pleased. Neville also went to Gryffindor, looking surprised and relieved. A pale blonde boy named Draco Malfoy went to Slytherin before the hat had fully settled on his head. Malfoy. Harry had seen the name in dozens of financial records. Lucius Malfoy's son, heir to an empire of debt and influence. The boy who would one day control a significant portion of Diagon Alley, unless Harry stopped him. Their eyes met across the hall. Draco's expression shifted from boredom to interest to something sharper. He'd heard the whispers, clearly. Everyone was waiting for the Potter boy. Potter, Harry. The hall went silent as Harry walked to the stool. He could feel hundreds of eyes on him, could hear the whispers like wind through leaves. Potter, did she say Potter? Harry Potter. The boy who lived. He sat. The hat descended over his eyes, blocking out the staring faces. Ah, said a voice in his mind. Now here's something interesting. Harry felt the presence probing at his thoughts, testing his defenses. Griphook had warned him about this. The sorting hat was a powerful magical artifact, created by the founders themselves. It could see through most mental shields. But Harry hadn't built shields. He'd built labyrinths. Clever, the hat murmured. Very clever. I can see your intelligence, yes, but that's not your defining trait. And there's ambition here, oh my, quite a lot of ambition, but it's not the naked hunger I see in most Slytherins. And courage, certainly, though you'd never rush into danger without a plan. Just sort me, Harry thought. Patience. The hat seemed amused. I've been doing this for 1,000 years. I'll take as long as I need. A pause. You're difficult. You've crafted yourself so carefully that it's hard to see what's underneath. But I think, yes. At your core, you want to understand. You want to learn everything, master everything, know how every piece fits together. Not for its own sake, you're too practical for pure scholarship, but because knowledge is the foundation of everything else you want to build. Ravenclaw, then. Perhaps. But there's something else here. A loyalty that runs deeper than you like to admit. To a goblin who taught you. To the people whose debts you own. You don't just want power for yourself, you want to protect the ones who depend on you. That's just good business. Protect your assets. Is it? The hat's voice was gentle. I think you care more than you want to believe. I think the boy who fed a dying goblin in a garden shed is still inside you, no matter how many walls you've built around him. Harry said nothing. Very well, the hat continued. I could put you in Slytherin, you'd do brilliantly there, and you'd find allies among the ambitious. But you'd also find enemies who would test you constantly, and I'm not sure that's what you need right now. Ravenclaw would nurture your intellect, but you'd find them too passive, too content with knowledge for its own sake. Hufflepuff would appreciate your hidden loyalty, but you'd go mad among people who value fairness over results. So that leaves, Gryffindor. The hat was lifted from his head, and Harry found himself staring at a sea of red and gold. The Gryffindor table was erupting in cheers, students standing and clapping, the Weasley twins chanting, "We got Potter. We got Potter." Harry walked to his new house table, his expression carefully neutral. Inside, he was recalculating. Gryffindor. The house of the brave and the bold. The house that valued courage over cunning, action over planning. The opposite of everything he'd taught himself to be. You'll find allies here, the hat's voice echoed in his memory. Different kinds of allies than you expected. And you'll need them for what's coming. What was coming? Harry didn't know. But he intended to find out. The first week of classes confirmed what Harry had suspected. He was academically ahead of his peers but socially behind. His years of isolation with the Dursleys had left him uncomfortable with casual interaction, and used to the easy banter and spontaneous friendships that seemed to spring up around him. Ron wanted to be his friend. That much was obvious. The Weasley boy followed him everywhere, talked endlessly about Quidditch and his brothers, seemed to assume that their train compartment conversation had created an unbreakable bond. Harry found him both useful. Ron knew everyone, understood the social currents of Hogwarts in a way Harry didn't, and exhausting. Hermione was different. She'd taken Harry's words on the train to heart and approached him now as a fellow scholar rather than a legend. They discussed assignments, debated magical theory, compared notes from their respective readings. She didn't know about Harry's financial empire, but she sensed that he was more than he appeared. You think differently than other students, she said one evening in the common room, apropos of nothing. Like you're always planning something. Everyone plans. Not like you do. Her brown eyes were sharp. When Professor McGonagall was explaining transfiguration theory, you weren't just listening. You were, filing things away. Connecting them to other things. I could practically see the gears turning. Harry considered several responses before settling on the truth, or part of it. I spent a lot of time alone before Hogwarts. Reading, thinking, planning. It's a hard habit to break. Why would you want to break it? It seems useful. It is. Harry paused. But it can also be isolating. If you're always thinking 3 moves ahead, you forget to enjoy the move you're on. Hermione nodded slowly. I know what you mean. I've always been more comfortable with books than people. It's easier to understand rules than relationships. Maybe we can help each other, Harry suggested. You remind me to be present. I'll remind you that some questions don't have answers in textbooks. She smiled, a real smile, not the performative one she used when reciting facts. I'd like that. It wasn't the same as the bond he'd built with Griphook. That relationship had been forged in desperation and sustained by necessity. This was something softer, more fragile. More human, maybe. The letter from Ragnarok arrived in October, carried by a nondescript brown owl that attracted no attention among the Morning Post. Harry recognized the seal immediately, Gringotts, official correspondence, and felt his pulse quicken. He opened it under the table, shielding the contents from Ron's curious eyes. Mr. Potter, certain irregularities have come to our attention regarding your recent acquisitions in Diagon Alley. The volume and velocity of these transactions have raised questions among our Accounts Review Board. We request a meeting at your earliest convenience to discuss these matters. Please respond via return owl with your availability. Director Ragnarok. Harry read the letter twice, committing every word to memory, then vanished it with a whispered spell. Griphook had taught him that one, useful for sensitive documents. So Ragnarok was making his move. The director had been quiet since their confrontation last year, presumably calculating his options. Now, with Harry safely contained at Hogwarts, he was probing for weaknesses. The question was, what did he actually know? Harry spent the next 2 days crafting his response. He couldn't appear at Gringotts in person, students weren't allowed to leave Hogwarts, and even if they were, showing up at the director's summons would signal weakness. But ignoring the letter entirely would be equally foolish. In the end, he sent a simple reply, Director Ragnarok, thank you for your concern regarding my financial activities. I assure you that all transactions have been conducted in accordance with Goblin law and wizarding regulations. As I am currently a student at Hogwarts, in-person meetings are impractical. I suggest that any questions be directed to my legal representative, Mr. Ted Tonks, who has full authority to speak on my behalf. May your gold flow freely. Harry James Potter let Ragnarok deal with Tonks, who knew how to stonewall with the best of them. Let him expend his energy on bureaucratic skirmishes while Harry continued to consolidate his position. But the letter had reminded Harry of something important: he wasn't safe here. Hogwarts might be protected by ancient wards and powerful professors, but the financial war continued whether he was present or not. His enemies weren't sleeping just because he was attending classes. He needed to accelerate his plans. The opportunity came from an unexpected direction, Draco Malfoy. Harry had been avoiding the Slytherin boy since the sorting, seeing no value in direct confrontation. But Malfoy seemed to have other ideas. He found Harry after potions class one afternoon, flanked by 2 enormous students who appeared to function primarily as bodyguards. Potter, Malfoy said. A word. Ron started to bristle, but Harry put a hand on his arm. It's fine. Go on ahead, I'll catch up. Ron looked unhappy but complied. Harry turned to face Malfoy, keeping his expression neutral. What do you want? Malfoy's pale eyes swept over Harry assessingly. My father mentioned you. Said you've been making waves in certain financial circles. Did he? He was interested. Not many 11-year-olds play at being businessmen. Harry noted the word choice. Play. Malfoy was trying to diminish him, establish dominance. It was a familiar tactic. And not many 11-year-olds have fathers who own a third of Diagon Alley through shell companies, Harry replied evenly. But here we are. Something flickered in Malfoy's eyes, surprise, maybe. He hadn't expected Harry to know that much. My father's business interests are none of your concern. Then my business interests should be none of his. Harry smiled without warmth. Was there something else? Malfoy was quiet for a moment, recalculating. When he spoke again, his tone was different, less arrogant, more cautious. Father wanted me to deliver a message. He says there are certain, overlapping interests in the alley. Areas where cooperation might be more profitable than competition. And if I'm not interested in cooperation, then competition it is. Malfoy's smile was thin. Father is very good at competition. He's never lost. There's a first time for everything. They stared at each other, two boys playing at being men, while the corridor emptied around them. Finally, Malfoy inclined his head in something that wasn't quite a bow. I'll tell Father you declined. He turned to leave, then paused. For what it's worth, Potter, I think you're making a mistake. There are easier ways to get what you want than making enemies of the Malfoys. I don't want enemies, Harry said. But I don't want masters either. If your father is willing to deal as equals, I'm willing to talk. If he expects me to bend the knee. Harry shrugged. Then we have nothing to discuss. Malfoy left without responding. Harry watched him go, adding this interaction to the mental map he was building of Hogwarts politics. So Lucius Malfoy had noticed him. Had sent his son to probe, to threaten, to offer a conditional alliance. The elder Malfoy was clearly uncertain how to handle a Potter heir who didn't act like a child. Good. Uncertainty was something Harry could work with. November brought cold winds and, with them, new developments on multiple fronts. A letter from Tonks reported that Ragnarok's inquiries had gone nowhere. The director had demanded records, received them, and found nothing actionable. Harry's shell companies were properly registered, his purchases properly documented, his methods perfectly legal. The goblin had retreated to consider his next move. A letter from Augusta Longbottom was more interesting. She reported that the coalition of old families she'd been quietly building was growing. For more houses had indicated interest in standing against Malfoy consolidation. There was talk of forming a formal alliance, with Harry's financial network as one pillar and their political influence as another. And a letter from Griphook was most interesting of all. Young Master, the goblin wrote, I have obtained information that may alter your plans. A source within Gringotts reports that Director Ragnarok has been making unusual inquiries regarding the Potter family vault. Specifically, he has been researching ancient marriage contracts and blood inheritances. I believe he is looking for leverage against you, some legal claim to your assets that would bypass your current protections. I cannot yet determine the specifics, but I urge caution. Ragnarok would not pursue this avenue unless he believed success was possible. Additionally, I have learned that the Malfoy family has begun quiet negotiations with several of the businesses you control debt on. They are offering to buy those debts at premium prices, an obvious attempt to undercut your position. The game is accelerating, young master. Your enemies are coordinating. Harry read this letter 3 times, then burned it in the common room fireplace. The other Gryffindors barely noticed, students burned papers all the time. But his mind was racing. Ragnarok and Malfoy, working together. It made sense, in a way. The goblin wanted to neutralize the threat Harry represented to his embezzlement schemes. The wizard wanted to eliminate a competitor for commercial dominance. They had different goals but a common enemy. Harry had known this alliance was possible, had even planned for it, in a general sense. But he hadn't expected it so soon. He'd hoped to have more time to build his position before the opposition consolidated. Well, hope was a poor substitute for preparation. It was time to accelerate. The first step was reaching out to his existing network. Harry couldn't leave Hogwarts, but he could write letters. Over the following week, he sent careful messages to every business owner in his debt network, reminding them of his support during their troubles and warning them, gently, that others might approach them with attractive offers. "The choice of whom to ally with is yours," he wrote to one. "I will not compel loyalty. But I would ask that you remember who helped you when no one else would, and consider carefully before accepting deals that seem too good to be true." To another, "If you receive purchase offers for your debts," and to a third, "I understand that financial pressure can be persuasive. If anyone is threatening you, directly or indirectly, I want to know. I protect my partners." The responses came over the following days. Most were reassuring. The business owners valued their relationship with Harry, or rather, with the anonymous entity that held their debts, and had no intention of accepting outside offers. But a few were troubling. "We received a visit from Malfoy representatives," wrote the owner of a small cauldron shop. "They made it clear that refusing their offer would have consequences. I don't want trouble, but I don't want to betray my obligations either. Please advise." Harry stared at this letter for a long time. The cauldron shop was one of his earliest acquisitions, a struggling business that he'd saved from bankruptcy. The owner, a witch named Marjorie Coldwell, had been effusively grateful. Her loyalty should have been solid. But the Malfoys had found her anyway. Had threatened her. Were willing to use intimidation to get what they wanted. This changed things. Harry's response to the Malfoy threat required careful thought. He couldn't appear in Diagon Alley to personally reassure frightened shop owners. He couldn't order Tonks to confront Malfoy representatives, that would escalate the conflict beyond what his current resources could handle. And he couldn't simply ignore the problem, hoping it would resolve itself. He needed to demonstrate strength without appearing aggressive. He needed to protect his network without overextending. He needed to send a message to Lucius Malfoy that competition was one thing, but intimidation would have consequences. The solution came to him in History of Magic, while Professor Binns droned about goblin rebellions. Appropriate, really. The Malfoys weren't using their own people to threaten shop owners, that would be too obvious, too easily traced. They were using intermediaries, probably hired muscle with no direct connection to the family. Plausible deniability was important to people like Lucius Malfoy, who preferred to keep their hands clean. But Harry didn't need to prove the Malfoys were behind the threats. He just needed to make the threats stop. He wrote to Tonks with specific instructions. The solicitor was to hire discreet security for the businesses reporting intimidation, not obvious guards, but watchers who could document any further approaches. He was also to spread word through the alley's informal networks that certain shops were under protection from an unspecified party. And finally, Tonks was to arrange a meeting with Augusta Longbottom. Harry had a proposal for her. The meeting happened over Christmas break, though Harry wasn't present for it. He'd chosen to stay at Hogwarts. The castle was nearly empty during the holidays, giving him time to think and plan without the constant social demands of his housemates. But Tonks' report, delivered by Owl on Christmas morning, was everything Harry had hoped for. Augusta Longbottom had agreed to his proposal. The coalition of old families she'd assembled would publicly announce their opposition to predatory business practices in Diagon Alley. They would call for ministry investigations into intimidation tactics. And they would make it known that they stood with the smaller shop owners against encroachment by larger interests. They wouldn't name Malfoy directly. They didn't need to. Everyone would know who they meant. The political pressure wouldn't stop Lucius Malfoy from pursuing his goals. The man was too cunning and too well connected to be derailed by public sentiment alone. But it would slow him down. It would force him to be more careful. And it would demonstrate that Harry wasn't as isolated as Malfoy might have believed. The chess pieces are moving, Tonks wrote. Your opponents are adapting, but so are we. The next few months will be critical. Harry read this by the light of the Gryffindor common room fire, alone on Christmas night. The castle was quiet around him, snow falling silently outside the tower windows. In less than a year, he'd gone from a boy hiding in a garden shed to a player in a game that involved the most powerful families in Wizarding Britain. It wasn't enough. Not yet. But it was a foundation. He thought about Griphook's lessons, about leverage and debt and the patient accumulation of power. He thought about Ragnarok, searching for weaknesses. About Lucius Malfoy, probing for openings. About Dumbledore, watching with those penetrating eyes. And he thought about the future, about Hogwarts and the Wizarding world and all the changes he intended to make. Happy Christmas to me, he thought, and smiled. The new year brought new complications. January's first letter from Griphook contained alarming news. Ragnarok had found what he was looking for. The director has discovered a clause in an ancient marriage contract between the Potter and Black families, Griphook wrote. This clause, dating to 1743, establishes certain conditions under which Potter assets may be claimed by Black heirs, and vice versa. Normally, this would be meaningless. Both families have survived, and no claim could be made while direct heirs exist. But Ragnarok has found a technicality. The contract specifies that if either family's heir is placed under wardship before reaching majority, the other family may claim protective custody of their assets. Sirius Black, as you know, is imprisoned without trial. He was never formally convicted, which means he was never formally stripped of his status as Black heir. And you, young master, are currently attending Hogwarts, which Ragnarok is arguing constitutes a form of wardship under the school's governance. He intends to file a claim stating that the Black family has protective custody rights over Potter assets. Harry read this 3 times, his stomach tightening with each repetition. If Ragnarok succeeded, he would gain legal control over Harry's vault, over everything Harry had built. The claim would be contested, certainly, but Goblin law moved slowly, and while the case wound through the courts, Ragnarok would have access to Harry's gold. He could drain the vault for safekeeping. He could sell off the debts Harry had accumulated. He could destroy everything. It was a clever move. Harry had to admit that. He'd underestimated Ragnarok, had assumed the director would continue fighting on familiar ground, using financial manipulation and political pressure. Instead, the Goblin had found an angle Harry hadn't considered. But there was a flaw in the plan. A significant one. Sirius Black wasn't dead. He wasn't even legally disinherited. He was just imprisoned. Locked away in Azkaban for crimes he'd never been tried for. What if those crimes were questioned? What if Sirius Black was innocent? Harry spent the next week researching. The Hogwarts library had extensive records on the war against Voldemort, and Harry read everything he could find about his parents' deaths and their immediate aftermath. The official story was that Sirius Black had betrayed the Potters to Voldemort, then murdered 12 Muggles and a wizard named Peter Pettigrew when confronted. But there were inconsistencies. The official report noted that Black had been laughing when captured, not the behavior of a man who'd just lost his best friend. There was no trial, no opportunity for Black to present a defense. And strangest of all, the only evidence against him was the testimony of witnesses who'd seen him at the scene of Pettigrew's murder, not the testimony of anyone who'd seen him actually commit the crime. Harry knew better than most that official stories weren't always true. He'd grown up being told his parents died in a car crash. The Wizarding world might have its own comfortable lies. He wrote to Tonks with instructions: research Sirius Black's case. Find out why there was no trial. Discover if anyone had ever challenged the official story. The response came a week later, and it was explosive. Harry, you've opened a can of worms. I spoke with some colleagues at the ministry who were involved in the post-war cleanup, and the story is disturbing. Black was never given a trial because Bartemius Crouch, then head of magical law enforcement, decided he didn't need one. The evidence was overwhelming, Crouch claimed. But here's the thing, I can't find any record of what that evidence actually was. No witness statements, no magical forensics, nothing. Just Crouch's assertion and everyone else's agreement. I also spoke with someone who knew Black at Hogwarts. She said he and your father were inseparable, brothers in everything but blood. She couldn't believe he'd betrayed the Potters. Said it was like saying the sun had decided to rise in the west. I don't know if Black is innocent. But I know something is very wrong with his case. Harry stared at the letter for a long time. If Sirius Black was innocent, if he'd been imprisoned for a crime he didn't commit, then the entire foundation of Ragnarok's claim collapsed. There would be no Black heir with rights over Potter assets. The marriage contract clause would be meaningless. But pursuing this would be dangerous. It would mean challenging the Ministry's version of events. It would mean drawing attention to himself in ways he'd been trying to avoid. And it would mean potentially freeing a man who might actually be a murderer, if the official story turned out to be true after all. Harry weighed the risks against the benefits. The calculation was surprisingly straightforward. He wrote back to Tonks, pursue it. Find the truth. February brought progress on multiple fronts. Tonks' investigation into Sirius Black had uncovered more irregularities. There were sealed records that shouldn't be sealed. Witnesses who changed their stories. Evidence that didn't quite add up. Nothing definitive yet, but enough to suggest that a formal inquiry might be warranted. Meanwhile, Augusta Longbottom's coalition had made their public statement. The Daily Prophet ran it on the front page, Old Families Challenge Commercial Consolidation. Lucius Malfoy was mentioned only obliquely, but the message was clear. The old guard was pushing back. And in Diagon Alley, the intimidation had stopped. Harry's watchers reported no further approaches to his protected businesses. Either the Malfoys had decided to pursue other tactics, or they were simply waiting for a better opportunity. But Ragnarok hadn't given up. His claim regarding the Potter-Black marriage contract was working its way through Goblin legal channels. Tonks estimated they had until summer before a formal hearing would be scheduled. That gave Harry a few months to find evidence that would undermine the claim. Or to find Sirius Black's innocence, if it existed. He chose to pursue both paths simultaneously. The Sirius Black investigation took an unexpected turn in March. Tonks had filed a formal request for access to the sealed records of Black's arrest. The request was denied, as expected, but the denial came with an interesting note: the records had been sealed by order of Albus Dumbledore, acting in his capacity as Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot. Dumbledore again. The old wizard's shadow seemed to fall across everything Harry investigated. He considered confronting Dumbledore directly. The headmaster had offered to help, after all, during their conversation at Privet Drive. But Harry wasn't ready to trust Dumbledore, not fully. The old man had his own agenda, and Harry couldn't be certain that agenda aligned with his own interests. Instead, he tried a different approach. Neville, Harry said one evening in the common room, "Can I ask you something about your grandmother?" Neville looked up from his herbology essay, surprised. They'd developed a cautious friendship over the months. Harry had helped Neville with his homework, and Neville had proven surprisingly knowledgeable about magical plants and their properties. What about her? She's on the Wizengamot, isn't she? The governing body of magical Britain. Neville nodded slowly. She took my grandfather's seat after what happened to my parents. Harry knew the story. Frank and Alice Longbottom, tortured into insanity by Death Eaters. Another casualty of the war, another family destroyed by Voldemort's followers. I need to ask her about something, Harry said carefully. About records that were sealed after the war. I think there might be an injustice that was never corrected. Neville's eyes widened. What kind of injustice? Harry hesitated. He liked Neville, the boy was loyal and good-hearted, if lacking in confidence. But this was sensitive information. I can't tell you everything, he said finally. Not yet. But I promise it's nothing that would hurt your family. I'm trying to help someone who might have been wrongly imprisoned. Neville was quiet for a moment. Then he nodded. I'll write to Gran. She'll want to know why, but... He paused, seeming to wrestle with something. She trusts you, Harry. Ever since you helped with that business in the alley, she never told me the details, but she said you had unexpected depths. He managed a small smile. I think that was a compliment. I hope so. Harry returned the smile. Thank you, Neville. This means a lot. Augusta Longbottom's response came a week later, not by owl, but in person. Harry was called to the headmaster's office one evening, and found Augusta waiting there with Dumbledore. The atmosphere was tense, careful, like two predators sharing territory. Mr. Potter, Augusta said, inclining her head. My grandson tells me you're interested in sealed records from the war. Yes, ma'am. He also tells me you believe someone may have been wrongly imprisoned. Her eyes were sharp. I assume you're talking about Sirius Black. Harry felt Dumbledore's gaze on him but didn't look away from Augusta. I am. May I ask why? Harry had prepared for this question. I've been researching my family history. I discovered that there's an old marriage contract between the Potters and the Blacks that could affect my inheritance. Investigating that contract led me to investigate Sirius Black himself, and I found inconsistencies in the official record. Augusta nodded slowly. You're being careful with your words. Diplomatic. A thin smile crossed her face. Good. You'll need that skill. She turned to Dumbledore. Albus. I want to know why you sealed those records. Dumbledore's expression was unreadable. I sealed them to prevent further harm. The war was over. The country needed to heal. Relitigating every case would have reopened wounds that were barely closed. That's not an answer. It's the only answer I can give. Dumbledore's eyes flickered to Harry. Some things are best left undisturbed. Harry felt a flash of anger, cold, controlled, but real. With respect, Headmaster, that's not your decision to make. If Sirius Black is innocent, he's been in Azkaban for 10 years. If he's guilty, the records should prove it. Either way, the truth matters. The truth, Dumbledore said softly, is often more complicated than we want it to be. Then let me see the complications. Harry held Dumbledore's gaze. You told me once that your door was open if I ever wanted guidance. I'm asking for it now. Help me understand what really happened. The silence stretched between them. Augusta watched with barely concealed interest. Finally, Dumbledore sighed. Very well, he said. I will tell you what I know, and what I suspect. But you must understand, Harry, the truth may not be what you expect. And once you learn it, you cannot unlearn it. I'll take that risk. Dumbledore nodded slowly. Then sit down. Both of you. This will take some time. The story Dumbledore told was complicated, as he'd warned, but also clearer than Harry had expected. Sirius Black had been one of 4 people who knew the secret of the Potters' hiding place. The Fidelius charm that protected them required a secret keeper, and everyone had assumed that secret keeper was Sirius. When the Potters were betrayed, the conclusion seemed obvious. But Dumbledore had never been entirely certain. Sirius and James were like brothers, he said. I watched them at Hogwarts, they would have died for each other without hesitation. When I heard that Sirius had betrayed them, I couldn't believe it. It was as if someone told me the laws of magic had changed overnight. But you didn't do anything, Harry said. His voice was flat. I tried. Dumbledore's voice was heavy with old regret. I requested a trial. I asked to examine the evidence. But Bartemius Crouch was in charge of prosecutions, and he was zealous. He wanted the war to be over. He wanted villains punished and victims avenged. Sirius Black was the perfect villain, a pureblood who'd betrayed his heritage, a friend who'd betrayed his friends. Crouch didn't want complications. So you sealed the records. I sealed them because they contained information that could have been dangerous if released. Dumbledore's eyes were troubled. There was another wizard present at the Potter's hiding place. A man named Peter Pettigrew, supposedly killed by Sirius shortly after. But the records suggest inconsistencies. Harry leaned forward. What kind of inconsistencies? The explosion that supposedly killed Pettigrew and 12 Muggles, it doesn't match the forensic evidence. The blast pattern suggests the spell was cast from a different location than where Sirius was standing. And the only part of Pettigrew ever found was a finger. Augusta made a sharp sound. You're saying Pettigrew might have survived? I'm saying the evidence is unclear. It's possible that Pettigrew staged his own death and framed Sirius. It's also possible that I'm seeing patterns that aren't there, that I'm letting my affection for Sirius cloud my judgment. Dumbledore shook his head. I didn't know what to do. So I sealed the records and tried to forget. But you didn't forget, Harry said. You've been living with this for 10 years. Yes. Dumbledore looked old, suddenly, old and tired and uncertain. I've made many mistakes in my life, Harry. Leaving Sirius in Azkaban may be one of them. But I didn't know how to fix it without making things worse. Harry absorbed this. His mind was already working, connecting pieces, seeing patterns. If Pettigrew was the real secret keeper, if he betrayed my parents and framed Sirius, where is he now? I don't know. Dumbledore's voice was quiet. But I've always suspected he's not dead. The way he supposedly died was too convenient, too clean. Men like Pettigrew don't die heroically. They survive. Then we need to find him. Harry stood up, his mind racing. If Pettigrew is alive, he can prove Sirius's innocence. And if Sirius is innocent. He trailed off, but everyone in the room understood the implications. An innocent Sirius Black meant no black heir with claims over Potter assets. It meant Ragnarok's scheme would collapse. It meant Harry would keep everything he'd built. But it also meant something else. Something Harry hadn't let himself think about until now. If Sirius Black was innocent, then Harry had a godfather. Family. Someone who might actually want him. He pushed that thought aside. It was too dangerous to hope for. First, he needed evidence. Headmaster, he said, I need access to everything you have on Peter Pettigrew. His history, his abilities, his known associates. If he's alive, there must be some trace of him somewhere. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. You've grown into a remarkable young man, Harry. Not the child I expected, but perhaps the one we need. He nodded slowly. Very well. I will give you what I have. And I will help you search for the truth. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. Dumbledore's eyes were grave. If Pettigrew is alive, if he did betray your parents, he won't want to be found. And the people who helped him disappear won't want their secrets exposed. He paused. This path may lead to danger, Harry. Real danger, not just financial maneuvering. Are you prepared for that? Harry thought about the years ahead. About the enemies he was making, the battles he was fighting, the world he was trying to reshape. About the boy who'd fed a dying goblin in a garden shed and the man that boy was becoming. I've been preparing my whole life, he said. I just didn't know for what until now. April brought spring to Hogwarts and war to Harry's financial empire. The search for Pettigrew was ongoing, but it had proven frustratingly difficult. The man, if he was still alive, had covered his tracks well. Dumbledore's resources and Augusta Longbottom's political connections had turned up nothing concrete, only hints and possibilities that led nowhere. Meanwhile, Ragnarok's claim was moving through the Goblin courts. Tonks reported that a preliminary hearing had been scheduled for July, just after Harry's 11th birthday. If the claim wasn't dismissed before then, Harry could lose access to his vault. And in Diagon Alley, the Malfoys had changed tactics. Instead of intimidation, they were now using persuasion. Lucius Malfoy had personally visited several of the shop owners in Harry's network, offering partnerships and investments and the implied protection of his family's influence. The offers were generous, more generous than they should have been. "He's buying loyalty," Harry told Hermione during one of their study sessions. He'd begun confiding in her, carefully, testing her reactions. She'd proven surprisingly willing to accept the reality of his secret business dealings. "But isn't that what you did?" she asked. "You bought their debts and offered them better terms. How is this different?" "The difference is motive. I bought their debts to build a network of mutual support. Malfoy is buying their loyalty to undermine me specifically." Harry frowned. "And he's offering too much. The deals don't make financial sense unless he plans to recoup his losses some other way." "Like what?" "I don't know yet. But I will." The answer came 2 weeks later, in the form of a leaked document that Tonks had obtained from a contact in the ministry. Lucius Malfoy was planning to propose a new law, the Commercial Integrity Act. On the surface, it was a regulation preventing foreign interests from controlling more than a certain percentage of wizarding businesses. In practice, it was aimed directly at Harry. Because Harry's shell companies were technically registered under Goblin law, a consequence of using Gringotts as his financial base. Under the proposed act, those companies would be classified as foreign interests, and their holdings would be subject to forced divestiture. It was elegant, in a vicious way. Malfoy couldn't attack Harry directly, so he was changing the rules of the game entirely. "Can he do this?" Harry asked Tonks during their next scheduled correspondence. "Legally, yes," Tonks wrote back. "The Wisingamot has authority over commercial regulations. Malfoy has enough allies on the council to push this through, especially if he frames it as protecting British wizarding businesses from outside control. Your options are limited. You could re-register your companies under wizarding law, but that would require disclosing your identity, and once people know a child is behind these acquisitions, they'll find ways to nullify them. Or you could challenge the law in court, but that could take years and would likely fail anyway." Harry read this with growing frustration. He'd prepared for many scenarios, but he hadn't anticipated this kind of structural attack. Malfoy wasn't trying to beat him at the game, he was trying to change the game entirely. There had to be another option. Something he was missing. He thought about Griphook's lessons. About leverage and debt and the patient accumulation of power. About finding angles that others couldn't see. And then it hit him. The Commercial Integrity Act was aimed at foreign interests, specifically, at Goblin-registered companies. But what if Harry's companies weren't the only Goblin-registered businesses in the alley? He wrote to Griphook with a simple question: how many of Lucius Malfoy's shell companies are registered through Gringotts? The answer came 3 days later: nearly all of them. It's standard practice for wealthy wizarding families to use Goblin registration for tax purposes and liability protection. Harry smiled as he read this. If the Commercial Integrity Act passed, it wouldn't just affect his holdings. It would affect Malfoy's entire empire. The question was whether Malfoy knew that. May brought the answer: Malfoy didn't know. Harry had Tonks leak the information to a friendly journalist, who ran a story analyzing the potential impact of the proposed act. The article noted, almost in passing, that many prominent wizarding families used Goblin-registered companies, and that the act could have unintended consequences for their holdings. The reaction was immediate. Suddenly, families who had been quietly supporting Malfoy's proposal were having second thoughts. The old guard who had complained about foreign interests were realizing that their own interests might be at stake. Within 2 weeks, the Commercial Integrity Act was dead. Lucius Malfoy sent a letter to Harry, through Draco, delivered during breakfast in the Great Hall. "Mr. Potter, it seems I underestimated you. A rare occurrence, and one I don't intend to repeat. My previous offer of cooperation stands. Perhaps you'll find it more attractive now that you've seen what competition truly looks like. Sincerely, Lucius Malfoy. Harry read the letter, then folded it and tucked it into his pocket. Draco was watching from the Slytherin table, his expression unreadable. What did he say? Ron asked, trying to peek at the letter. He wants to be friends, Harry said. Ron snorted. Fat chance. Malfoy's a git. His father is a different kind of git, Harry replied. The kind it's useful to keep talking to. He didn't respond to the letter immediately. Let Malfoy wait. Let him wonder what Harry was planning. The power dynamics had shifted, even if only slightly. Malfoy had tried to change the game and failed. That failure would make him more cautious, but also more dangerous. He'd be looking for other angles, other weaknesses. Harry intended to find them first. June brought exams, which Harry passed without difficulty. He'd kept up with his studies despite everything else, partly because knowledge was power and partly because he genuinely enjoyed learning magic. The theoretical frameworks were elegant, and the practical applications were endlessly useful. But his mind was elsewhere. The search for Pettigrew had stalled. Ragnarok's claim was due to be heard in 2 weeks. And somewhere out there, enemies were planning their next moves. The breakthrough came from an unexpected source, a rat. Specifically, a rat that belonged to Ron Weasley. Harry had noticed the rat early in the year, an old, tired-looking animal named Scabbers that Ron had inherited from his brother. He'd thought nothing of it at the time. Lots of students had pets. But during their end-of-year feast, something caught Harry's attention. Scabbers had escaped Ron's pocket and was scurrying along the table, and for just a moment, Harry saw something strange. A glint of intelligence in the rat's eyes that didn't belong there. A flinch when Dumbledore's name was mentioned nearby. It was probably nothing. Harry told himself that. Animals didn't react to names. He was being paranoid. But Griphook had taught him to trust his instincts, and his instincts were screaming that something was wrong. That night, after the feast, Harry cornered Ron in the common room. "Your rat," he said. "How long have you had him?" Ron looked confused by the question. "Scabbers? I dunno, years. Percy had him before me, and I think someone gave him to Percy when he started Hogwarts. So the rat is at least 12 years old. I guess. He's always been pretty old." Ron frowned. "Why do you care about Scabbers?" Harry's mind was racing. 12 years. The same amount of time that had passed since Voldemort's fall. Since Pettigrew had supposedly died. Where did Percy get him? Harry asked, keeping his voice casual. "I don't know. Found him in the garden, I think. Mum wasn't happy about it, but Percy insisted." Ron's frown deepened. "Harry, what's going on?" Harry forced himself to smile. "Nothing. Just curious." But inside, his thoughts were anything but calm. Peter Pettigrew had been an animagus. Dumbledore had mentioned it in passing during their conversation, a small man who had transformed into a small animal, probably a rat or mouse. A rat that had appeared in the Weasley garden around the time Pettigrew disappeared. A rat that had lived for 12 years, far longer than any normal rat should survive. A rat that was currently sleeping in a first-year Gryffindor's pocket. Harry needed to be sure before he acted. One wrong move and Pettigrew, if it was Pettigrew, would disappear again. He needed proof. He needed a plan. And he needed to move fast, because summer was coming, and with it, the hearing that could decide everything. The plan came together over the final week of term. Harry wrote to Dumbledore, explaining his suspicions. The headmaster was skeptical at first, the idea seemed too convenient, too neat, but he agreed to help verify. "There's a spell," Dumbledore explained when they met in his office. "A forced transformation that will reveal any animagus in their human form. If your suspicions are correct, the rat will become Pettigrew. If not..." He shrugged. We'll owe Mr. Weasley an apology and a new pet. When can we do it? Tonight. I'll arrange for Mr. Weasley and his rat to be in an isolated location. You should be there. If this is Pettigrew, he's connected to your family's history. Harry nodded. His heart was pounding, but his voice stayed calm. I'll be ready. They confronted Scabbers in an empty classroom on the 7th floor. Ron was confused and increasingly alarmed as Dumbledore explained the situation. He clearly thought the headmaster had lost his mind. Scabbers is just a rat, he kept saying. A boring old rat. We'll see, Dumbledore replied, raising his wand. The spell hit Scabbers before the rat could react. There was a flash of light, a horrible twisting motion, and suddenly a man was standing where the rat had been. He was small, with watery eyes and a pointed nose. His balding head was covered in patchy hair, and his left hand was missing a finger. He looked around the room with wild panic, searching for escape. Peter Pettigrew, Dumbledore said quietly. It's been a long time. Pettigrew's eyes found Harry, and something flickered in them, recognition, fear, calculation. The Potter boy, he whispered. You look just like James. Harry felt rage building in his chest, cold, focused rage unlike anything he'd felt before. This was the man who'd betrayed his parents. Who'd handed them to Voldemort. Who'd let Sirius Black rot in Azkaban for a crime he didn't commit. But he kept his voice steady. You're going to confess, he said. You're going to tell the truth about what you did. And then you're going to Azkaban, where you belong. Pettigrew began to cry, falling to his knees. Harry, please, you don't understand, I had no choice, he would have killed me, you had a choice, Harry said. You chose to betray my parents. You chose to frame your friend. You chose to hide as a rat for 12 years while an innocent man suffered. I was afraid, so was Sirius. So were my parents. Harry's voice was like ice. But they didn't betray the people who trusted them. Dumbledore stepped forward, binding Pettigrew with invisible ropes. I'll take him to the Ministry tonight. There will be questions, but the evidence is clear. Sirius Black will be freed. Harry nodded, not trusting himself to speak. It was done. Pettigrew was captured. The truth would come out. And Harry's enemies, Ragnarok, who had based his scheme on a false premise, Malfoy, who had hoped to exploit the chaos, would find their plans in ruins. But Harry felt no triumph. Only a hollow satisfaction and the weight of everything that couldn't be undone. His parents were still dead. His childhood was still stolen. No amount of victory could change that. The summer arrived with news that spread like wildfire through Wizarding Britain. Sirius Black was innocent. Peter Pettigrew had been the true traitor. The boy who lived had been instrumental in discovering the truth. Ragnarok's claim was dismissed before it could even be heard, with no legitimate black heir to exercise the marriage contract clause, the entire legal basis collapsed. The director's scheme had failed. Lucius Malfoy went quiet. The disruption of his plans was secondary to the larger political implications of the Pettigrew revelation. Former death. Eaters were being re-examined. The Ministry was in chaos. This was not the time for aggressive business maneuvers. And Harry Potter, 11 years old, sat on the Hogwarts Express as it carried him back to London, reading a letter from a man he barely knew. Harry, I don't know how to thank you. I don't know how to tell you what these years have been like, or how much it means to know that someone believed in my innocence enough to search for the truth. I'm your godfather. I don't know if you knew that. James and Lily asked me to look after you if anything happened to them. I failed them, not in the way everyone thought, but I failed them nonetheless. I should have been there. I should have protected you. The Ministry is processing my release now. I should be free within the week. When I am, I want to see you. I want to get to know the boy you've become, and I want to tell you about the parents you never got to know. If you're willing. Serious Harry read the letter 3 times, then carefully folded it and put it in his pocket. A godfather. Family. Someone who actually wanted him. He wasn't sure how to feel about that. The walls he'd built around himself didn't come down easily. Trust was a resource to be spent carefully, not given away freely. But as the train rolled toward London, toward the Dursleys who would soon be irrelevant to his life, toward a future that was opening up in ways he'd never anticipated, Harry allowed himself a small hope. Maybe some victories could change things after all. Chapter 2 and Chapter 3, The alley wore the summer sun beat down on Diagon Alley as Harry Potter walked its cobblestone length for the first time as a free man. Not free in the legal sense, he'd always been free in that way, but free from the Dursleys, free from the cupboard, free from the gnawing uncertainty that had defined his childhood. Sirius Black walked beside him, still too thin from his years in Azkaban, but with a light in his eyes that grew brighter each day. They'd been living together for 3 weeks now, in a townhouse in London that Sirius had purchased with money from the Black family accounts he'd finally been able to access. "You're quiet," Sirius observed. "Thinking about business?" Harry smiled slightly. "Always." It was true. Even now, walking through the alley with his godfather, part of his mind was cataloguing changes. The apothecary on the corner had new window displays, his influence, through the restructured debt agreements. Flourish and Blots had expanded into the adjacent storefront, also his influence, through careful financial support. The web he'd woven over the past 3 years was visible everywhere, if you knew how to look. But there were other changes too. Changes he hadn't made. "The Malfoys have been busy," Harry said, nodding toward a new shop that had opened where the old wand repair service used to be. The sign read, "Malfoy Magical Investments," in elegant gold lettering. "That's the 3rd new property they've acquired this month." Sirius's expression darkened. Lucius always did move fast when he smelled opportunity. With the Ministry in chaos after Pettigrew's capture, there's no one watching the regulators. He can do whatever he wants. For now. They continued walking, past the ice cream parlor and the joke shop and the dozens of small businesses that formed the commercial heart of Wizarding Britain. Harry's mind was working, as it always was, analyzing patterns and planning responses. The Malfoy expansion was concerning but not unexpected. Lucius had been quiet after his Commercial Integrity Act failure, but quiet didn't mean idle. He'd been consolidating, preparing, waiting for the right moment to strike. The political turmoil following Pettigrew's capture had given him that moment. But Harry had been preparing too. "I need to visit Gringotts," he said. "There are some matters that require personal attention." Sirius nodded. "Want me to come?" "Better if you don't. The goblins and I have a complicated relationship." That was an understatement. Ragnarok's scheme had collapsed, but the director hadn't forgotten his humiliation. The forced dismissal of his claim had cost him face among the Goblin Council, and goblins had long memories. Harry needed to tread carefully in goblin territory. But he also needed to tread firmly. Weakness invited attack. The interior of Gringotts was as Harry remembered it, all marble and gold and suspicious goblin eyes. He walked past the queues of ordinary customers, heading directly for the private offices in the back. A goblin guard moved to intercept him. "I have an appointment with account manager Griphook," Harry said, before the guard could speak. The guard's eyes widened slightly. Griphook's name carried weight, even now, perhaps especially now. The exiled goblin had become something of a legend among the younger generation, a symbol of conscience in a nation that valued profit above all. "Wait here," the guard said, and disappeared through a side door. Harry waited, using the time to observe. The bank seemed busier than usual, with more goblins moving through the halls and more whispered conversations in corners. Something was happening, something that had the nation on edge. The guard returned. "This way." He led Harry through a maze of corridors, deeper into the bank than Harry had ever been. The walls changed from polished marble to rough-hewn stone, and the air grew cooler. They were underground now, in the ancient heart of Gringotts. The office they finally reached was small but comfortable, filled with books and papers and the smell of old parchment. Griphook sat behind a desk that seemed too large for him, looking older than Harry remembered but no less sharp. "Young master," the goblin said, rising to greet him. "It's been too long." Harry clasped Griphook's hand, a gesture of equality that would have shocked most wizards. "How are you, old friend?" "Surviving. Which is more than some can say." Griphook gestured to a chair. "Sit. We have much to discuss." Harry sat, noting the tension in Griphook's posture. "What's wrong?" "Everything." Griphook moved to a cabinet, producing a bottle and 2 glasses. "Wine. Goblin maid, you won't find better anywhere." "Please." Griphook poured, taking his time, gathering his thoughts. When he finally spoke, his voice was grave. "Ragnarok is dying." Harry absorbed this. "How long?" "Months. Perhaps weeks. The healers aren't certain." Griphook took a long drink. "He's been ill for some time, but he hid it well. Now it's too advanced to hide." "And the succession?" "That's the problem." Griphook's eyes met Harry's. "Ragnarok has no clear heir. His children died in the last Goblin Civil War, and he never remarried. The council will choose his replacement, but there are factions. Old grudges. Competing visions for the nation's future." Harry understood immediately. A power struggle. The worst kind. 3 candidates have emerged, each with significant support. Goldtooth, who represents the traditionalists, goblins who want to continue as we always have, isolated from wizard affairs. Silverclaw, who leads the expansionists, those who believe we should use our financial power more aggressively to advance goblin interests. And Griphook paused. "Me." Harry blinked. "You." "I represent the reformers. Goblins who believe we need to change our relationship with wizards, not through aggression, but through genuine partnership." Griphook's smile was thin. "It's not a popular position. But it's gained support since your activities became known. A wizard who deals fairly with goblins, who understands our ways, who treats us as equals, it suggests that reform might be possible. You want me to help you become director?" "I want you to help me become director so that I can help you." Griphook leaned forward. "Think about it, Harry. A reformist director would transform Gringotts. No more schemes against wizard clients. No more skimming from dormant vaults. Genuine partnership instead of hidden exploitation." He paused. "And a powerful ally in your continuing struggle against the old families." Harry considered this. The strategic implications were enormous. Griphook as director would fundamentally alter the balance of power in Wizarding Britain. The financial manipulation that old families like the Malfoys relied on would become much harder. Harry's own position would be dramatically strengthened. But there were risks too. Supporting Griphook openly would make Harry enemies among the traditionalist and expansionist factions. It would draw him deeper into goblin politics, with all the dangers that entailed. And if Griphook lost, the backlash could be severe. "What do you need from me?" Harry asked. "Support. Visible, public support from the wizard who has done more to advance goblin-wizard relations than anyone in centuries." Griphook's voice was intense. "If you endorse my candidacy, it sends a message. It tells the council that reform is possible, that there are wizards willing to work with us as partners. And if I do this, what happens to my enemies? The ones who've been working against me?" Griphook's smile showed his sharp teeth. The first act of Director Griphook would be a full audit of Gringotts' operations. Every vault. Every transaction. Every fee and charge and maintenance cost for the past 50 years. He paused for effect. Including the records that show how certain wizard families have benefited from goblin corruption. The Malfoys, for instance, have been receiving preferential treatment for generations. Under-the-table deals. Fees waived. Interest forgiven. Harry felt a cold satisfaction spreading through his chest. You're offering me ammunition. I'm offering you truth. What you do with it is your affair. Griphook drained his glass. But I suspect you'll find creative uses. Harry left Gringotts with his mind racing. The opportunity Griphook had presented was extraordinary, but so were the risks. He needed to think carefully before committing. He found Sirius at Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor, eating a sundae and reading the Daily Prophet. His godfather looked up as Harry approached, something flickering in his eyes. Good meeting. Complicated. Harry sat down, ordering his own sundae more for appearance than appetite. Things are happening in the Goblin Nation. Significant things. Want to talk about it? Harry considered. He'd been carefully managing how much he told Sirius about his business activities. His godfather was supportive but didn't fully understand the scope of what Harry had built. Sirius saw money as a means to an end, something to spend on comfort and pleasure, not as a weapon to be wielded. But this was different. This was politics on a scale that affected everyone. The director of Gringotts is dying, Harry said quietly. There's going to be a succession struggle. I've been asked to take a side. Sirius set down his newspaper, his expression serious. By whom? A goblin I trust. Someone who wants to change how goblins and wizards work together. And what does he want from you? Public support. My endorsement of his candidacy. Harry paused. In exchange, he's offering access to information that could damage the Malfoys significantly. Sirius was quiet for a moment, processing this. When he spoke, his voice was careful. Harry, I know you've been building something. I don't know all the details, but I can see it, the way shop owners defer to you, the way Tonks talks about your holdings. You've accomplished remarkable things for your age. He leaned forward. But this is different. This is choosing sides in a goblin civil conflict. If you guess wrong, I know the risks. Do you? Sirius's eyes were intense. The goblin rebellions weren't ancient history, Harry. My great-great-grandfather fought in one. Thousands died. Wizards and goblins both. He shook his head. If Gringotts destabilizes, if the succession turns violent, you could be caught in the middle of something far worse than any business dispute. Harry absorbed this. Sirius wasn't wrong. The potential consequences of involvement were severe. But so were the consequences of staying uninvolved. If I do nothing, Harry said slowly, one of the other candidates will win. The traditionalists will continue the corruption that's enriched old families for generations. The expansionists will become more aggressive, potentially triggering the very conflict you're worried about. Either way, the opportunity for reform is lost. And if your candidate loses despite your support, then I've made powerful enemies. Harry met his godfather's eyes. But I've already made powerful enemies. The Malfoys want me destroyed. Ragnarok spent years trying to steal from me. Pretending to be neutral doesn't make me safe, it just means I can't influence what happens. Sirius was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. You've thought this through. I've been thinking it through since I was 7 years old. Harry's voice was quiet but firm. The world isn't fair, Sirius. It's not designed to be fair. The only way to survive is to understand the rules better than anyone else and use them before they're used against you. That sounds like something a Slytherin would say. It sounds like something a survivor would say. Harry allowed himself a small smile. The hat considered Slytherin, you know. But it said I was too loyal for that house. Sirius laughed, a genuine laugh, surprised out of him. Loyal? You're one of the most calculating people I've ever met. Calculation and loyalty aren't opposites. Harry stood, leaving money on the table for his untouched Sunday. I protect the people who depend on me. That's loyalty. I just happen to do it through careful planning rather than reckless heroism. Your father would have charged in without thinking. My father died. Harry's voice was gentle but matter-of-fact. I intend to live. The formal endorsement happened 2 weeks later, in a ceremony at Gringotts that attracted far more attention than Harry had anticipated. Word had leaked, possibly deliberately, that Harry Potter would be making a statement on the Goblin succession. Reporters from the Daily Prophet crowded the bank's entrance, shouting questions as Harry walked past with Tonks at his side. Inside, a crowd of goblins had gathered, representing all 3 factions and dozens of smaller interest groups. Harry had prepared his statement carefully, working with Griphook and Tonks to strike exactly the right tone. Too aggressive and he'd alienate moderates. Too passive and his endorsement would be meaningless. He needed to project strength without threatening, confidence without arrogance. I'm here today, he said, standing at a podium in Gringotts' main hall, to speak about the future of Goblin-Wizard relations. Not as a politician or a diplomat, but as someone who has dealt with goblins my entire life, and who has learned, perhaps more than most wizards, to respect what the Goblin Nation has built. He paused, letting his words settle. When I was 7 years old, I met a goblin named Griphook. He was wounded, alone, and dying. I could have ignored him. I could have turned him over to those who wanted him dead. Instead, I chose to help him, not because I expected anything in return, but because it was right. The hall was silent. Goblins didn't show emotion easily, but Harry could see the effect his words were having. This wasn't the story they'd expected from a wizard. Griphook taught me things that no wizard had ever learned, the principles of goblin finance, the magic of debt and obligation, the value of honest dealing. He taught me that goblins and wizards could work together, if both sides were willing to try. Harry looked around the hall, meeting goblin eyes without flinching. I know that some goblins believe wizards will never treat you as equals. I understand why. The history between our peoples is dark, filled with war and betrayal and broken promises. But I believe that history doesn't have to determine our future. He took a breath. Griphook represents a different path. Not isolation, not aggression, but genuine partnership. A Gringotts that serves both goblins and wizards fairly. A goblin nation that takes its rightful place in the magical world, not as servants or enemies, but as allies. Harry's voice grew stronger. I'm not here to tell goblins how to choose their director. That's your decision, and yours alone. But I am here to say that if Griphook leads this bank, he will have my full support. And perhaps, just perhaps, we can begin to build the future that our peoples deserve. He stepped back from the podium. The silence stretched. Then, slowly, applause began. Not from all the goblins, the traditionalists and expansionists stood with arms crossed, but from enough. Griphook's supporters, and others who had been uncertain, now clapping with increasing enthusiasm. It wasn't a victory. The succession was far from decided. But it was a beginning. The backlash came quickly. Within days of Harry's endorsement, the Daily Prophet ran a scathing editorial questioning his judgment. Boy who lived meddles in goblin affairs, the headline read. The article suggested that Harry was being manipulated by goblins, that his business dealings proved he couldn't be trusted, that his intervention was inappropriate and dangerous. Harry recognized Malfoy influence in the phrasing. The elder Malfoy had extensive connections in the press, and this was exactly the kind of attack he would orchestrate. More concerning were the direct approaches. A representative from Goldtooth, the traditionalist candidate, requested a meeting. Harry agreed, curious what would be offered. Mr. Potter, the goblin said, his tone formal and cold, you have made a significant error. Griphook cannot win this succession. His ideas are too radical, his support too limited. By endorsing him, you have positioned yourself against the likely next director. That remains to be seen. No, it does not. The goblin's eyes glittered. The council votes next month. Our counts show Goldtooth with a clear majority. Griphook's support is passionate but insufficient. Harry kept his expression neutral. And you're telling me this because? Because it's not too late to reconsider. Publicly withdraw your endorsement. Express regret for your youthful enthusiasm. Goldtooth is willing to overlook your mistake if you demonstrate good faith now. And if I don't? The goblin smiled, showing teeth. Then you will have made a powerful enemy for no gain. The next director will remember who opposed him. Harry considered several responses before settling on the truth. I appreciate the warning, he said. But I don't change course because of threats. If Goldtooth wins, he can deal with me as he sees fit. But he should know that I don't threaten easily, and I don't forgive threats at all. The meeting ended shortly after. Harry reported the conversation to Griphook, who looked troubled but unsurprised. Goldtooth is confident. Too confident, perhaps. The goblin frowned. His count of council votes may be accurate, but votes can change. Especially if there are revelations. What kind of revelations? The kind that might emerge from a thorough audit of certain transactions. Griphook's smile was thin. Goldtooth has been skimming from Gringotts for decades, far more brazenly than Ragnarok ever did. If evidence of that corruption were to become public before the vote. Can you obtain such evidence? I already have. Griphook produced a folder thick with documents. But releasing it is delicate. If it seems like a political attack, it might backfire, rally support for Goldtooth as a victim of reformist manipulation. Harry understood immediately. You need the information to come from a neutral source. Someone with no obvious stake in the succession. Exactly. Harry thought about this. A neutral source would be difficult to find. Most people who could access and verify such evidence were already aligned with one faction or another. But there was one possibility. What about the Ministry? Harry asked. They regulate wizard-goblin relations. If they launched an independent investigation. The Ministry is in chaos. They have no capacity for such an investigation. They might, if the right people pushed them. Harry's mind was working. Augusta Longbottom sits on the Wizengamot. She has concerns about Gringotts governance. I know this because we've discussed it. If she were to formally request a ministry review of goblin banking practices. Griphook's eyes widened. That would provide the neutral framework. The ministry investigates, discovers evidence of corruption, Goldtooth is exposed as a thief. And suddenly his council votes don't look so secure. It was a dangerous play. Involving the ministry meant involving wizards in what goblins considered internal affairs. Some would see it as foreign interference, regardless of the corruption revealed. But if Griphook was right that Goldtooth couldn't be defeated any other way. Do it, Griphook said. Talk to Longbottom. Make your case. If she agrees to push for an investigation, we might have a chance. Augusta Longbottom received Harry in her formal sitting room, surrounded by portraits of Longbottom ancestors who watched the conversation with painted eyes. You're asking me to start a political firestorm, she said, after Harry had laid out his proposal. A ministry investigation into Gringotts would be unprecedented. The goblins will see it as an attack on their sovereignty. Some will, Harry agreed. Others will see it as a chance to clean house. Goldtooth's corruption is well known within the Goblin Nation, they just haven't been able to prove it. An external investigation gives reformers the evidence they need. And if the investigation spirals out of control? If it damages Goblin-Wizard relations more broadly? That's a risk. Harry met her eyes. But the alternative is a director who's even more corrupt than Ragnarok. Goldtooth doesn't just steal from wizard clients, he actively works to undermine them. If he takes power, the old families will benefit while everyone else suffers. Augusta's expression sharpened. Including the Malfoys? Especially the Malfoys. Goldtooth has been their ally for decades. A Goldtooth directorship would strengthen their position significantly. This, Harry knew, was the argument most likely to persuade her. Augusta Longbottom had her own grudges against the Malfoys, old grievances that went back generations. The chance to strike at their interests, even indirectly, would be difficult to resist. "You're manipulating me," she said, but there was a hint of respect in her voice. "I'm presenting facts. What you do with them is your choice." Augusta was silent for a long moment. Then she laughed, a short, sharp sound. "You're a piece of work, Potter. I said it before and I'll say it again, unexpected depths." She stood, moving to her writing desk. "I'll propose the investigation at next week's Wisengamot session. But understand, if this goes badly, I'll deny any connection to you. I'm too old to take the fall for a child's schemes." "Understood. And thank you." "Don't thank me. Just don't make me regret this." The ministry investigation launched 2 weeks later, amid considerable controversy. Goblin representatives protested vigorously, calling the inquiry a violation of treaties and traditions. The Daily Prophet ran dueling editorials, some supporting the investigation as long overdue oversight and others condemning it as wizard imperialism. Gringotts itself issued a formal complaint, though notably, the complaint came from the director's office, Ragnarok, still clinging to power despite his illness, and not from the full council. Within the bank, the effect was immediate. Goldtooth's faction scrambled to contain the damage, trying to distance themselves from their candidate's corruption. Council members who had privately expressed support for the traditionalist began to waver. Griphook's reformist message suddenly looked more attractive. And then the evidence started emerging. Ministry auditors, given unprecedented access to Gringotts records, uncovered decades of financial manipulation. Goldtooth had been stealing from wizard clients systematically, routing the stolen gold through a network of shell accounts and offshore holdings. The amounts were staggering, millions of galleons over a career spanning half a century. But the most damaging revelation involved the Malfoys. Documents showed that Goldtooth had been working directly with Lucius Malfoy for years. The wizard had provided political cover, using his ministry connections to block any investigation into goblin affairs. In exchange, Goldtooth had given the Malfoys preferential treatment, loans at below-market rates, fees forgiven, assets protected from scrutiny. The partnership went beyond simple corruption. There were references to special projects and mutual interests that suggested coordination on a deeper level. Harry couldn't prove exactly what those references meant, but the implication was clear: the Malfoys and the corrupt goblins had been working together to maximize their respective powers. When the prophet ran the story, the reaction was explosive. Goldtooth withdrew from the succession race, claiming health reasons. His faction collapsed, with supporters scrambling to align themselves with either Silverclaw's expansionists or Griphook's reformers. The ministry investigation expanded, targeting not just Goldtooth but the entire network of corruption he'd built. And Lucius Malfoy found himself, for the first time in his career, on the defensive. Harry received word of Malfoy's difficulties through multiple channels. Tonks reported that ministry officials were asking questions about the Malfoy family's Gringotts dealings. Augusta Longbottom noted, with evident satisfaction, that Lucius had been conspicuously absent from recent Wisengamot sessions. And Draco Malfoy, back at Hogwarts for the new school year, had become noticeably more subdued. "Your father's having a rough time," Harry observed during a chance encounter in the library. They were alone. Harry had planned it that way. Draco's jaw tightened. "I don't know what you're talking about." "The investigation. The newspaper stories. The allies who are suddenly too busy to return his owls." Harry kept his voice casual. "It must be difficult, watching everything he built come under threat. Is there a point to this, Potter?" "Just an observation." Harry paused. "And an offer." Draco's eyes narrowed. "What kind of offer?" Your father and I have been on opposite sides of a competition. He's tried to destroy my business interests. I've tried to protect them. So far, it's been a draw. Harry sat down across from Draco, uninvited. But the rules have changed. The investigation has exposed weaknesses your father didn't know he had. If it continues, he might lose everything. Are you threatening me? I'm informing you. Harry's voice was calm. I could push for the investigation to expand. I could encourage my allies to target Malfoy interests specifically. I could make your father's life very difficult. Draco's face went pale. What do you want? The same thing I've always wanted. To be left alone. Harry leaned forward. Your father can continue his business dealings, I don't care about competing with him in the normal way. But the attacks stop. The intimidation stops. The attempts to change laws specifically to harm me stop. He paused. In exchange, I'll encourage my allies to focus the investigation on Goldtooth's network, not on the Malfoys specifically. Your father takes some damage from the association, but nothing fatal. You expect me to negotiate on my father's behalf? I expect you to deliver a message. What your father does with it is his choice. Harry stood. But he should know that this is a one-time offer. If he refuses, or if he accepts and then breaks his word, the next investigation won't stop until there's nothing left. He walked away, leaving Draco sitting alone in the library. Lucius Malfoy's response came 3 days later, in the form of a formal letter delivered by Eagle Owl. Mr. Potter, your proposal has been received and considered. I find myself in the unusual position of respecting an opponent. Your methods are sophisticated for someone your age, and your strategic thinking is sound. I accept your terms. The Malfoy family will cease active measures against your interests. In exchange, you will encourage a focused approach to the ongoing investigation. I trust this begins a new phase in our relationship. Competition without destruction. Rivalry without ruin. Perhaps, in time, we might find common cause. Stranger alliances have formed from stranger beginnings. Lucius Malfoy. Harry read the letter twice, analyzing every word choice. Malfoy was accepting the truce, but his language was careful. Active measures left room for passive resistance. In time, suggested he was already planning how to regain the upper hand. This wasn't peace. It was a pause. Both sides would use the time to rebuild and prepare for the next confrontation. But Harry would take what he could get. The Malfoy threat was neutralized for now, which freed him to focus on other matters. Like the Goblin succession, which was entering its final phase. Ragnarok died on a grey October morning, quietly and without ceremony. Harry learned of it through Griphook, who sent word immediately. The director had simply stopped breathing in his sleep, his body finally surrendering to the illness that had been consuming him for months. Whatever his crimes, and they were many, he'd been a capable leader who had guided the Goblin nation through difficult times. The council convened 3 days later to choose his successor. Harry wasn't present, of course. The selection of a director was a Goblin matter, closed to outsiders. But Griphook had arranged for messages to be sent as the voting progressed, keeping Harry informed of developments. The first round of voting showed Silverclaw in the lead, with Griphook close behind. The expansionists had consolidated support from former Goldtooth backers who distrusted reform but couldn't stomach the traditionalist candidate's corruption. Griphook's support came from reformers and moderates who believed change was necessary. The second round narrowed the gap. Several council members who had been undecided swung to Griphook, swayed by his promise of genuine partnership with wizards, a partnership that Harry's endorsement had demonstrated was possible. The third round was a tie. Harry received this news with a mixture of hope and concern. A tied vote meant a runoff, with additional speeches and another round of voting. It also meant that everything could still go wrong. He waited, unable to concentrate on anything else, while the Goblin nation decided its future. The message came just after midnight. Young master, it is done. By a margin of 3 votes, the council has chosen me as director of Gringotts. I owe you more than I can express. Your support, your endorsement, your willingness to stake your reputation on a goblin's reforms, these things made the difference. Without you, Silverclaw would have won, and the future would have been darker for both our peoples. But the work is just beginning. There are those who opposed me who must be reconciled. Changes to implement. A bank to reform and a nation to lead. I will need your counsel in the days ahead. For now, know this, you have a friend in the director's chair. Whatever comes, whatever challenges you face, Gringotts stands with you. Director Griphook Harry read the message 3 times, feeling something unfamiliar spreading through his chest. Not just satisfaction at a plan successfully executed. Not just relief at a dangerous gamble paying off. Pride. He felt proud of what they'd accomplished together. The weeks following Griphook's election brought rapid changes to Gringotts. The new director moved quickly to consolidate power, replacing corrupt officials with reformers and instituting new transparency measures. The audit Harry had pushed for continued, but now it was an internal matter, goblins cleaning their own house rather than submitting to wizard oversight. The ministry investigation wound down, its most dramatic findings already public. Lucius Malfoy weathered the storm, damaged but not destroyed. His alliance with Goldtooth was embarrassing but not criminal, he hadn't technically broken any laws, just benefited from someone else's crimes. But the balance of power had shifted. Harry's network in Diagon Alley was stronger than ever. Shop owners who had been uncertain of their mysterious creditor now saw him as a protector, someone who had stood up to both goblin corruption and Malfoy intimidation. The restructured debts he'd offered were more attractive than ever, and new businesses sought him out for financing. By November, Harry controlled the debt on nearly half the alley, not a majority, but close enough to matter. "You've built something remarkable," Sirius observed one evening, as they reviewed the latest reports in Harry's study. The townhouse had become something like a command center, with maps and charts and ledgers covering every surface. "I didn't understand it at first, but I'm starting to see the shape of it now. It's not enough yet." Harry frowned at a chart showing Malfoy holdings. "Lucius still controls more than I do. And the truce won't last forever. What's next, then?" Harry considered. The immediate crises were past, Ragnarok's scheme defeated, Malfoy's attacks neutralized, Griphook installed as a powerful ally. But he knew better than to assume the victories were permanent. "The consortium," he said finally. Sirius's expression shifted. "The what?" "Something Griphook mentioned, back when I was first learning about goblin finance. He said there were powers behind the powers, old families who'd maintained secret control of the wizarding economy for centuries." Harry pulled out a folder he'd been compiling. "I've been seeing hints of it in the financial records. Transactions that don't make sense unless there's a hidden coordinator. Shell companies that trace back to nothing. A pattern of wealth concentration that seems almost designed. You think there's some kind of secret cabal controlling the economy? I think there's something. Whether it's a formal organization or just an informal network, I don't know. But whoever or whatever it is, they've been very good at staying hidden." Harry's voice was thoughtful. "The Malfoys are powerful, but they're not the peak. They take orders from someone, or they're part of something larger than themselves." Sirius looked troubled. "This sounds like conspiracy thinking." "Maybe. But conspiracies exist, Sirius. We just proved that, the Goldtooth-Malfoy partnership was a conspiracy. The theft from my vault was a conspiracy." Harry met his godfather's eyes. "I'm not imagining shadows everywhere. I'm following evidence to see where it leads. And if it leads somewhere dangerous, then I'll know what I'm dealing with." Harry smiled slightly. Better to face a known enemy than to be ambushed by an unknown one. Sirius didn't argue. He'd learned, over the months of living with Harry, that his godson didn't make wild claims. If Harry said he was following evidence, then evidence existed. "What do you need from me?" he asked. "Access to the Black family records. There's a reason Ragnarok tried to use the Potter-Black connection against me. The Blacks have been part of the wizarding aristocracy for centuries. If there's a hidden power structure, they would have been involved in it." Sirius nodded slowly. "The family records are in the vault at Gringotts, and in the old house. Number 12, Grimmauld Place." His voice darkened. "I haven't been back there since I was 16. Left and never looked back. I know it's difficult, it's not difficult. It's disgusting." Sirius's jaw tightened. "My family was everything wrong with pure-blood society. Dark magic, blood supremacy, cruelty for its own sake. I spent my childhood trying to escape them. But their records might hold answers." Sirius was silent for a long moment. Then he sighed. "Fine. We'll go to Grimmauld Place. But I'm warning you, whatever we find there won't be pleasant." Number 12 Grimmauld Place was hidden between numbers 11 and 13, invisible to Muggle eyes and accessible only to those who knew the secret. Sirius spoke the address aloud, and the building seemed to unfold from nothing, a tall, narrow house that radiated darkness even in the afternoon sun. "Home sweet home," Sirius muttered, and pushed open the door. The interior was exactly as Harry had expected, dark, dusty, filled with artifacts of dark magic and portraits of ancestors who screamed insults at anyone who passed. Sirius moved through the house with the rigid posture of someone forcing themselves to endure something unpleasant, his wand out and his eyes scanning for threats. "The records are in the study," he said. "Top floor, at the back. My father's domain, no one else was allowed in." They climbed the stairs, passing a particularly vicious portrait that shrieked about blood traitors and mudbloods until Sirius hit it with a silencing charm. The study door was locked, but it opened to Sirius's touch. The house recognized its air, however reluctantly. The room beyond was vast, far larger than the exterior suggested. Shelves lined every wall, filled with books and scrolls and artifacts that hummed with old magic. A desk dominated the center of the space, covered in papers that looked like they hadn't been touched in decades. "Start with the ledgers," Sirius suggested, pointing to a shelf near the window. "My father kept meticulous financial records. If the family was involved in anything unusual, it would be there." Harry moved to the shelf, pulling down the first ledger. It was old, the leather cracked and the ink faded, but the entries were still legible. He began to read. Hours passed. Sirius explored other parts of the house, checking for traps and dark artifacts, while Harry worked through the Black family's financial history. Most of it was what he expected: investments, properties, the slow accumulation of wealth over generations. But then he found something different. A notation, repeated in several ledgers across multiple decades: consortium contribution, quarterly. The amounts were substantial, always paid to the same account number, always at the same time of year. Harry pulled out more ledgers, tracing the pattern back through time. The contributions went back centuries, all the way to the 1700s, when Gringotts was first established. Whatever the Blacks had been paying into, it was old. Very old. "Sirius," Harry called. "I found something." His godfather appeared in the doorway, looking tired and grim. "What is it?" "The Blacks have been making regular payments to something called the Consortium for at least 300 years. Harry showed him the ledgers. "The amounts are huge, enough to impoverish most families. But the Blacks kept paying, generation after generation." Sirius studied the entries with a frown. "I never heard my parents mention anything called the Consortium. Maybe it wasn't something they talked about openly. Maybe it was just understood." Harry's mind was racing. These payments are too consistent to be voluntary. This is an obligation, a dues payment to some kind of organization. An organization that includes the Blacks, the Malfoys, probably all the old pure-blood families. Sirius's voice was troubled. What are they paying for? Harry didn't know. But he intended to find out. Research into the consortium became Harry's primary focus over the following weeks. He found references in other family records, accessed through Augusta Longbottom's connections and Griphook's archives. The pattern was consistent, old families making regular payments to an unnamed entity, receiving in return, something. The records weren't clear on what benefits membership provided. But gradually, a picture began to emerge. The consortium wasn't just a financial arrangement. It was a power structure, a way for the old families to coordinate their activities and maintain their collective dominance. Membership required not just gold but loyalty, a commitment to preserve the existing order against threats from below. The goblins had been allowed to prosper because the consortium permitted it. The ministry functioned because the consortium supported it. Everything Harry had assumed was natural, the shape of wizarding society, the distribution of wealth and power, was actually designed. Engineered by people who had decided, centuries ago, that they knew best how the world should work. "This is bigger than I imagined," Harry admitted to Griphook during one of their meetings. "I thought I was fighting individual enemies. The Malfoys. Ragnarok. But they're just pieces on a board someone else controls." Griphook nodded gravely. "The consortium is older than Gringotts. We've always known it existed, the founders of the bank dealt with them directly. But even we don't fully understand their structure." "What do you know?" "That they're patient. That they think in generations, not years. That they've survived every threat to their power for centuries by being willing to sacrifice individual members for collective benefit." Griphook paused. Goldtooth was sacrificed. When his corruption was exposed, the consortium let him fall rather than risk their own exposure. Lucius Malfoy too. They let him take damage from the investigation rather than intervene. Exactly. They protect the structure, not the people. As long as the structure survives, they can always find new people. Harry absorbed this. It explained things, why Malfoy had accepted the truce so readily, why the investigation had been allowed to proceed. The consortium had calculated that limited losses were acceptable if they preserved their overall position. But it also created an opportunity. "The structure depends on secrecy," Harry said slowly. "The old families pay their dues and follow the rules because they believe the consortium will protect them. But if that belief breaks, if they see that the consortium will sacrifice them without hesitation, then the structure starts to crack." Harry smiled grimly. "I can't destroy the consortium directly. They're too big, too hidden, too entrenched. But I can make them visible. I can show their members what they really are. That's a dangerous game. It's the only game that matters." Harry stood, pacing the room. "Everything else I've done, the debt acquisitions, the alliances, even getting you elected, it's all been preparation. Building resources for the real fight. And you're ready for that fight now?" Harry thought about all he'd learned, all he'd built, all he still didn't know. He thought about the enemies he'd made and the enemies yet to come. He thought about his parents, dead because of people who thought they had the right to decide who lived and died. "Not yet," he admitted. "But I'm getting closer. And they don't know I'm coming." December brought snow to London and a turning point to Harry's investigation. He'd been tracing consortium payments through the financial system, looking for any indication of where the money ultimately went. Most of the trails dead-ended in Gringotts accounts that had been closed or transferred. But one, a relatively recent payment from the Malfoy family, led somewhere unexpected. Hogwarts. The payment was made to the Hogwarts Board of Governors Special Fund, an account that Harry had never heard of. It wasn't in any public records, wasn't mentioned in any official documents. It simply existed, receiving regular contributions from old families and dispersing them to, somewhere. "The Board of Governors controls Hogwarts," Griphook explained when Harry asked about it. 12 members, all from old families, all appointed for life. They oversee the school's operations, hire and fire staff, set policy. And they have a secret fund? Apparently. Though I've never seen any records of its expenditures. Harry dug deeper. He found references to the fund going back centuries, always with the same pattern: contributions from old families, no visible disbursements. The money went in, but it never came out. Unless it did come out, just not in any way that showed in the records. They're using Hogwarts, Harry realized, the pieces clicking into place. The school isn't just an educational institution. It's a tool for maintaining the social order. The board controls who gets educated, how they're educated, what they learn and don't learn. And the fund? Pays for? I don't know. Special programs. Secret projects. Ways of shaping students into what the consortium wants them to be. Harry's voice was grim. I've been attending Hogwarts for over a year, never realizing that the institution itself was part of the system I'm fighting. This changed everything. Harry had thought of Hogwarts as neutral ground, a place to learn and grow away from the political battles of the wider world. Now he understood it was anything but neutral. The question was, what was he going to do about it? Harry's answer came in the form of an unexpected ally. He was in the Hogwarts library, researching the Board of Governors, when someone sat down across from him. He looked up to find Hermione Granger, her expression unusually serious. "I know you're investigating something," she said without preamble. "I've watched you for months, the letters, the meetings, the way you disappear for hours. You're not just a student, Harry. You haven't been since the day we met." Harry considered denying it. But Hermione was smart, smarter than almost anyone he'd met, and lying to her would only damage a relationship he valued. "What do you think I'm investigating?" he asked instead. "I don't know specifically. But I've noticed things." She pulled out a notebook, flipping through pages of cramped handwriting. Financial irregularities in how Hogwarts is funded. Board of Governors meetings that happen in secret. Students from certain families getting preferential treatment without any official explanation. Harry felt a spark of admiration. She'd been doing her own research, apparently, completely independent of him. "Why are you telling me this?" "Because I want to help." Hermione's chin lifted. "I came to Hogwarts thinking I was entering a meritocracy, a place where skill and hard work would be recognized. But it's not like that, is it? The old families run everything. They've always run everything. And they're not going to let that change without a fight. No. They're not. So we fight back." Her eyes were fierce. "I don't know what you're planning, Harry, but whatever it is, I want in. I'm tired of pretending I don't see the injustice. I'm tired of being the brightest witch of her age, while watching less talented people succeed because of their names." Harry studied her for a long moment. Bringing Hermione into his confidence was risky, more people who knew meant more chances for information to leak. But she had resources he lacked: intelligence, research skills, and perhaps most importantly, the perspective of someone who hadn't been raised to see the current system as normal. "All right," he said finally. "But you need to understand what you're getting into. This isn't a school project. The people I'm fighting have killed to protect their power. They'll kill again if they feel threatened. I understand. Do you? Really?" Harry leaned forward. "Once you're involved, you can't uninvolve yourself. You'll be a target. Your family will be a target. Everything you care about will be at risk." Hermione didn't flinch. "My family is already at risk. I'm a Muggleborn, in their world, I barely exist. They tolerate me because I'm useful, because I make their school look good. But the moment I stop being useful..." She shook her head. "I'd rather fight for a world where I matter than accept one where I don't." Harry nodded slowly. He'd underestimated her, seen her as a brilliant student, not a potential ally in the larger struggle. That had been his mistake. "All right," he said again. "Let me tell you what I know. The partnership proved immediately valuable. Hermione's research skills complemented Harry's strategic thinking perfectly. She could dig through archives and records for hours, finding connections that would have taken Harry days to uncover. Together, they pieced together a more complete picture of the consortium's influence at Hogwarts. The Board of Governors Special Fund was just the beginning. There were also legacy scholarships that went exclusively to children of member families. Special classes that weren't listed in any catalog. A network of teachers and administrators who had been placed specifically to shape the school's direction. It's like an invisible curriculum, Hermione said, showing Harry her findings. Students from the right families get taught things the rest of us never even know exist. No wonder they always seem to be one step ahead, they're literally being given information we're not. Can you document all of this? I'm working on it. But some of the evidence is circumstantial. We'd need access to the board's private records to prove anything definitively. Harry thought about this. The board met quarterly, in a chamber deep within the castle. Security was tight, but not impenetrable, especially for someone who knew Hogwarts as well as Harry did. Leave that to me, he said. You keep building the external case. I'll find a way to get the internal evidence. It was a division of labor that would serve them well in the months ahead. Hermione, the researcher, gathering proof that could be presented to the public. Harry, the operative, getting access to secrets that weren't meant to be found. 2 students against a centuries-old conspiracy. It wasn't fair odds, not even close. But Harry had never expected fair odds. He'd learned long ago that fairness was a myth, something people in power told those below to keep them compliant. He intended to make his own odds. The Board of Governors met on the winter solstice, in a chamber beneath the castle that predated Hogwarts itself. Harry knew this because he'd spent weeks researching, questioning, and carefully bribing a house elf who cleaned the governor's quarters. The information had cost him 20 galleons worth of socks, but it was worth every canute. The meeting would begin at midnight, when the magical wards were weakest. 12 governors would be present, plus various advisors and assistants. They would discuss school business first, budgets, staffing, policy, then move on to special matters that weren't recorded in any official minutes. Harry planned to be there for the special matters. Getting into the chamber was the hard part. He couldn't simply walk through the door, the wards would detect him instantly. But there was another way in, if you knew where to look. The chamber had been built by Salazar Slytherin, according to the house elf. Slytherin had designed hidden passages throughout Hogwarts, passages that only his heirs could access. And Harry, through a complex chain of magical inheritance, had a claim on Slytherin's legacy. He'd discovered this during his research into the Black family records. The Blacks had intermarried with the Gaunts, Slytherin's last known descendants, several times over the centuries. Through those marriages, certain magical abilities had passed to the Black line. And Harry, through his grandmother Doria Black, had inherited those abilities. It took him 3 attempts to find the passage. The entrance was hidden behind a tapestry in the dungeons, activated by speaking a phrase in Parseltongue, the language of snakes, another unexpected inheritance from the Slytherin line. Harry had discovered he could speak Parseltongue by accident, during a trip to a magical menagerie with Sirius. A snake in one of the tanks had been complaining about the temperature, and Harry had responded without thinking. The shopkeeper's expression had been memorable. Now that ability opened doors that would have remained closed to anyone else. The passage wound deep into the castle's foundations, through corridors that hadn't seen light in centuries. Harry moved carefully, his wand lighting the way, until he reached a small chamber that overlooked the board's meeting room. He settled in to wait. The governors arrived in ones and twos, materializing through the chamber's designated entrance. Harry recognized some of them from his research, Lord Knott, Lady Greengrass, the Elder Parkinson, and noted others he didn't know. All of them moved with the easy confidence of people who had never had to question their own power. Lucius Malfoy was the last to arrive. He took his seat at the head of the table, a position that apparently denoted chairmanship of the board. Harry hadn't known that, another piece of information for his growing understanding. "Let us begin," Malfoy said, his voice carrying clearly through the chamber. "The hour grows late, and we have much to discuss." The first hour covered mundane business. Budget allocations. Staff appointments. A proposal to renovate the Quidditch pitch. Harry listened with half an ear, waiting for the discussion to turn to more significant matters. It happened just after 1 in the morning. "We come now to special matters," Malfoy announced, and the atmosphere in the room shifted. Assistants and minor functionaries were dismissed, leaving only the 12 governors. Wards flared, sealing the chamber from outside observation. Harry felt the wards pass over him, probing, searching, but his hiding place had been designed by Slytherin himself, and the wards couldn't penetrate it. "First item," Malfoy continued. "The Potter problem." Harry felt his heart rate spike. He forced himself to remain still, to keep breathing normally. "Our young friend has been more active than anticipated," Malfoy said. His involvement in the Gringotts succession was disruptive. "The installation of the reformist director threatens our arrangements with the Goblin Nation. Can nothing be done?" Lord Not asked. "The boy is 11 years old. Surely he can be neutralized. Attempts have been made." Malfoy's voice was cold. "Direct approaches have failed. Legal approaches have failed. Even the Goblin Director's scheme to claim his assets was defeated. Then more aggressive measures are being considered." Malfoy cut him off. "But carefully. The boy who lived cannot simply disappear. Public attention on him is too high. We must find an approach that removes him from the board without creating a martyr." Harry filed this away, his mind racing. They were discussing how to eliminate him. This wasn't a surprise, he'd known they were enemies, but hearing it stated so baldly was something else. "What about the Godfather?" Lady Greengrass suggested. "Black is unstable. Perhaps he could be provoked into doing something rash. If the boy died in an accident with his guardian. Possible. But Black is more controlled than he appears. My son reports that he's entirely devoted to the Potter boy." Malfoy shook his head. "No, I believe our best approach is the long game. Let the boy attend Hogwarts. Let him build his little network. And gradually, subtly, ensure that everyone he trusts is actually working for us." There was murmured agreement around the table. Harry felt cold spreading through his chest, not fear, but anger. They were so confident. So certain that they could manipulate him without his knowledge. They had no idea he was listening to every word. "Second item," Malfoy continued. "The Founders' Compact." Harry's attention sharpened. He'd heard that phrase before, Griphook had mentioned it during their early lessons. Something about ancient agreements between wizards and goblins. "Our research has confirmed that the original document still exists," Malfoy said. "Hidden somewhere within the castle, according to legend. If it were found and destroyed, certain, inconvenient restrictions would be lifted." Restrictions on what? Harry hadn't heard this governor speak before, a woman with silver hair and sharp features. "On our ability to reorganize magical society as we see fit." Malfoy's voice was smooth. "The compact established certain rights for non-pure-blood wizards. Muggleborns. Half-bloods. Those protections have proven remarkably difficult to eliminate through legislation, because they're anchored in the original magical agreements that founded our society. And if the compact is destroyed, then the anchoring fails. The protections become optional." Malfoy smiled. "We could finally build the world we've always envisioned. A world where magical purity is properly recognized and rewarded." Harry's anger crystallized into something colder. They weren't just protecting their economic interests. They were planning to reshape wizarding society entirely. To eliminate the rights of Muggleborns like Hermione. To create a world where blood status was everything. This wasn't just about money or power. This was about the fundamental nature of the magical world. And Harry was going to stop them. He slipped out of the chamber as the meeting was ending, making his way back through the hidden passages to the familiar corridors of Hogwarts. His mind was racing, processing everything he'd learned, planning his next moves. The Founders' Compact. He needed to find it before they did. Whatever protections it contained, they were important enough that the consortium had been seeking the document for what sounded like years. And Harry had an advantage they didn't know about. He had access to Slytherin's hidden passages. If the compact was hidden in the castle, there was a good chance it was somewhere only a Founder's heir could reach. He had to tell Hermione. Had to tell Sirius and Griphook. This was bigger than anything he'd anticipated, a fight not just for his own interests, but for the soul of magical Britain. But first, he needed sleep. The night had been long, and the days ahead would be longer. As Harry made his way to Gryffindor Tower, he allowed himself a small, grim smile. The consortium thought they were hunting him. They thought he was just a clever child, to be managed and eventually eliminated. They had no idea that he was already hunting them. Chapter 3 and Chapter 4, The Enemy of My Enemy. The winter holidays passed in a blur of research and planning. Harry had shared everything he'd learned from the board meeting with his inner circle, Sirius, Griphook, Hermione, and Ted Tonks. Their reactions had ranged from grim confirmation, Griphook had suspected something like the consortium existed, to horrified disbelief. Hermione had needed 2 hours and a pot of tea to process the implications. But all of them agreed on one thing: finding the Founders' Compact had become the priority. If they destroy it, everything changes, Harry explained during a strategy session in Sirius's study. The room had become their war council, maps and documents covering every surface. The protections for Muggleborns, the rights of magical creatures, the limits on pure-blood authority, all of it is anchored in that document. Without it, the consortium can remake Wizarding Society however they want. And you think the compact is hidden at Hogwarts? Tonks asked. Malfoy seemed to think so. And it makes sense, the Founders built the school. If they created a document that important, they'd keep it somewhere they controlled. But Hogwarts has been searched hundreds of times over the centuries, Hermione pointed out. If the compact were easy to find, someone would have found it by now. Which means it's not easy to find. It's hidden somewhere that most people can't access. Harry paused. Somewhere that might require a Founder's heir to reach. Sirius leaned forward. You think you can find it because of your connection to Slytherin? I think it's worth trying. The passage I used to spy on the board meeting, no one else has used it in centuries. Maybe there are other passages. Other secrets that only a Founder's heir can uncover. It's a long shot, Griphook observed. It's the only shot we have. Harry stood, moving to the window. Snow was falling on London, blanketing the city in white. The consortium has been searching for years. They have resources, people, time. But they don't have what I have, access to parts of Hogwarts they don't even know exist. And if you find the compact? Tonks asked. What then? Harry had thought about this. Then we have leverage. The consortium wants to destroy it because it limits their power. If we have it, we control what happens to it. We can expose their plans. We can protect the people they want to harm. He turned back to the room. We can change the rules of the game. The strategy was risky, everything about fighting the consortium was risky. But it was better than waiting for them to make the first move. I'll return to Hogwarts early, Harry decided. Use the time before term starts to search the castle. Hermione, can you research the Founders? Anything that might hint at where they would hide something important? I've already started. Hermione produced a thick folder from her bag. The legends say each Founder had a secret chamber somewhere in the castle. Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets is the most famous, but there are references to similar spaces associated with Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff. Then that's where I'll look. Harry felt something settle into place, a sense of direction, of purpose. The compact was created by all four founders together. If it's hidden anywhere, it would be somewhere all four of them could access. A shared space. Does such a space exist? Sirius asked. I don't know. But I intend to find out. Harry returned to Hogwarts 3 days before the official start of term, claiming he wanted extra time to prepare for upcoming exams. The castle was nearly empty, only a handful of students had stayed for the holidays, and most of the staff had their own quarters elsewhere. Perfect conditions for exploration. He began with the known passages, the ones that appeared on the Marauder's map that Sirius had given him, a magical document created by Harry's father and his friends, showing every corridor and hidden route in Hogwarts. But the map had limitations. It showed what the Marauders had discovered, not what existed. There were blank spaces, areas where the map simply said, unknown, or showed nothing at all. Those were the areas Harry focused on. The first night, he explored the dungeons. He'd already found one Slytherin passage, perhaps there were others. He spoke in Parseltongue to every suspicious-looking wall, tested every cold stone, pushed against every shadow. He found 2 new passages. One led to a forgotten storeroom filled with potion ingredients so old they'd turned to dust. The other opened into a small chamber containing nothing but a single portrait, a dark-haired woman with Slytherin's green and silver colors, who watched Harry with knowing eyes but refused to speak. The second night, he tried the towers. Ravenclaw territory, according to the legends. Here his Parseltongue was useless, but Hermione's research had suggested other methods. Riddles, puzzles, tests of intelligence. He found the entrance to Ravenclaw's hidden study by solving a sequence of magical equations carved into a seemingly blank wall. The study contained books, hundreds of them, in languages Harry didn't recognize. He couldn't read most of them, but he noted their locations for future investigation. The third night was the most productive. Harry had been searching the 7th floor, near the room of requirement, when he felt something, a pull, a tug at his magical senses. He followed it, moving by instinct rather than reason, until he found himself standing before a tapestry of a wizard being clubbed by trolls. The tapestry was unremarkable. The wall behind it was not. Harry could feel magic there, deep and old. Magic that resonated with something inside him, not his Slytherin inheritance, but something else. Something from his other bloodline. Gryffindor. He pressed his hand against the stone, reaching for the magic the way Griphook had taught him to reach for debt bonds. The wall shimmered, rippled, and slowly became transparent, revealing a door that hadn't been visible before. Harry pushed the door open and stepped through. The chamber beyond was circular, lit by torches that burst into flame as he entered. The walls were covered in tapestries depicting the 4 founders, and at the center of the room stood a stone pedestal holding a single object, a golden box, ornate and ancient, covered in symbols Harry didn't recognize. He approached carefully, every sense alert for traps. But the chamber felt welcoming, not dangerous. It recognized him, somehow. Accepted him. The box opened at his touch. Inside, resting on faded velvet, was a scroll of parchment. The writing on it was old, older than anything Harry had ever seen, but somehow still legible. The 4 founders' signatures were at the bottom, preserved by magic across a millennium. The Founders' Compact. Harry read it with trembling hands. The document was exactly what Malfoy had described, and so much more. It established the fundamental principles of wizarding society, that all magical people, regardless of blood status, had equal rights under magical law. That magical creatures were to be treated with respect and dignity. That the Goblin Nation would manage wizard finances in exchange for guaranteed autonomy. That Hogwarts would educate any witch or wizard who showed magical ability, without discrimination. But there was more. Clauses that Harry hadn't expected. The compact wasn't just a statement of principles. It was a magical contract, binding on all parties and their descendants. Breaking its terms had consequences, specific, enumerated consequences that the magic itself would enforce. And there was a provision that Harry read 3 times before he fully understood it. Should any party seek to void or destroy this compact, they shall forfeit all properties, holdings, and magical privileges to the aggrieved parties. The heirs of the founders, should they exist, shall serve as arbiters of any such dispute. The consortium wasn't just trying to destroy protections for Muggleborns. They were risking everything they owned, everything they were, on the assumption that no founder's heir would stop them. They had assumed wrong. Harry didn't take the compact with him. The chamber's magic would protect it better than anything he could do. But he spent hours memorizing every word, every clause, every implication. Then he wrote to his allies, summoning them to an emergency meeting. They gathered in Sirius's study on the first day of term, Harry having secured special permission to leave the castle for family business. The tension in the room was palpable as Harry laid out what he'd found. "The compact is real," he said. "And it's more powerful than any of us imagined." He explained the terms, the consequences, the provision about founders' heirs serving as arbiters. When he finished, the room was silent. "You're saying," Griphook said slowly, "that if the consortium attempts to void the compact, they legally forfeit everything to, whom exactly? To the aggrieved parties. Which, based on the compact's protections, would include Muggleborns, magical creatures, and anyone else harmed by the voiding." Harry paused. "And the arbitration would be conducted by the founders' heirs. Of which you are one. I have a claim through Gryffindor, through the Potter line. And possibly through Slytherin, through my black inheritance." Harry's voice was careful. "I'm not the only heir, there may be others I don't know about. But I have standing to invoke the compact's enforcement provisions." Tonks whistled softly. "So if the consortium tries to destroy the document, they trigger a magical lawsuit that strips them of everything they own?" "In theory. In practice, it's more complicated. The compact requires proof of intent to void it. We'd need evidence that the consortium is actively trying to destroy the document, not just discussing it." "Evidence you may have," Hermione said quietly. "From what you overheard at the board meeting. That's hearsay. My word against theirs." Harry shook his head. "We need more. We need documentation. Witnesses. Something that would hold up under magical arbitration." "That's where I can help," Griphook said. "As director, I have access to Gringotts records going back to the original compact. If the consortium has been planning this for years, there will be a paper trail. Payments to researchers. Communications with allies. Evidence of the conspiracy. Can you find it?" "I can look. But it will take time, and if the wrong people notice what I'm searching for, they'll know we're onto them." Harry nodded. "Be careful. We can't afford to tip our hand before we're ready." "There's another consideration," Sirius said. He'd been quiet throughout the discussion, his expression troubled. "You're talking about destroying the old families. Not just defeating them, annihilating them. Taking everything they own, everything they've built over centuries. That's what the compact's enforcement provisions would do, yes. Is that what you want?" Sirius's eyes were intent. "I know they're your enemies. I know they've done terrible things. But complete destruction, that's not just strategy. That's vengeance." Harry was quiet for a moment, considering the question. It was a fair point. The path he was contemplating would devastate not just the consortium's leadership, but everyone connected to them, spouses, children, innocent relatives who had no part in the conspiracy. "I don't want vengeance," he said finally. "I want change. The current system is broken, designed to benefit a small group at everyone else's expense. The consortium has maintained that system for centuries. If we just defeat them, someone else will take their place, and nothing really changes." He paused. "But if we use the compact to expose what they've been doing, to show everyone the truth about how the system works, then maybe we can build something better. That's idealistic. It's practical. Destroying the consortium without changing the conditions that created them just creates a power vacuum. We need to change the conditions themselves. Sirius studied him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. You've thought this through. Really thought it through. A wry smile crossed his face. Your father would be proud. And terrified. Probably both at once. Harry allowed himself a small smile in return. I'll take that as a compliment. The weeks that followed were a delicate dance of preparation and misdirection. At Hogwarts, Harry maintained his cover as an ordinary student, attending classes, completing assignments, appearing to focus on nothing more significant than upcoming exams. He even joined the Gryffindor Quidditch team, accepting a position as seeker that gave him an excuse to spend hours flying around the grounds. But beneath the surface, the real work continued. Griphook's search of the Gringotts archives turned up a troubling pattern. For the past decade, someone had been systematically removing or altering records related to the Founders' Compact. References to the document had been deleted from catalogs. Physical files had disappeared. Even some of the goblins who might have known about the Compact's location had retired or transferred to distant branches. Someone's been covering their tracks, Griphook reported. And they've been doing it for a long time. The consortium? Almost certainly. The alterations matched the timing of certain payments from old family accounts. They've been paying goblins to destroy evidence. Can you prove that? I'm working on it. Some of the payments can be traced to specific individuals. If I can connect those individuals to the missing records. Do it. But carefully. We can't afford to lose you. Hermione's research produced its own discoveries. She'd found references to a secret fifth chamber at Hogwarts, a space that the four founders had created together, accessible only when all four bloodlines were represented. The chamber where Harry had found the compact might be it, but Hermione suspected there was more. The legends say the founders hid their greatest treasures together, she explained during one of their covert meetings in the library. The compact might be one treasure, but there could be others. Artifacts. Knowledge. Things that would give us additional leverage. Can you find out more? I'm trying. But the information is fragmentary. Whoever created those legends didn't want them to be easily decoded. Keep working. Anything you find could be useful. Meanwhile, Harry maintained his own parallel operation, building relationships with potential allies among the student body. Not recruitment, it was too early for that, but cultivation. Identifying students who might be sympathetic to his cause, students with their own grievances against the old families, students who might one day be valuable partners. Neville Longbottom was one. The Longbottom family had suffered at the hands of Death Eaters connected to the old families, and Neville himself had never fit comfortably into pure-blood society. He didn't know about Harry's activities, but their friendship was genuine, and Harry suspected that when the time came, Neville would stand with him. Luna Lovegood was another, a Ravenclaw girl who saw the world differently than most people. Her father published a magazine that the mainstream press dismissed as conspiracy nonsense, but Harry had noticed that some of the Quibbler's nonsense touched on uncomfortable truths that other publications ignored. Luna herself seemed to understand that the world was not what it appeared to be. There were others. Cedric Diggory, a Hufflepuff prefect with a strong sense of justice. Susan Bones, whose aunt was head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Terry Boot, a Ravenclaw who had quietly confided that his Muggle-born mother had been denied opportunities despite her brilliance. Seeds, planted for a harvest that was still years away. The crisis came in February, unexpected and nearly catastrophic. Harry was in potions class when the summons arrived, a note from Professor McGonagall requesting his immediate presence in the headmaster's office. The other students watched with curiosity as he gathered his things and left, whispers following him into the corridor. Dumbledore was waiting in his office, and he wasn't alone. Lucius Malfoy stood by the window, his expression cold. Two other wizards Harry didn't recognize flanked him, ministry officials, by their robes. "Mr. Potter," Dumbledore said, his voice carefully neutral. "Please, sit down." Harry sat, his mind racing through possibilities. This wasn't a casual meeting. Something had happened. "Harry," Dumbledore continued, "Lord Malfoy and these gentlemen from the Ministry have come with some concerning allegations." "What kind of allegations?" Malfoy answered, his voice smooth as silk. "We have evidence that you've been engaged in illegal financial activities, Mr. Potter. Market manipulation. Bribery of Ministry officials. Conspiracy to defraud Gringotts Bank." Harry kept his expression neutral, but his stomach tightened. "That's quite a list. We have documents." Malfoy produced a folder from his robes. "Bank records. Transaction logs. Witness statements. All pointing to a pattern of criminal behavior that began when you were 7 years old. Documents can be forged. These have been verified by Ministry experts." One of the officials spoke for the first time, a thin man with suspicious eyes. "We've spent months investigating. The evidence is conclusive." Harry looked at the folder, not reaching for it. "May I ask who initiated this investigation?" "That's confidential." "I see." Harry turned to Dumbledore. "Headmaster, am I being accused of something? Charged with a crime?" Dumbledore's expression was troubled. "Not at this time. Lord Malfoy came to me first, as a courtesy. He wanted to give you the opportunity to explain yourself before any formal charges were filed." "How considerate." Harry didn't bother hiding his skepticism. "And what would Lord Malfoy require in exchange for this courtesy?" Malfoy smiled, a thin, predatory expression. "Nothing unreasonable. Simply that you divest yourself of your commercial holdings. Step back from your business activities. Return to being a normal student." "And if I refuse?" "Then the Ministry investigation proceeds. Your assets are frozen pending trial. Your guardianship is transferred to more suitable arrangements." Malfoy's smile widened. "Azkaban is unpleasant for adults. I imagine it's considerably worse for children." The threat hung in the air. Harry looked at the folder of evidence, at the Ministry officials, at Malfoy's confident expression. They'd been planning this for months, clearly. Gathering material, preparing their case, waiting for the right moment to strike. But they'd miscalculated. "Headmaster," Harry said calmly, "may I contact my legal representative? I believe I'm entitled to counsel before responding to accusations this serious." Dumbledore nodded. "Of course. These gentlemen will wait while you make arrangements." Harry stood, moving to the fireplace. "I'll call Ted Tonks. It shouldn't take long." He made the call, and Tonks appeared within minutes, literally stepping through the fire into Dumbledore's office. He took one look at the gathered officials and his expression went hard. "Harry, don't say anything else. Mr. Malfoy, gentlemen, my client will not be responding to any questions without proper legal protections." He turned to the Ministry officials. "Has Mr. Potter been formally charged with anything?" "Not yet," one began. "Then this meeting is over. Any further communication should be directed to my office." Tonks put a hand on Harry's shoulder. "Come on, Harry. We're leaving." "You can't simply walk away from this," Malfoy said, his voice sharp. "The evidence will be reviewed through proper legal channels. If you have a case, file charges. Until then, my client has no obligation to speak with you." Tonks guided Harry toward the door. "Good day, gentlemen." They left the office, moving quickly through the castle corridors. Tonks didn't speak until they were outside, on the grounds, away from any possible listeners. "How bad is it?" Harry asked. "Bad enough. They've been thorough, whatever evidence they've manufactured, it'll be hard to disprove. Tonks's expression was grim. Someone's been feeding them information. Details about your operations that shouldn't be public. A spy? Or multiple spies? We need to assume our communications are compromised. Tonks stopped walking, turning to face Harry directly. Harry, I need to know, is there anything they could have found that's actually criminal? Anything that would hold up under honest scrutiny? Harry thought carefully before answering. No. Everything I've done has been legal. Aggressive, maybe. Unconventional. But legal. You're sure? I'm sure. Griphook was very careful to teach me the difference between sharp practice and actual crime. Harry paused. But it won't matter if they control the investigation. They can interpret legal activities as crimes, manufacture evidence for things that never happened. The truth is only useful if someone's willing to listen to it. Then we need to make someone listen. Tonks was quiet for a moment, thinking. The Wiesengemot. If we can get this in front of the full body, instead of letting the ministry handle it internally. Malfoy controls the Wiesengemot. Not all of it. There are factions, old grudges, competing interests. If we can play them against each other. Tonks shook his head. It's a long shot. But it's better than waiting for them to build their case. Harry nodded slowly. The attack had come faster than he'd expected, and from an angle he hadn't fully prepared for. But he wasn't defenseless. He had allies, resources, information that his enemies didn't know he possessed. And he had the Founder's Compact, the ultimate trump card, if he could figure out how to play it. I need to talk to Griphook, Harry said. And Augusta Longbottom. If the ministry is compromised, we need allies who can operate outside ministry channels. I'll arrange it. But be careful, Harry. From now on, assume everything you do is being watched. Harry smiled grimly. I always assumed that. Now I have proof. The emergency meeting happened that night, in a secure room at Gringotts that Griphook had swept for surveillance. Augusta Longbottom arrived looking furious. I've heard about Malfoy's accusations. The gall of that man, using the ministry as his personal weapon. It's an effective weapon, Harry said. But we may be able to turn it against him. He explained his thinking, the Founder's Compact, the enforcement provisions, the possibility of using Malfoy's attack as evidence of intent to void the Compact's protections. You're saying his accusations against you could be framed as an attempt to silence a Founder's heir, Griphook summarized. Which would trigger the very provisions he's trying to eliminate. Exactly. The Compact protects all magical people, regardless of blood status. If the Consortium is trying to destroy me because I'm defending those protections, that's evidence of intent to void the Compact. It's elegant, Augusta admitted. But it's also risky. You'd be revealing the existence of the Compact, something the Consortium has been trying to suppress for years. We have to reveal it eventually. The question is timing. Harry paused. If we wait until after they've filed formal charges, it looks like a desperate defense. If we reveal it before, while they're still preparing their case, it looks like we're the ones controlling the narrative. Augusta nodded slowly. We'd need to do it publicly. A forum where the information can't be suppressed or spun. The Wiesengemot, Griphook suggested. A formal petition invoking ancient magical law. They can't refuse to hear it, the protocols are too deeply embedded. Can I make such a petition? I'm 11 years old. You're a Founder's heir, invoking Founder's law. Age is irrelevant. Griphook's eyes glittered. In fact, your age works in our favor. An 11-year-old child, invoking 1,000-year-old protections against a conspiracy of powerful adults, the optics are devastating for them. Harry considered this. It was a gamble, revealing his knowledge of the Compact would remove his element of surprise. The Consortium would know exactly what he was planning, and they'd have time to prepare defenses. But they were already attacking him. The surprise advantage had been diminishing anyway. Better to seize control of the narrative than to let them control it. Let's do it, he decided. Prepare the petition. We'll file it before the ministry can file charges. I'll draft the legal documents tonight, Tonks said. Griphook, I'll need the Gringotts records you've gathered, everything that shows consortium activity. You'll have them by morning. Augusta, can you ensure we have allies in the Wiesengemot? People who'll support the petition even if they don't know all the details. I can make inquiries. Discreetly. Augusta's smile was thin. The old families have been complacent. It's time they remembered that there are powers older than their petty conspiracies. The meeting broke up with tasks assigned and plans set in motion. Harry walked out of Gringotts into the cold February night, feeling the weight of what was coming. This was it. The confrontation he'd been building toward since he was 7 years old. Everything he'd learned, everything he'd built, everything he'd become, it all led to this moment. He was ready. The petition was filed 3 days later. Harry Potter, identified as heir to the ancient and noble house of Potter and claimant to the founder's lineage of Godric Gryffindor, formally invoked the Founders' Compact before the Wiesengemot. The petition alleged that a conspiracy of powerful families had been working to void the Compact's protections, and requested an immediate hearing to present evidence. The wizarding world exploded. The Daily Prophet ran the story on every front page for a week. Editorial writers debated whether the compact was real, whether Harry Potter was delusional, whether the petition was a desperate move by a child facing criminal charges. The ministry issued confused statements denying any knowledge of a founders' compact while simultaneously claiming it had no legal standing even if it existed. And behind the scenes, the consortium scrambled to respond. Harry knew this because Griphook's sources reported on their activities, emergency meetings, hasty consultations with lawyers, attempts to find ways to dismiss the petition without a hearing. But the ancient protocols were clear, any founder's heir could invoke the compact, and the Wiesengemot was obligated to hear the claim. The hearing was scheduled for March 15, the Ides of March, which struck Harry as grimly appropriate. The intervening weeks were consumed by preparation. Harry rehearsed his testimony with Tonks, memorizing every detail of the evidence they would present. He met with Augusta Longbottom's allies in the Wiesengemot, building support for the petition. He coordinated with Griphook on the financial records that would demonstrate consortium activity. And he dealt with the ongoing consequences of Malfoy's accusations. The ministry investigation continued, despite the petition's filing. Harry was questioned twice, with Tonks present both times, and gave careful answers that revealed nothing they didn't already know. His assets were placed under a temporary hold pending resolution of the investigation, a move that would have been devastating if Harry hadn't already transferred operational control to trusted proxies. The pressure was enormous. Every day brought new challenges, new attacks, new attempts to destabilize his position. But Harry had spent years preparing for exactly this kind of fight. He didn't break. He adapted. And slowly, the tide began to turn. The public response to the consortium allegations was more favorable than Harry had expected. People who had never heard of the Founders' Compact were suddenly interested in ancient magical law. Muggleborns and half-bloods, who had always suspected that the system was rigged against them, saw Harry's petition as validation of their suspicions. Even some purebloods, those who had been excluded from the consortium's inner circle, began to ask uncomfortable questions. The narrative was shifting. Harry was no longer just a child facing criminal charges. He was a symbol, a challenge to the established order, a voice for everyone who had ever been told they didn't matter. It was exactly what he had planned. The day of the hearing arrived cold and gray, with clouds threatening snow. Harry dressed carefully, formal robes in Potter colors, his hair neatly combed for once, the ring Griphook had given him visible on his finger. He looked older than 11, Sirius observed. He looked like someone who had come to change the world. The Wiesengemot chamber was packed. Every seat was filled, and crowds of spectators lined the walls. The press was out in force, not just the prophet, but international outlets who had caught wind of the story. The boy who lived, invoking ancient magic against the wizarding aristocracy. It was the kind of story that transcended borders. Harry took his place at the petitioner's podium, facing the raised seats of the Wizengamot. Dumbledore presided as chief warlock, his expression carefully neutral. To his right sat the Minister for Magic, Cornelius Fudge, looking distinctly uncomfortable. To his left, various department heads and senior officials. And scattered throughout the chamber, the members of the consortium. Harry could identify them now, the old families, the power brokers, the invisible hands that had shaped wizarding society for centuries. They watched him with cold eyes, confident in their position, certain that they would prevail as they always had. They were about to learn otherwise. "This hearing will come to order," Dumbledore announced. "We are gathered to consider a petition filed by Harry James Potter, invoking the ancient Founders' Compact. Mr. Potter, you may present your case." Harry stepped forward, his voice clear and steady. "Thank you, Chief Warlock. Members of the Wizengamot. I come before you today not as the boy who lived, not as a student accused of crimes I didn't commit, but as an heir to the founders of our magical society, invoking protections that were established 1,000 years ago and have been deliberately hidden from public knowledge ever since." He paused, letting the words settle. "The Founders' Compact is real. I have seen it. I have read its words, signed by Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin. It establishes the fundamental principles of our society, that all magical people, regardless of blood status, have equal rights under magical law. That magical creatures are to be treated with dignity. That Hogwarts will educate any witch or wizard who shows ability." Murmurs rippled through the chamber. Harry continued. "But the compact also includes enforcement provisions. Provisions that state, should any party seek to void or destroy this compact, they shall forfeit all properties, holdings, and magical privileges to the aggrieved parties." The murmurs grew louder. Several members of the consortium shifted in their seats. "I am here because there is such a party. A conspiracy of powerful families who have been working for decades to void the compact's protections. They have corrupted goblin banking. They have infiltrated the ministry. They have controlled the board of governors at Hogwarts. And they are now attempting to destroy me, because I discovered their plans and chose to oppose them." Harry turned to face the section of the chamber where the consortium's members sat. "I am here to invoke the compact's enforcement provisions against these families. And I am prepared to present evidence that will prove their guilt beyond any doubt." The chamber erupted. Shouts of protest from the consortium members. Calls for order from the presiding officials. Cameras flashing as photographers captured the moment. Through it all, Harry stood calm and still, waiting for the chaos to subside. It took several minutes for Dumbledore to restore order. When he finally did, his voice was heavy with significance. "Mr. Potter, you have made extraordinary claims. Are you prepared to present evidence supporting them?" "I am." "Then proceed." Harry nodded to Tonks, who stepped forward with a thick folder of documents. "The evidence begins with financial records from Gringotts Bank," Harry said. "Records showing decades of payments from old families to a fund labeled Consortium Activities. Records showing the systematic theft from dormant vaults, including my own. Records showing bribes paid to ministry officials to suppress investigation of these activities." Tonks began distributing copies of the documents to the Wizengamot members. Harry watched their faces as they read, shock from some, fury from others, carefully concealed alarm from the consortium's members. The evidence continues with testimony from witnesses who have observed consortium activities firsthand. Goblins who were approached to participate in schemes against wizard clients. Ministry employees who were pressured to ignore certain investigations. Business owners who were threatened when they refused to cooperate. More documents. More shocked faces. And the evidence concludes with my own testimony. On December 21 of last year, I used a hidden passage at Hogwarts, a passage created by Salazar Slytherin himself, to observe a meeting of the Board of Governors. At that meeting, I heard Lucius Malfoy discuss plans to find and destroy the Founders' Compact. I heard him discuss ways to neutralize me, including, I quote, more aggressive measures. I heard him describe a future where blood purity would be properly recognized and rewarded. Harry turned back to face Dumbledore. Chief Warlock, the evidence is clear. The Consortium has been working for years to void the protections established by the Founders. They have corrupted our institutions. They have harmed countless people. And now they are trying to destroy the document that stands between them and total control of Wizarding Society. He paused, letting the weight of his words fill the chamber. I invoke the Founders' Compact. I demand that its enforcement provisions be applied. And I call upon this body to hold the conspirators accountable for their crimes. The silence that followed was absolute. Every eye in the chamber was fixed on Harry, the 11-year-old boy who had just accused some of the most powerful families in Wizarding Britain of conspiracy and treason. Then Lucius Malfoy stood. "This is absurd," he said, his voice cutting through the silence. "The ravings of a child, coached by enemies of respectable wizarding families. The so-called Founders' Compact is a myth, there is no evidence it ever existed." "Then you won't mind if we verify Mr. Potter's claims," Dumbledore replied calmly. "The Compact's location can be investigated. Its contents can be examined. Its magical signatures can be authenticated. There's nothing to authenticate. The boy is lying." "I'm not lying." Harry's voice was quiet but carried through the chamber. "And I think Lord Malfoy knows that. I think that's why he's so frightened." Malfoy's face flushed with anger. "How dare you, enough." Dumbledore's voice cracked like a whip. "Lord Malfoy, you will have the opportunity to respond to these allegations in due course. For now, the Wizengamot will consider the evidence presented and determine how to proceed." He turned to the assembled members. "This body will recess for 3 hours to review the documentation. When we return, we will vote on whether to authorize a formal investigation into the allegations made by Mr. Potter. Until then, all parties will remain in the chamber." The gavel fell, and the hearing was suspended. The 3 hours that followed were the longest of Harry's life. He sat with Tonks and Augusta Longbottom in a small antechamber, watching the clock and waiting for news. Sirius had wanted to be present but was barred from the chamber. His recent exoneration didn't erase years of suspicion, and some members of the Wizengamot still considered him unreliable. "They're deliberating," Augusta reported, returning from a brief excursion to gauge the mood of her allies. "The evidence is strong, stronger than anyone expected. Even members who are normally aligned with the old families are wavering." "Wavering isn't enough," Harry said. "We need a majority to authorize investigation. We'll get it. The financial records alone are damning. Several families are mentioned who aren't part of the inner consortium. They're furious that their names are associated with this scandal." Harry nodded, but his tension didn't ease. The consortium had survived for centuries by being adaptable. They wouldn't go down without a fight. And indeed, the fight came. Just before the recess ended, a ministry official burst into the antechamber. "Mr. Potter, there's been an incident. At Hogwarts." Harry's blood went cold. "What kind of incident?" "An attack. On the chamber where you claimed the compact was hidden." The official's face was pale. "Someone tried to destroy it. They triggered ancient wards, and there was an explosion. Several people were injured." Harry was on his feet instantly. "The compact, unknown. The area is sealed off while the wards settle. No one knows if the document survived." Augusta grabbed Harry's arm. "This changes things. If the compact is destroyed, your evidence becomes much harder to prove." "I know." Harry's mind was racing. "But it also proves my point. Why would anyone attack the chamber unless they were trying to destroy the compact? This is evidence of the conspiracy in action. Can we use it that way? We have to. Harry turned to the official. Who carried out the attack? Were they captured? One person was caught. Others escaped. The official hesitated. The person captured, he was wearing Death Eater robes. And he was carrying identification linking him to the Malfoy family. Harry felt a grim satisfaction. The consortium had panicked, moved too fast, too obviously. In trying to destroy the evidence against them, they had created more evidence. We need to get back to the chamber, he said. This information changes everything. The hearing resumed in chaos. News of the attack had spread, and the Wisengamot members were in an uproar. Some demanded immediate investigation. Others called for the hearing to be suspended. Lucius Malfoy was notably absent from his seat. Apparently he had been detained for questioning about the attacker's connection to his family. Dumbledore called for order, his face grave. New information has come to light, he announced. During our recess, an attack was carried out on a location at Hogwarts that Mr. Potter identified as containing the Founder's Compact. One attacker was captured. He has been identified as having connections to several of the families named in Mr. Potter's allegations. More uproar. Dumbledore waited for it to subside. This attack, regardless of its outcome, represents exactly the kind of activity Mr. Potter has alleged. An attempt to destroy evidence. An attempt to void the protections established by the Founders. His eyes swept the chamber. In light of these developments, I am calling for an immediate vote on authorizing a full investigation into the consortium allegations. The vote was not close. By a margin of nearly 3-1, the Wisengamot authorized the investigation. Aurors were dispatched to detain members of the implicated families. The Ministry's previous investigation into Harry was suspended pending review. And a special task force was created to locate and secure the Founder's Compact, assuming it had survived the attack. Harry watched it all with a mixture of triumph and exhaustion. The battle wasn't over. The consortium still had resources, still had allies, still had ways to fight back. But the tide had turned. The conspiracy that had controlled Wizarding Britain for centuries was finally exposed. And he had done it. An 11-year-old boy, armed with nothing but knowledge and determination, had challenged the most powerful forces in his world, and won. The aftermath of the hearing took weeks to unfold. The investigation uncovered even more evidence of consortium activities than Harry had presented. Decades of corruption, manipulation, and abuse of power were dragged into the light. Several families were stripped of their seats on the Wisengamot. Others faced criminal charges. The entire structure of the old aristocracy began to crumble. Lucius Malfoy was arrested, then released on bail, then arrested again as new evidence emerged. His fate remained uncertain, but his power was broken. The Malfoy fortune was placed under Ministry supervision pending the outcome of multiple legal actions. And the Founder's Compact survived. The attack had damaged the chamber where Harry had found it, but the compact itself was protected by magic older and stronger than anything the attackers could muster. When the wards finally settled enough for investigators to enter, they found the document intact, a little singed, perhaps, but perfectly legible. Harry was present when it was officially authenticated. He stood in the Wisengamot chamber, watching as experts confirmed the magical signatures of all 4 founders. The compact was real. Its provisions were enforceable. And its protections, for Muggleborns, for magical creatures, for everyone who had been marginalized by the old order, were now part of the public record. "You did it," Hermione said, finding him after the ceremony. Her eyes were bright with emotion. "You actually did it." "We did it," Harry corrected. "I couldn't have done any of this without you. Without Griphook and Sirius and Augusta and Tonks. Without everyone who believed in something better. What happens now?" Harry looked around the chamber, at the officials and journalists and ordinary witches and wizards who had come to witness history. At the faces full of hope and uncertainty and fear and possibility. Now we build, he said. The old system is broken. We have a chance to create something new. Something that actually lives up to what the founders intended. That's a big task. It is. Harry smiled slightly. Good thing we're just getting started. The summer after Harry's first year at Hogwarts was unlike anything he could have imagined. The world he had known, the world of hidden conspiracies and secret power, was transforming before his eyes. The consortium's exposure had triggered a cascade of changes throughout wizarding society. Old alliances were breaking. New coalitions were forming. Everything was in flux. Harry spent the summer laying groundwork for the future. He worked with Griphook to reform Gringotts, implementing the changes they had always discussed. Transparency measures. Fair dealing protocols. An end to the quiet exploitation that had characterized goblin-wizard relations for too long. He worked with Augusta Longbottom to restructure the Wizengamot, bringing in new voices from communities that had been marginalized. Muggleborns. Half-bloods. Representatives of magical creatures. For the first time in centuries, the governing body of Wizarding Britain began to actually represent the people it governed. He worked with Hermione to document everything, creating a public record of the consortium's activities that could never be suppressed or forgotten. The history of Wizarding Britain was being rewritten, and they intended to ensure it was written accurately. And he spent time with Sirius, learning about the family he had lost and beginning to build the family he was choosing. You've accomplished more in 4 years than most people manage in a lifetime, Sirius observed one evening, as they sat in the garden of their London home. You've brought down a secret conspiracy. You've reformed major institutions. You've changed the course of history. I've started changes, Harry corrected. The real work is just beginning. Fair enough. But still. Sirius shook his head. Sometimes I look at you and I can't believe you're the same scared kid I met after Azkaban. You've grown so much. Harry considered this. He had grown, not just in age, but in experience, in understanding, in capability. The frightened boy who had hidden in a garden shed seemed like a stranger now, someone from another lifetime. But some things hadn't changed. I'm still the same person, he said. I still want the same things I wanted when I was 7, safety, freedom, control over my own life. The difference is that now I understand what it takes to actually get those things. And what does it take? Harry was quiet for a moment, thinking about how to answer. It takes understanding power, he said finally. Not just having it, but understanding how it works. Where it comes from. How it can be challenged and changed. He paused. Griphook taught me that. The goblins understand power better than most wizards ever will. Is that why you aligned with them? Partly. But also because they were willing to treat me as an equal. When I was 7 years old, starving in a cupboard, a goblin saw me as a person worth teaching. That meant more than all the gold in my vault. Sirius nodded slowly. You've built remarkable alliances. Goblins, old families, muggleborns, even some of the purebloods who used to be against you. How do you hold it all together? By being honest about what I want. By being reliable in what I promise. By treating people with respect, even when they're my enemies. Harry smiled slightly. And by being very, very careful about who I trust. Who do you trust? You. Griphook. Hermione. Augusta. Tonks. Harry counted them off. A few others. Not many. That's a short list. Trust is expensive. I can't afford to give it away cheaply. They sat in comfortable silence for a while, watching the sun set over London. The world was changing, and they were both part of that change, the godfather who had lost everything and found something worth living for, and the godson who was building a future worth having. What's next? Sirius asked eventually. Harry thought about the question. The consortium was broken, but not destroyed. Some members had escaped, gone underground, were probably already planning their revenge. The reforms he'd started were fragile, dependent on continued attention and effort. The enemies he'd made wouldn't forgive or forget. But there were also opportunities. Allies who could be strengthened. Institutions that could be improved. A world that could be made better, if he had the patience and determination to see it through. "Next year, I go back to Hogwarts," Harry said. "I have a lot more to learn. Not just magic, though that too, but about the world. About people. About what's possible. And after that? After that, we'll see." Harry smiled, and for once, it reached his eyes. "I've got time. And I've learned to be patient." Sirius laughed. "Patient? You? The boy who brought down a centuries-old conspiracy before his 12th birthday. That wasn't impatience. That was preparation." Harry stood, stretching. The consortium had been building their power for generations. "I had to move fast because I didn't have generations. But now..." He gestured at the changed world around them. "Now we have time to do things properly. To build something that lasts." "Exactly." Harry turned to go inside, then paused. "Serious?" "Yes. Thank you. For believing in me. For staying with me even when you didn't understand what I was doing." Harry's voice was quiet. "It matters. More than I probably show." Sirius's expression softened. "Your family, Harry. That's what family does." Harry nodded, something warm spreading through his chest. He'd spent so long building walls, protecting himself, trusting no one. But some walls were worth lowering. Some people were worth letting in. Chapter 4 and Chapter 5, The Price of Victory. The second year of Harry Potter's Hogwarts education began under very different circumstances than the first. He was no longer an anonymous student, quietly building power in the shadows. The Wizengamot hearing had made him the most famous wizard in Britain, more famous even than his defeat of Voldemort as an infant. Every newspaper ran stories about him. Every witch and wizard had an opinion about what he'd done. Some called him a hero. Others called him a dangerous radical. A few, mostly connected to the fallen consortium families, called him much worse. Harry had expected the attention. He hadn't expected how exhausting it would be. "Another interview request," Hermione said, dropping a stack of letters on the table during breakfast. "This one's from the International Confederation of Wizards. They want you to speak at their annual conference. Decline it. You've declined the last 12 interview requests. Then decline 13. Harry pushed his eggs around his plate, not really hungry. "I'm not interested in being a celebrity. I'm interested in getting things done. But the publicity could help. The publicity is a distraction." Harry looked up, meeting her eyes. "Every hour I spend talking to reporters is an hour I'm not spending on actual work. The reforms are fragile. The coalition is fragile. If I take my attention off them to play famous person, everything falls apart." Hermione frowned but didn't argue. She'd learned, over the past year, that Harry's strategic instincts were usually right, even when they seemed counterintuitive. "At least talk to the Quibbler," she suggested. "Luna's father has been supportive, and they reach an audience that the mainstream press doesn't." Harry considered this. Luna Lovegood had become an unexpected ally. Her willingness to believe in impossible things made her more receptive to inconvenient truths than most people. And the Quibbler, for all its eccentricities, had been one of the few publications to cover the consortium story fairly. "Fine. One interview. But I get approval over the final text. I'll arrange it." Harry returned to his breakfast, his mind already moving to other concerns. The attention was annoying, but it wasn't the real problem. The real problem was what was happening behind the scenes. The consortium wasn't dead. It was wounded, scattered, stripped of its most prominent members, but the network survived. Harry's intelligence sources reported that remaining members were regrouping, forming new alliances, preparing for a counterattack. They'd lost the first battle. They had no intention of losing the war. And they had a new leader. The intelligence came from Griphook, delivered in person during one of Harry's authorized weekend visits to London. His name is Arcturus Knott, Griphook said, spreading documents across the table in his office at Gringotts. Patriarch of the Knott family. He was on the consortium's inner council, but he managed to distance himself from the worst of the evidence before the arrests began. Harry studied the file. Arcturus Knott was old, nearly 90, with the papery skin and sharp eyes of someone who had outlived most of his contemporaries. He'd avoided public life for decades, preferring to exercise influence through intermediaries. That was probably why he'd escaped the initial crackdown. What do we know about his plans? Consolidation, primarily. He's reaching out to families that weren't directly implicated, trying to rebuild the network under new management. Griphook's expression was grim. He's also been making overtures to international interests. The consortium had connections throughout Europe, those connections are still active. So he's bringing in outside support. Potentially. We've intercepted communications suggesting he's negotiating with similar organizations in France and Germany. The details are unclear, but the implications are concerning. Harry absorbed this. The exposure of the British consortium had sent shockwaves through the international wizarding community. Similar groups in other countries were suddenly nervous, afraid that what had happened in Britain could happen to them. Some had responded by distancing themselves from their British counterparts. Others, apparently, had responded by circling the wagons. What are our options? Limited, for now. Knott has been careful to stay within legal boundaries. We can monitor his activities, but we can't move against him without evidence of actual wrongdoing. Then we need evidence. Working on it. Griphook shuffled through the documents. There's something else you should know. Knott has been making inquiries about you specifically. Your background, your methods, your weaknesses. Expected. What might not be expected is where he's looking. Griphook's black eyes met Harry's. He's been asking questions about the Dursleys. Harry felt a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature. The Dursleys. His childhood prison, the people who had made his early years a misery. He'd barely thought about them since moving in with Sirius. What kind of questions? How you were treated. What you told people about your time there. Whether there's anything in your past that could be used against you. Harry's jaw tightened. He's looking for ammunition. It appears so. Your public image is currently very positive, the brave child who stood up to corrupt elites. If Knott can paint you as something else, a troubled youth, a liar, someone with a grudge against respectable families, he undermines my credibility. Exactly. Harry sat back, thinking. The Dursleys knew things about him. Things that could be twisted, misrepresented, turned into weapons. His years of isolation. The strange incidents before he understood his magic. The cupboard under the stairs. He'd never talked about those things publicly. They were private wounds, scars he preferred to keep hidden. But if Knott was digging. I need to get ahead of this, Harry said. Control the narrative before he can use it against me. How? By telling the truth. Not waiting for Knott to reveal my past, but putting it out there myself, on my own terms. Harry's voice was hard. I survived years of neglect and abuse. I came out of it stronger. If that's the worst they can find on me, they're welcome to use it. Griphook nodded slowly. It's a bold strategy. Risky, but potentially effective. It's the only strategy that makes sense. Secrets have power because they're hidden. Take away the hiding, you take away the power. The interview with the Quibbler ran the following month. Harry told the truth, all of it. The cupboard under the stairs. The meals denied, the clothes that were Dudley's cast-offs, the isolation that had shaped his early years. He talked about finding Grip Hook in the garden shed, about learning goblin finance, about building his network through careful planning and strategic thinking. He didn't paint himself as a victim. He painted himself as a survivor, someone who had taken the worst that life could offer and used it to become stronger. The message was clear: if this is supposed to embarrass me, you've miscalculated. The reaction was immediate and mostly positive. Witches and wizards who had admired Harry for his stand against the consortium now admired him more for his resilience. Parents held him up as an example for their children. Support for his reform agenda actually increased. But there were other reactions too. The remnants of the consortium seized on every detail they could spin. Harry was unstable, they claimed, shaped by childhood trauma, unsuited for the influence he wielded. He was manipulative, hadn't he admitted to using debt magic on his own cousin? He was dangerous, a child with too much power, who needed to be controlled for his own good. The attacks were predictable. Harry weathered them. But they had an effect, not on his core supporters, but on the undecided middle. People who had been impressed by his Wisengamot testimony began to wonder if maybe he was too young, too damaged, too radical. The coalition that Harry had built began to show cracks. The crisis came in October, when 3 members of the reformed Wisengamot defected back to the old families. It wasn't a complete betrayal, they didn't rejoin the consortium openly. But they began voting against reform measures, blocking investigations, slowing the progress that Harry and his allies had worked so hard to achieve. The defections emboldened others. Suddenly, every vote was closer than it should have been. "We're losing momentum," Augusta Longbottom reported during an emergency meeting in her manor. The initial outrage over the consortium has faded. People are returning to their normal concerns, jobs, families, daily life. The reforms don't seem urgent anymore. They'll seem urgent again when the old families regain power, Harry said grimly. Perhaps. But by then it may be too late. Augusta shook her head. We need something to reinvigorate the coalition. A new issue, a new crisis, something that reminds people why we're fighting. I'm not going to manufacture a crisis. I'm not suggesting you do. But we need to be ready to respond when one emerges. And in the meantime. She fixed Harry with a penetrating look. You need to be more visible. The interview was good, but you've been hiding since then. People need to see their champion. I'm not a champion. I'm a strategist. You're both. Whether you like it or not. Augusta's voice softened slightly. I know you prefer working behind the scenes. But this is a different kind of fight. Public opinion matters. Perception matters. If you want to win, you have to play the game on all fronts. Harry wanted to argue, but he knew she was right. He'd been treating this like a financial war, maneuvering for position, accumulating assets, outthinking his opponents. But it was also a political war, and political wars required public engagement. What do you suggest? Speeches. Public appearances. A tour of the changes we've implemented so people can see the benefits firsthand. Augusta pulled out a schedule she'd clearly already prepared. I've taken the liberty of arranging some preliminary events. Nothing too demanding, a few hours each week. But enough to keep you in the public eye. Harry studied the schedule. It was more time than he wanted to spend on publicity, but Augusta had been careful to leave room for his other activities. A compromise he could live with. All right. I'll do it. Good. Augusta smiled, a rare expression on her severe face. You might even enjoy some of it. There's a satisfaction in public speaking that can't be matched by any amount of behind-the-scenes maneuvering. Harry doubted that, but he kept the thought to himself. The public appearances began the following week. Harry visited the reformed Gringotts, highlighting the new transparency measures and fair dealing protocols. He toured Diagon Alley businesses that had benefited from his debt restructuring, letting the owners tell their own stories. He spoke at a gathering of Muggle-born witches and wizards, acknowledging their concerns and promising continued advocacy. The response was better than Harry had expected. People were genuinely interested in meeting him, asking questions, hearing his perspective. And there was something satisfying about seeing the real-world impact of his work, the shop owners who no longer feared their creditors, the Muggle-born families who felt represented for the first time, the young witches and wizards who saw him as proof that the system could be challenged. But the appearances also revealed something Harry hadn't fully appreciated, the depth of the opposition he faced. At every event, there were protesters. Not many at first, a handful of people with signs, shouting slogans about radical agendas and dangerous children. But the protests grew as the tour continued. Someone had organized them, provided funding and coordination. The messages became more sophisticated, the crowds larger, the confrontations more aggressive. Knott's work, Tonks confirmed, after investigating the protest organizers. Shell companies trace back to Knott family interests. They're paying people to show up, providing transportation and signs, coaching them on what to say. Can we expose that? We can try. But it might backfire, make it look like we're trying to suppress legitimate opposition. Tonks shook his head. Better to let them protest. It actually helps us, in a way. The more extreme they get, the more sympathetic you look. Harry wasn't so sure. The protests were having an effect on the undecided middle, reinforcing the narrative that he was divisive, controversial, someone who attracted trouble. And there were darker elements too, not just signs and shouting, but threats and intimidation. Several of his supporters had reported receiving anonymous warnings. A few had withdrawn from public activities entirely. The consortium remnants were playing a long game, Harry realized. They couldn't defeat him in a direct confrontation, so they were trying to make him toxic, so surrounded by controversy that ordinary people would distance themselves. It was a good strategy. Harry needed a counter-strategy. The counter-strategy came from an unexpected source, Draco Malfoy. The younger Malfoy had been keeping a low profile since his father's arrest. He attended classes, did his work, avoided drawing attention to himself. Harry had expected hostility, the Malfoys had lost everything because of him, but Draco seemed more lost than angry. The approach happened in the library, late one evening when few other students were around. Potter. Draco's voice was barely above a whisper. I need to talk to you. Harry looked up from his reading, surprised. About what? About what's happening. The protests, the defections, all of it. Draco glanced around nervously. I know things. Things that might help you. Why would you help me? Because I don't have a choice. Draco's voice was bitter. My father is in prison. My family's fortune is seized. Everyone I grew up with either abandoned us or got arrested themselves. I have nothing left, nothing except information that might be valuable to you. Harry studied him carefully. This could be a trap, a way to feed him false information, lead him into mistakes. But Draco seemed genuinely desperate, and desperation could be useful. What kind of information? About Knott. About what he's planning. Draco took a breath. My father used to work with him. I overheard things, before everything fell apart. I know how he thinks, what his weaknesses are, where he's vulnerable. And what do you want in exchange? Draco's expression twisted. I want my life back. Or something like it. I want to stop being treated like a criminal because of my name. I want. He stopped, struggling with the words. I want a chance. That's all. Just a chance to prove I'm not my father. Harry considered this for a long moment. Draco Malfoy as an ally was a strange thought, they'd been enemies, or at least rivals, since the day they met. But enemies could become assets, if properly managed. And Draco's knowledge of the old families could be genuinely valuable. Tell me what you know, Harry said finally. Then we'll talk about chances. Draco's information was extensive and, as far as Harry could verify, accurate. Arcturus Knot's strategy was more sophisticated than Harry had realized. The protests and propaganda were just the visible elements, beneath them was a complex web of financial manipulation, political pressure, and carefully cultivated relationships designed to slowly strangle Harry's reform agenda. He's not trying to destroy you directly, Draco explained. That would make you a martyr. He's trying to make you irrelevant. Make your reforms so difficult to implement that people give up. Make your allies so tired of fighting that they drift away. Death by 1,000 cuts. Exactly. Father used to say that Knot was the most patient man in Wizarding Britain. He's been planning moves for decades. He doesn't care if it takes years to defeat you, he's got years. But he doesn't have forever. He's 90 years old. He has successors. His grandson, Theodore, is being groomed to take over. And there are others, younger members of the network who will carry on even if Knot dies tomorrow. Draco shook his head. This isn't about one person. It's about preserving a system. As long as that system exists, there will always be someone willing to fight for it. Harry absorbed this. It confirmed what he'd suspected, defeating the consortium wasn't just about defeating individuals. It was about changing the underlying structures that made the consortium possible. What are Knot's weaknesses? He's arrogant. Convinced that the old ways are superior, that blood purity is real, that people like him deserve to rule. Draco hesitated. He also has secrets. Things he's done that even other old families don't know about. My father knew some of them, he used them as leverage to maintain his position in the network. What kind of secrets? I don't know the details. Father never told me everything. But I know where he kept his records, hidden documents that weren't seized when the ministry took our properties. Harry felt a spark of interest. Hidden where? At Malfoy Manor. There's a vault my father showed me once, protected by blood wards, invisible to anyone who isn't family. Draco's voice was barely audible. I can get you in. If you want. This was the real offer, Harry realized. Not just information, but access, a way into the Malfoy's secret records, which might contain evidence that could bring down Knot and the rest of the network. Why are you doing this? Harry asked quietly. Really? Draco was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was raw. Because I'm tired. Tired of pretending my family was something noble when we were just parasites. Living off a system designed to benefit us at everyone else's expense. He looked at Harry with something like anguish. I used to believe everything my father told me. Mudbloods were inferior. Pure blood was everything. We deserved our wealth because we were better. And now? Now I know it was all lies. The consortium wasn't protecting wizarding traditions, it was protecting its own power. My father wasn't a great man, he was a criminal who justified his crimes with ideology. Draco's jaw tightened. I don't know who I'm supposed to be anymore. But I know I don't want to be what they were. Harry studied him for a long moment. This could still be manipulation, Draco might be playing a longer game, trying to position himself as a spy or saboteur. But Harry's instinct said otherwise. The desperation was real. The disgust was real. Sometimes people genuinely changed. All right, Harry said. Take me to the vault. The infiltration of Malfoy Manor happened 2 weeks later, during the Christmas holidays when Harry had legitimate reasons to be away from Hogwarts. They went at night, operating to a point outside the manor's protective wards. Draco led the way, navigating familiar grounds that had become hostile territory. The house loomed dark and empty, the ministry had seized it as evidence, but hadn't posted permanent guards. This way. Draco's voice was barely a whisper. The vault entrance is in the east wing. They moved through the manor's corridors, past covered furniture and empty frames where portraits had been removed. Harry's wand lit the way, casting shadows that seemed to move with hostile intent. The house remembered its masters, and it didn't welcome strangers. The vault door was hidden behind a fireplace that swung open at Draco's touch. Beyond it, stairs descended into darkness. "I'll have to go first," Draco said. "The blood wards will only recognize me. Once I'm through, I can let you in." Harry nodded. He watched Draco disappear down the stairs, waited tensely in the darkness. Minutes passed. Then a whisper came from below. "It's safe. Come down." The vault was larger than Harry had expected, a room the size of a small library, filled with cabinets and shelves and locked containers. This was where the Malfoys had kept their most sensitive materials, protected by magic that even the Ministry couldn't breach. "The documents you want are over here." Draco moved to a cabinet in the corner, working its combination lock with practiced fingers. "Father's personal files. Everything he kept as leverage against other families." The cabinet opened, revealing folders arranged in alphabetical order. Harry found the section marked N and pulled out a thick file labeled, "Not, Arcturus." He began to read. The contents were damning. Records of transactions that would have been considered criminal even by the consortium's lax standards. Evidence of murders covered up, bribes paid, lives destroyed. Arcturus Knott had spent decades building power through methods that even his allies would find repulsive. "This is more than enough," Harry said quietly. "This is everything we need. Take it. Take all of it." Draco's voice was tight. "I never want to see any of this again." Harry hesitated. "Are you sure? These documents, once they're public, your father's crimes will be exposed along with Knott's." "I know." Draco's expression was bleak. "But that's the point, isn't it? The truth matters. Even when it hurts." Harry nodded slowly. He'd underestimated Draco Malfoy, seen him as an enemy's son, not as a person capable of making his own choices. That had been a mistake. "Thank you," Harry said. "This took courage. Don't thank me yet. Help me build something better instead." They gathered the documents and left the vault, Draco sealing it behind them. The manor was still empty, still hostile, but Harry felt something like hope as they made their way back to the boundary. Change wasn't just about destroying the old. It was about creating the new. And sometimes the most unexpected people were the ones who helped you do it. The Knott revelations, as the press came to call them, broke 3 weeks into the new year. Harry released the documents strategically, working with trusted journalists to verify the evidence and present it in the most damaging way possible. The story dominated the prophet for days. Arcturus Knott, respected patriarch and supposed moderate, exposed as a criminal mastermind who had ordered murders and manipulated the system for decades. The reaction was swift and devastating. Knott's allies abandoned him overnight. The defectors who had been blocking reform measures suddenly found urgent reasons to reconsider their positions. The protest movement collapsed as its funding disappeared. Knott himself was arrested within a week, facing charges that would keep him in Azkaban for the rest of his life. His grandson Theodore fled to the continent, his political future destroyed. The network he had been building crumbled, its members scrambling to distance themselves from the scandal. Harry watched it all with grim satisfaction. The consortium, the true consortium, the organized conspiracy that had controlled Wizarding Britain for centuries, was finally and completely broken. Oh, individual pure-blood supremacists would continue to exist. Individual families would still have their prejudices and their schemes. But the coordinated network, the invisible hand that had shaped society for so long, was gone. It was the victory Harry had been working toward since he was 7 years old. But victory, he was learning, came with its own costs. The costs became apparent over the following months. The coalition that Harry had built had been unified by a common enemy. With that enemy defeated, old tensions began to resurface. Muggle-born advocates wanted faster reform. Old family moderates wanted to preserve what remained of their traditional privileges. Goblin representatives pushed for expanded rights that some wizards found threatening. Harry found himself spending more and more time mediating disputes, soothing hurt feelings, holding together alliances that seemed determined to fall apart. The work was exhausting and often frustrating. He was better at fighting enemies than managing friends. "You need to delegate more," Hermione advised during one of their strategy sessions. "You can't personally manage every relationship in the coalition." "I've tried. People want to talk to me specifically. They don't trust intermediaries." "Then build their trust in intermediaries. Train people to handle the routine matters so you can focus on the critical ones." Hermione's expression was sympathetic but firm. "You're 12 years old, Harry. Even you can't do everything yourself." She was right, of course. Harry had built his initial network alone because he'd had to. There was no one else he could trust with the work. But the network had grown beyond what any one person could manage. He needed to let go, to trust others to carry parts of the burden. It was harder than fighting the consortium had been. But he did it. He identified capable people, Tonks for legal matters, Augusta for political management, Griphook for financial oversight, and gave them real authority to make decisions. He stopped attending every meeting, answering every letter, solving every problem personally. The coalition didn't fall apart. In fact, it got stronger. People who had felt overshadowed by Harry's prominence began to step up, taking ownership of the movement they'd helped build. New leaders emerged. New ideas flourished. Harry found himself with something he hadn't had in years: time. Time to study magic properly, not just the bare minimum for classes. Time to develop relationships that weren't purely strategic. Time to think about what he actually wanted, beyond the next battle, the next crisis, the next enemy to defeat. It was disorienting. He'd defined himself by the fight for so long that he wasn't sure who he was without it. "That's normal," Sirius told him, when Harry confessed his uncertainty. "You've been operating in crisis mode since you were 7. Your entire identity has been built around survival and resistance. Now that the immediate threats are gone, you have to figure out who Harry Potter is when he's not at war." "How do I do that?" "The same way everyone does. Try things. Make mistakes. Figure out what brings you joy, not just what brings you victory." Sirius's smile was gentle. "You've spent your whole life preparing for battles. Maybe it's time to learn how to live in peacetime." The summer between Harry's second and third years at Hogwarts was the closest thing to normal he'd ever experienced. He spent time with friends, real friends, not just allies. Hermione, who was brilliant and loyal and occasionally infuriating. Ron, who had become a genuine friend once Harry stopped seeing him as just a useful connection. Neville, who had grown from a nervous boy into someone with quiet strength. Luna, whose sideways perspective on the world often revealed truths that straightforward thinking missed. He explored magic that interested him, not just magic that was useful. Transfiguration, which had always fascinated him. Ancient runes, which connected to the old magics that had shaped the Founders' Compact. Even Quidditch, which he discovered he actually enjoyed when he wasn't treating it as a strategic distraction. He built a relationship with Sirius that went beyond just godfather and godson. They talked about Harry's parents, stories that Sirius had been saving for years, memories of James and Lily that made them feel real in a way they never had before. Harry learned that his father had been arrogant and sometimes cruel, but also fiercely loyal and genuinely brave. That his mother had been brilliant and stubborn and had seen something worth loving in a boy who didn't always deserve it. They became family, in the truest sense. Not just by blood or law, but by choice. And Harry discovered something surprising about himself: he could be happy. Not just satisfied with his achievements, not just relieved that he'd survived, genuinely happy, in moments that had nothing to do with winning or losing, power or strategy. It was a revelation. But happiness, Harry was learning, didn't mean the absence of challenges. It meant facing challenges from a place of wholeness rather than desperation. The challenges continued. The reforms he'd started required constant attention to maintain. Political opponents probed for weaknesses. International pressures threatened to destabilize what he'd built. And there were always new problems, conflicts between factions, unintended consequences of changes, the endless complexity of trying to make society better. Harry addressed them all, but differently than before. He asked for help more readily. He accepted imperfect solutions. He learned to be satisfied with progress rather than demanding perfection. "You're growing up," Hermione observed, near the end of the summer. "You used to try to control everything. Now you're learning to influence instead." "Is that a compliment?" "It's an observation." "But yes, probably." She smiled. "You've changed a lot since we met, Harry. You're less intense. More human." "I was always human." "Were you?" Her eyes were thoughtful. "Sometimes I wondered. You were so focused, so strategic, so controlled. It was like you'd decided to be a weapon instead of a person." Harry considered this. She wasn't wrong. He'd spent years molding himself into an instrument of his own goals, suppressing anything that didn't serve the mission. He'd sacrificed childhood, spontaneity, vulnerability, anything that might make him weak. "I did what I had to do," he said finally. "But you're right. It came with costs." He paused. "I'm trying to pay some of them back now. Learn how to be a person again, not just a strategist." "How's that going?" Harry smiled, a real smile, not calculated for effect. "Better than I expected. It turns out there's more to life than winning." "Who knew?" Hermione laughed. "Everyone, Harry. Literally everyone knew that." "Well, I'm a slow learner in some areas." Third year began with a sense of possibility that Harry hadn't felt before. The reform movement was stable, self-sustaining, no longer dependent on his constant attention. His network of allies was strong and growing stronger. The old enemies were defeated or marginalized. For the first time in his life, Harry could imagine a future that wasn't defined by conflict. He threw himself into his studies with genuine enthusiasm. Magic was endlessly fascinating when you weren't just learning it for tactical advantage. He made friends, joined clubs, did the normal things that normal students did. He even started dating, tentatively, awkwardly, with the usual complications and confusions of early adolescence. But Harry was still Harry. Even as he learned to relax, part of him remained watchful. The world had taught him early that safety was an illusion, that enemies could appear from anywhere, that vigilance was the price of survival. So when the signs began appearing, he noticed small things at first. Unexplained disappearances in the international wizarding community. Unusual activity in regions that had been quiet for years. Patterns in the news that suggested coordination, planning, purpose. Something was happening. Something bigger than the consortium, bigger than British wizarding politics, bigger than anything Harry had faced before. And it was coming closer. The first concrete evidence arrived in November, in the form of a letter from Griphook. "Young Master, I must inform you of developments that have consumed my attention for the past several weeks. Our international contacts have been reporting unusual activity among wizarding communities throughout Europe. Resources are being gathered. Alliances are forming. There are whispers of a movement that transcends national boundaries. I have been investigating cautiously, trying to understand what we're dealing with. What I've learned is concerning. The movement calls itself the Restoration. Its goals are simple: reverse the reforms that have been implemented in Britain and elsewhere. Restore the old order of blood purity and traditional hierarchies. And they are willing to use methods that even the consortium avoided. Violence, young master. Not the subtle manipulation we've become accustomed to, but direct, open violence. They believe that the time for patience has passed, that their agenda can only be achieved through force. I do not know who leads them or what resources they command. But I know they are aware of you, and they consider you their primary enemy. Whatever we have faced before, this is different. Be careful. And be prepared. Griphook Harry read the letter twice, feeling the familiar cold focus settling into his mind. He'd let himself believe that the major battles were behind him. That he could afford to relax, to be normal, to live the life he'd been denied. He should have known better. The world wasn't finished testing him. And apparently, he wasn't finished fighting. He called an emergency meeting with his inner circle, sharing Griphook's intelligence and his own observations. The reaction was grim but not surprised. They'd all sensed that something was building, even if they hadn't known what. The Restoration, Augusta Longbottom repeated, her voice thoughtful. I've heard whispers. Old families who were too smart to join the consortium openly, but who shared its ideology. They've been quiet for years, waiting for the right moment. And they think this is the right moment. Our success has frightened them. They see the changes in Britain as a threat that will eventually spread to their own countries. Better to strike now, while they still have strength, than wait until they're isolated. Tonks nodded. It makes strategic sense. The British reforms have created a model that other progressive factions are trying to replicate. If that model can be destroyed, if Britain can be made an example of what happens to reformers, it discourages imitation. So we're the target not just because of what we've done, but because of what we represent, Harry said. They're trying to kill an idea. Ideas are hard to kill. But the people who carry them are not. Sirius's voice was quiet. Harry, this might be beyond what we can handle alone. An international movement with willingness to use violence, we're not equipped for a war. Then we need to get equipped. Harry's mind was already working, analyzing threats and resources and possibilities. Reach out to progressive factions in other countries. Build an international coalition to match theirs. If they're going to coordinate against us, we need to coordinate against them. That will take time. Time we might not have. Then we make time. Strengthen our defenses. Gather intelligence. Figure out where they're most likely to strike first. Harry looked around the room at the faces of his allies, people who had risked everything to stand with him. We've faced threats before. We've survived. We've won. This is bigger, yes. But we're bigger too. We're not the same people who started this fight. We're stronger, Hermione said quietly. We're stronger, Harry agreed. And we're not alone. That's what they don't understand, what people like them never understand. They think power comes from control, from hierarchy, from forcing others to submit. But real power comes from connection. From people choosing to stand together. He stood, moving to the window. Outside, London spread beneath winter clouds, ordinary people going about their ordinary lives, unaware of the storm that was gathering. The Restoration thinks they can break us through force. They're wrong. Not because we're stronger than they are, maybe we're not. But because what we're building isn't about any one person, any one family, any one leader. It's about an idea. And ideas don't break. They spread. He turned back to face the room. So let them come. Let them bring their violence and their hatred and their desperate attempts to turn back time. We'll meet them. And when we're done, there won't be anything left for them to restore. The room was silent. Then, slowly, Augusta Longbottom began to smile. That's quite a speech. I've been practicing. Harry allowed himself a small smile in return. Now. Let's get to work. Chapter 5 and Chapter 6, The Heir's Gambit. The winter of Harry's third year brought the first attack. It came without warning, on a grey December morning when snow lay thick on the Hogwarts grounds. Harry was walking from the Great Hall to his first class when the ward screamed, a sound like tearing metal that sent students staggering and professors running for their wands. The attackers came through the main gates, which had been blasted open by magic stronger than the ancient protections could withstand. There were perhaps 30 of them, robed in black with silver masks that caught the weak winter light. They moved with military precision, spreading across the grounds in formations that spoke of training and preparation. Harry's wand was in his hand before he consciously decided to draw it. Around him, students were screaming, running, trying to flee the sudden violence. But Harry's mind had already shifted into the cold clarity that combat required. "Get inside," he shouted to the nearest group of panicked first-years. "Find a professor. Go." They ran. Harry didn't follow. Instead, he moved toward the attackers, his mind calculating angles and distances and probabilities. He was 13 years old, facing trained killers. The rational part of his brain knew he should retreat, find safety, let the adults handle this. But another part, the part that had survived the Dursleys, that had built an empire from a garden shed, that had brought down the consortium, that part knew that running wasn't always the right choice. Sometimes you had to stand and fight. The first spell came at him like a bolt of red lightning. Harry dodged, rolling across the snowy ground, coming up with a curse already forming on his lips. His counterattack caught the nearest attacker in the chest, sending them flying backward into their companions. More spells came. Harry moved constantly, never staying in one place long enough to be an easy target. He'd trained for this. Sirius had insisted, after the consortium's fall, that Harry learn proper combat magic. The lessons had seemed theoretical at the time. Now they were saving his life. But he was outnumbered and outmatched. For every attacker he disabled, 2 more pressed forward. They were driving him back toward the castle, toward the clustered students who hadn't escaped yet. If they reached those students. Harry made a decision. He stopped retreating. Instead, he reached deep inside himself, to the magic that had always been there but that he'd never fully unleashed. The magic that had protected him as an infant, that had marked him with lightning, that connected him to powers older than the consortium, older than Hogwarts itself. The Founder's magic. It erupted from him in a wave of golden light, sweeping across the grounds like a sunrise. The attackers' spells shattered against it. Their formations broke as they stumbled backward, shields failing, masks cracking. Harry felt the magic flowing through him, not his to command, exactly, but his to channel, to direct, to shape. He was Gryffindor's heir. And Gryffindor had built this castle to protect students. The wards responded to his call. Ancient protections that had slumbered for centuries roared to life, rising from the stones and the earth and the very air of Hogwarts. The attackers found themselves facing not one boy, but the accumulated power of 1,000 years of magical tradition. They fled. Those who could still move ran for the shattered gates, operating away as soon as they cleared the boundary. Those who couldn't were left behind, groaning on the frozen ground, their dark plans come to nothing. Harry stood alone in the middle of the battlefield, golden light still crackling around him. He was breathing hard, his body trembling with the aftereffects of channeling so much power. But he was alive. And the students he'd been protecting were safe. Professors were arriving now, finally, wands drawn and faces pale. Dumbledore led them, moving faster than his age should have allowed. He took in the scene with a single sweeping glance, the fallen attackers, the damaged gates, the boy standing amid the aftermath. "Harry," Dumbledore said quietly. "Are you all right?" Harry nodded, not trusting his voice. The golden light was fading, the Founder's magic retreating back to wherever it had come from. He felt exhausted, drained, older than his 13 years. "I think," he said finally, "we need to talk about the restoration." The emergency meeting convened that evening, in a secure room deep within the castle that even most professors didn't know existed. Harry sat at the head of the table, still tired but recovering. Around him gathered the key figures in the reform movement, Dumbledore, Augusta Longbottom, Grip Hook, who had operated directly to Hogwarts when he heard the news, Tonks, Sirius, and several others who had proven themselves trustworthy over the years. 30 attackers, Tonks reported, reviewing the intelligence they'd gathered from the captured assailants. All connected to the restoration, all trained in combat magic. They were targeting Harry specifically. The assault on the gates was a diversion, meant to draw defenders away while a smaller team went after him. They knew his schedule, Augusta observed grimly. They knew exactly when and where he'd be vulnerable. A spy within Hogwarts? Almost certainly. We're investigating, but it could be anyone, student, staff, even a portrait or ghost that's been compromised. Harry listened to the discussion, his mind working through the implications. The attack had been bold, a direct assault on Hogwarts, the most protected location in Wizarding Britain. That spoke to either desperation or confidence. Given what he knew about the restoration, he suspected the latter. They're escalating, he said, interrupting the tactical debate. The consortium worked through manipulation and subtlety. The restoration is willing to use open violence. That's a fundamental change in the rules. Agreed, Dumbledore said. Which raises the question of how we respond. We can increase security, certainly. But we cannot protect everyone, everywhere, all the time. If they are willing to attack Hogwarts itself, then nowhere is safe. Everyone who supported us is a potential target. Harry's voice was grim. They're trying to make the cost of reform too high. Make people afraid to stand with us. Is it working? Harry thought about the students who had fled across the grounds, the screaming, the panic. Fear was contagious. Even people who supported the reforms intellectually might reconsider if supporting them meant putting their families at risk. It might be, he admitted. For some people. Then we need to change the calculation, Sirius said. Make the cost of attacking us higher than the cost of leaving us alone. How? We can't match their violence, even if we were willing to, which I'm not. We're fighting for a better world, not just a world where our side wins. The room fell silent. It was the fundamental dilemma they'd faced since the beginning, how to defeat enemies who were willing to go further, sink lower, abandon more principles than you were. Perhaps, Griphook said slowly, the answer is not to defeat them directly. Perhaps it is to make their victory impossible, regardless of what they do. Harry looked at him with interest. Explain. The restoration seeks to restore the old order. But the old order was built on foundations that no longer exist. The consortium's financial manipulation has been exposed. The legal frameworks that protected pureblood privilege have been reformed. Even if they kill every reformer in Britain, they cannot recreate what we have destroyed. Unless they rebuild it. Which would take decades. Decades during which the reforms we've implemented continue to shape society, continue to change how people think, continue to make the old order seem increasingly alien and unacceptable. Griphook's sharp teeth showed in something like a smile. They are fighting for the past, Harry. We are building the future. Time is on our side, if we can survive long enough. It was a compelling argument. But survival was exactly the question. We need to find their leadership, Harry decided. Cut off the head, and the body dies. The consortium fell apart once we exposed Not. The restoration will be the same, there's always a center, a person or group making the decisions. Our intelligence suggests the leader is someone called the Architect, Tonks offered. No real name, no confirmed identity. They've been very careful to stay hidden. Then we need to draw them out. How? Harry was quiet for a moment, thinking. The restoration had targeted him specifically. They saw him as the face of the reform movement, the symbol that had to be destroyed. That made him a target, but it also made him bait. They want me, he said. So let's give them what they want. The plan was risky, more than risky, potentially suicidal. But Harry had learned over the years that calculated risks were sometimes necessary, and this risk was more calculated than most. The public announcement went out 3 days after the attack. Harry Potter would be visiting Diagon Alley on New Year's Day, making a public appearance to demonstrate that the reform movement would not be intimidated by violence. Security would be present but minimal, a deliberate show of confidence. The announcement was, of course, a trap. Behind the scenes, Harry and his allies prepared carefully. The minimal security was actually extensive but hidden, Aurors in civilian clothes, goblin warriors provided by Griphook, combat-trained supporters positioned throughout the alley. The appearance of vulnerability was just that, an appearance. But the trap went deeper than security arrangements. Harry wasn't trying to capture foot soldiers. He was trying to draw out the architect. "They'll know it's a trap," Hermione argued, when Harry explained the plan. "Anyone who's been paying attention will know you wouldn't actually expose yourself like that." "They'll suspect it's a trap," Harry corrected. "But they'll come anyway, because they can't afford not to. I'm their primary target. If there's any chance of taking me out, they have to try, especially after the embarrassment at Hogwarts." "And you think the architect will be there personally?" "I think the architect will be watching. They're too careful to come themselves, but they'll be monitoring somehow, magically, through proxies, something. And when they do, we'll be watching them." The real trap wasn't in Diagon Alley. It was in the complex web of surveillance and counter-surveillance that Harry's people had put in place. Every magical signature in the area would be tracked. Every suspicious communication would be intercepted. Every possible hiding spot would be monitored. Somewhere in that web, the architect would leave a trace. And that trace would lead Harry to them. New Year's Day dawned cold and bright, the kind of winter morning that made London sparkle. Harry apparat to Diagon Alley at precisely noon, appearing in front of Gringotts with Sirius at his side. The alley was crowded despite the season. Shop owners and customers who had come specifically to show their support, mingled with the curious and the cautious and, somewhere in the crowd, the hostile. "Remember," Sirius murmured, "if anything goes wrong, it won't. If it does, portkey in your pocket. One word and you're safe." Harry nodded, but his attention was elsewhere. He was scanning the crowd, looking for anything unusual. More importantly, he was reaching out with his magical senses, feeling for the distinctive signatures of powerful magic being used for surveillance. There. A flicker at the edge of his perception. Someone was watching him through a scrying spell, a sophisticated one, nearly invisible to ordinary detection. But Harry had been trained by goblins, and goblins had been detecting magical surveillance for millennia. He didn't react visibly. Instead, he began walking down the alley, waving to supporters, stopping to speak with shop owners he knew. All the while, his people were triangulating the scrying spell's origin point. The attack came halfway through his route. They were smarter this time, no direct assault, no obvious violence. Instead, a carefully orchestrated accident. A cart full of potions ingredients accidentally tipped, spilling volatile compounds into the street. The resulting explosion would have killed a dozen people if Harry's hidden security hadn't intervened, containing the blast with shields that appeared from nowhere. In the chaos that followed, Harry saw his opportunity. The attacker who had triggered that accident was trying to escape through a side alley. Harry pursued, leaving Sirius behind with a gesture that said, "I've got this." The chase led through narrow passages and around sharp corners, into parts of the alley that tourists never saw. Harry could have caught the attacker easily, but he didn't want to catch them, he wanted to follow them. To see where they would lead. The answer was a building at the edge of Nocturne Alley, a grey structure that seemed to absorb light. The attacker disappeared inside, and Harry followed. The interior was larger than it should have been, wizard space, expanded beyond normal dimensions. Harry moved carefully through empty corridors, his wand ready, his senses alert. The building felt old, saturated with dark magic that had soaked into the stones over centuries. He found the attacker in a room at the building's heart, standing before a massive fireplace. The man had removed his mask and was speaking urgently into the flames, a fluid conversation with someone who couldn't be seen. Couldn't get close enough. Potter's security was hidden but extensive. We need to reconsider our reconsideration is not required. The voice from the flames was cold, precise, utterly without emotion. Harry felt recognition stir in his gut. He'd heard that voice before, somewhere. The architect, the attacker began. Is aware of the situation. Return to your position. Further instructions will follow. The flames died. The attacker turned, and found Harry standing in the doorway. We need to talk, Harry said quietly. About your employer. The man went for his wand. Harry was faster. A silent spell caught the attacker mid-draw, binding him in invisible chains. That was a mistake, Harry said, approaching. I gave you a chance to cooperate. Now I have to do this the hard way. He pressed his wand to the man's temple and began to speak the words of a spell he'd hoped never to use. Mind magic, specifically, a variant of legilimency that could extract memories regardless of the subject's resistance. It was borderline dark, definitely illegal, and exactly what the situation required. The memories came flooding in. Harry saw training camps in remote locations. Meetings in shadowed rooms. Orders passed through intermediaries, always carefully anonymous. And at the center of it all, a presence, never visible, never named, but unmistakably in control. The architect wasn't one person. It was a council, 7 figures who made decisions collectively, who shared power and responsibility, who had designed the restoration to survive any single point of failure. But Harry saw something else in the memories too. A location, the place where the council met, where decisions were made, where the restoration's leadership gathered. He pulled out of the man's mind, leaving him unconscious on the floor. The information he'd gained was invaluable, but it also changed everything. The restoration couldn't be defeated by cutting off its head. It didn't have a single head to cut. To destroy it, Harry would have to take out all 7 leaders simultaneously. And he would have to do it without becoming the kind of person he was fighting against. The emergency council met that night, in the secure room at Hogwarts. Harry shared what he'd learned, watching his allies' faces as the implications sank in. 7 leaders, Augusta said slowly. All equal, all capable of operating independently. Even if we capture one, the others continue. Unless we capture them all at once. Is that possible? Harry had been thinking about this since leaving the Grey Building. They meet in person once a month. The memories I extracted included the location, a manor house in the Alps, heavily warded but not impregnable. You want to assault it. I want to end this. The restoration won't stop on its own. They've shown they're willing to use violence, willing to target civilians, willing to risk open war to achieve their goals. As long as their leadership exists, the threat exists. Dumbledore spoke for the first time. What you're proposing is not simply an arrest operation, Harry. You're talking about a military assault on a fortified position, in a foreign country, without any legal authority to be there. I know. If it goes wrong, if there are casualties, if innocents are harmed, the political consequences would be severe. The progress we've made could be undone entirely. If we don't act, the progress will be undone anyway. Just more slowly, more painfully, with more attacks like today. Harry's voice was hard. I understand the risks, Headmaster. I understand that what I'm proposing crosses lines. But I also understand that sometimes you have to choose between principles and survival. You believe we cannot survive without this assault? Harry was quiet for a moment, considering the question carefully. It deserved a careful answer. I believe we can survive without it, he said finally. We can increase security, stay defensive, wait for them to make mistakes. Maybe over years or decades we can wear them down. But people will die in those years. People who trusted us to protect them, who stood with us because they believed in what we were building. He paused. I'm not willing to let those people die for the sake of my principles. The room was silent. Finally, Sirius spoke. I'm with Harry. Whatever it takes. As am I, Griphook said. One by one, the others voiced their agreement. Even Dumbledore, though his expression remained troubled. Very well, the old wizard said. Then let us plan carefully. If we're going to do this, we must do it right. The assault on the Alpine Manor was planned with the same meticulous attention to detail that Harry brought to everything. They gathered intelligence for 2 weeks, mapping the wards, identifying security routines, locating the leaders within the structure. They recruited specialists, cursebreakers from Gringotts, former Aurors who had joined the reform movement, even a few foreign allies who shared their goals. The attack would come during the monthly council meeting, when all 7 leaders were gathered in one place. Speed would be essential. They had to penetrate the wards, neutralize the security forces, and capture the leaders before any of them could escape or destroy evidence. Harry insisted on leading the assault personally. It's too dangerous, Sirius argued. You're too important to risk. I'm also the most capable person we have. The Founder's magic I channeled at Hogwarts, I've been practicing with it. I can breach wards that would stop anyone else. Harry met his godfather's eyes. I know you want to protect me. But this is my fight. I started it. I'm going to finish it. Sirius wanted to argue further. But he saw the determination in Harry's eyes, the same determination that had carried a 7-year-old boy through years of preparation, that had brought down a centuries-old conspiracy, that had remade Wizarding Britain against all odds. All right, he said quietly. But I'm coming with you. I wouldn't have it any other way. The assault began at midnight on a moonless January night. Harry led the first team, operating to the manor's outer boundary and immediately beginning work on the wards. They were formidable, layer upon layer of protective magic, some of it ancient and unfamiliar, but Harry had been right about the Founder's magic. It responded to his call, resonating with frequencies that the wardmakers had never anticipated. The outer defenses fell in 6 minutes. The inner defenses took 12 more. They were inside. The manor was vast, a labyrinth of corridors and chambers designed to confuse and delay intruders. But Harry had memorized the layout from his extracted memories. He led his team directly to the council chamber, neutralizing guards with silent spells and leaving them for the follow-up teams to secure. The door to the council chamber was reinforced with magic Harry didn't recognize, something old, possibly older than Hogwarts itself. For a moment, he hesitated. This was it. Beyond that door were the 7 people responsible for the restoration, for the attacks, for the deaths that had already occurred and the deaths that would follow if they weren't stopped. He reached for the Founder's magic again, felt it surge through him like liquid fire. The door shattered. The council was gathered around a table, their meeting interrupted by the intrusion. Harry saw their faces clearly for the first time, 6 men and 1 woman, ranging in age from middle age to ancient, all of them radiating the particular arrogance of those who had always held power. Harry Potter, the woman said. Her voice was cold, precise, the same voice Harry had heard through the flames. The one who had spoken was presumably the council's spokesperson, if not its leader. We wondered when you would come. You've been expecting me. We've been preparing for you. Since the beginning, actually. Since you first began to disrupt our arrangements in Britain. She smiled, thin and humorless. You think you've won. You think breaking down our door means this is over. But you've understood nothing. I understand enough. Do you? She gestured at her fellow council members, who hadn't moved or spoken since Harry's entrance. We are 7. But we are not the Restoration. The Restoration is an idea, the idea that the natural order of magical society should be preserved. That some bloodlines are superior to others. That hierarchy is not oppression but recognition of inherent worth. That's not an idea. It's a delusion. Perhaps. But it's a delusion shared by millions of witches and wizards around the world. You can arrest us, imprison us, even kill us, but you cannot kill what we represent. For every leader you remove, 10 more will rise. For every organization you destroy, another will form. Her smile widened. You've won nothing, Harry Potter. You've only delayed the inevitable. Harry felt the truth in her words. She wasn't wrong, not entirely. Ideas didn't die just because their advocates were defeated. The prejudices underlying the Restoration had existed for centuries and would continue to exist long after this council was gone. But she was missing something too. You're right that ideas don't die easily, Harry said. But they do change. They evolve. 100 years ago, slavery was defended with the same arguments you're making now: natural order, inherent differences, the way things have always been. Today, those arguments are recognized as the monstrous rationalizations they always were. He stepped closer to the table, meeting the woman's cold eyes. I'm not trying to kill your idea. I'm trying to make it obsolete. Every reform I've implemented, every institution I've changed, every child who grows up in a world where blood status doesn't determine their worth, they all make your vision of the world harder to sustain. Not impossible. But harder. And over time, that difficulty will accumulate. Your idea will become a historical curiosity, studied by scholars who wonder how anyone ever believed such nonsense. That will take generations. I have time. Harry raised his wand. You don't. The arrests proceeded quickly after that. The council members had no means of escape. The wards that had protected the manor now imprisoned them within it. One by one, they were bound and portkeyed to secure locations where they would await trial. The Restoration's leadership was broken. The aftermath unfolded over the following months. The 7 council members were tried before an international tribunal, a first in wizarding history, requiring cooperation between magical governments that had never worked together before. The trials were public, their proceedings published in newspapers around the world. The full scope of the Restoration's activities was exposed: the attacks, the murders, the plans for something they had called the Purification, a coordinated campaign of violence against Muggleborns that had been scheduled to begin in the spring. The exposure was devastating. Wizarding communities that had been sympathetic to blood purity ideology found themselves confronted with the reality of what that ideology meant in practice. The Restoration's remaining supporters scrambled to distance themselves, claiming they hadn't known, hadn't approved, had only supported the moderate version of traditionalist politics. Harry watched it all with a mixture of satisfaction and wariness. The immediate threat was over, the council was imprisoned, their organization dismantled, their plans destroyed. But the woman's words echoed in his mind. Ideas didn't die just because their advocates were defeated. The work wasn't finished. It might never be finished. But for now, for this moment, they had won. Spring arrived gently, melting the winter snows and bringing warmth to a world that had weathered another crisis. Harry finished his 3rd year at Hogwarts with high marks in all his subjects, partly because he'd had more time to study after the Restoration's defeat, and partly because he'd finally learned to enjoy learning for its own sake. He spent the summer traveling with Sirius, visiting magical communities throughout Europe and beyond. It was partly diplomatic, maintaining the international relationships that had been crucial to the assault on the Alpine Manor, but mostly it was just exploration. Seeing the world. Being 13 years old, if only briefly. He returned to Britain in August, ready for his 4th year and whatever challenges it might bring. The reform movement was stable, self-sustaining, no longer dependent on his constant attention. The coalition he'd built had become an institution, with its own momentum and its own leadership beyond just Harry. He'd created something that would outlast him. That was the real victory, not defeating enemies, but building structures that made those enemies irrelevant. The letter arrived on his 14th birthday, carried by a goblin courier who appeared at the breakfast table with the particular urgency that suggested important news. Dear Harry, I write to inform you of a development that I believe you will find significant. As you know, the Founders' Compact includes provisions regarding the rights and responsibilities of the Founders' heirs. Among those provisions is one that has never been invoked: because the conditions for its invocation have never been met, until now. The provision states that when the magical world faces a threat to its fundamental existence, and when the existing institutions have proven inadequate to address that threat, the heirs of all four founders may jointly invoke the Compact's emergency protocols. These protocols grant the heirs temporary but extraordinary authority to act in the Compact's name. Recent events, the Consortium's conspiracy, the Restoration's violence, the near collapse of Wizarding Society's protective structures, meet the threshold for invoking this provision. And you, Harry, have established claims to the heritage of not just one but three of the founders, Gryffindor through your Potter lineage, Slytherin through your Black inheritance, and now Hufflepuff through your godfather Sirius, whose grandmother was a Hufflepuff descendant. Only one heritage remains unrepresented, Ravenclaw. But I have recently discovered that Ravenclaw's living heir may be closer than you think. We should meet. There is much to discuss. Griphook Harry read the letter twice, his mind racing through implications. 3 of 4 founder heritages. Emergency protocols that could grant extraordinary authority. A threat to the magical world's fundamental existence. He thought about everything he'd accomplished over the past 7 years. The network he'd built. The enemies he'd defeated. The changes he'd made to Wizarding Society. It had all been preparation, he realized. Not for any specific battle, but for this, for the moment when the accumulated weight of his achievements would position him to do something truly significant. He thought about the Ravenclaw heir, whoever they might be. About what it would mean to unite all 4 founder heritages. About the power that would grant, and the responsibility that would come with it. He thought about the world he wanted to create, and the world that currently existed, and the gap between them. And he smiled. The meeting with Griphook took place at Gringotts, in the director's private office that few wizards had ever seen. The Ravenclaw heir, Griphook said, spreading genealogical charts across his desk. It took considerable research to trace, but the line is clear. The Ravenclaws married into the Lovegoods 3 centuries ago. The current heir is Luna Lovegood. Harry wasn't surprised. There had always been something different about Luna, a quality of perception that went beyond ordinary intelligence. The ability to see things that others missed. A heritage that explained a great deal. Precisely. Miss Lovegood is the living heir to Rowena Ravenclaw's magical legacy. Griphook's black eyes gleamed. Which means that between you and her, all 4 founder heritages are represented. What exactly would invoking the emergency protocols mean? It would mean many things. Griphook pulled out a copy of the Founders' Compact, not the original, but a certified duplicate that carried the same magical authority. The protocols grant temporary authority to act in the Compact's name, to make decisions that would normally require extensive process and consensus. For a period of 1 year, the heirs could restructure institutions, revise laws, redistribute resources. That's an enormous amount of power. Yes. Which is why the protocols include safeguards. The authority is time-limited. All decisions must be unanimous between the heirs. And everything done under the protocols is subject to review and revision by the normal institutions once the emergency is over. Harry studied the charts, the documents, the implications. A year of extraordinary authority, shared between himself and Luna. The ability to make changes that would otherwise take decades. The power to reshape Wizarding Society according to their vision. It was tempting. Incredibly tempting. He could fix so many things, address so many problems, build the world he'd dreamed of since childhood. But it was also dangerous. History was full of people who had seized emergency powers with good intentions and become tyrants. Even with safeguards, the potential for abuse was enormous. I need to think about this, Harry said finally. And I need to talk to Luna. This isn't a decision I can make alone. Of course. Griphook's expression was approving. The fact that you recognize that is why you're qualified to make it at all. The conversation with Luna happened that evening, in the Lovegood family's eccentric home on the outskirts of Ottery St. Catchpole. Luna listened to Harry's explanation without interrupting, her pale eyes distant in the way that meant she was thinking deeply. When he finished, she was silent for a long moment. The Raxperts have been very active lately, she said finally. Harry had learned to translate Luna speak over the years. You mean there's been a lot of confusion and bad thinking going around? Yes. People are scared after everything that's happened. When people are scared, they make poor decisions. She met his eyes. You're wondering if using this power would be a poor decision. I'm wondering if it would make me into the kind of person I've been fighting against. Would it? Harry considered the question. He'd spent years accumulating power, influence, resources. He'd justified it by saying he needed them to fight the Consortium, then the Restoration, then whatever came next. But at what point did accumulating power become its own corruption? I don't know, he admitted. I know what I want to do with the power. I know my intentions are good. But so did everyone who ever became a tyrant. Luna nodded thoughtfully. My mother used to say that power was like a very large pudding. Everyone thinks they can eat the whole thing, but most people just get sick. That's, actually surprisingly apartment. She was wise about puddings. Luna tilted her head, studying Harry with those unsettling eyes. I think you're asking the wrong question. The question isn't whether using the power would corrupt you. The question is whether not using it would be worse. What do you mean? The magical world is broken, Harry. You've fixed some of the cracks, but the foundation is still damaged. Without significant structural change, new cracks will appear. New consortiums. New restorations. The same patterns repeating forever. She paused. The emergency protocols exist for exactly this situation. The founders created them because they knew there would be moments when normal processes weren't enough. Maybe this is that moment. And if I abuse the power, then I'll stop you. Luna's voice was calm, matter-of-fact. I'm the other heir. Nothing happens without my agreement. If you start making decisions I think are wrong, I say no, and the protocols fail. She smiled. That's the safeguard, Harry. Not rules or limits. Me. Watching you. Making sure you stay yourself. Harry felt something loosen in his chest. He'd been so focused on the risks, on the potential for corruption, that he'd forgotten the most important factor: he wouldn't be doing this alone. You trust me with this? I've trusted you since I met you. You see things clearly, Harry. More clearly than most people. And when you can't see clearly, you ask for help. Luna stood, moving toward the window where moths were gathering around an enchanted lamp. My mother trusted the Nargles. I trust you. Both seem equally reasonable to me. Harry laughed, a genuine laugh, surprised out of him. All right. Let's do it. Let's invoke the protocols and see what we can build. Together. Together. The invocation ceremony took place on the autumn equinox, in the chamber at Hogwarts where Harry had first found the compact. It was a private affair, just Harry, Luna, Griphook, and Dumbledore as witnesses. The magic required was complex but not difficult: a declaration of intent, a shared oath, the touching of the original compact while speaking words that had been written 1,000 years ago. The magic that flowed through them was like nothing Harry had ever experienced. It wasn't just power, though there was power, an immense reservoir of it suddenly available at his call. It was also knowledge. Understanding. The accumulated wisdom of 4 of the greatest magical minds in history, preserved in the compact's enchantments and now accessible to their heirs. Harry saw, in that moment, what the founders had envisioned when they created Hogwarts. Not just a school, but a seed, a beginning from which a better magical society could grow. They had known it would take generations. They had built for the long term, creating safeguards and protocols and emergency measures that their distant descendants could use when needed. And now it was needed. And he was here. The protocols are active, Griphook said quietly, consulting instruments that measured magical flows. You have 1 year. Harry looked at Luna. She looked back, her eyes clearer than he'd ever seen them. Let's get started, he said. The year that followed was the most intense of Harry's life. Using the emergency protocols, he and Luna restructured the institutions of magical Britain from the ground up. They reformed the ministry, creating genuine democratic accountability where before there had been only aristocratic patronage. They reorganized Gringotts, establishing joint wizard-goblin governance and ending the last vestiges of the exploitative system that had existed before. They rewrote the laws governing education, magical creatures, muggle relations, everything that had been too entrenched to change through normal means. It wasn't easy. Every change faced resistance, not just from the remnants of the old order, but from ordinary people who found rapid transformation unsettling. Harry and Luna had to balance their vision against practical reality, compromising where necessary, maintaining coalition support, building consensus for the most controversial reforms. But they also had unprecedented authority. When obstacles arose, they could cut through them. When interests tried to block necessary changes, they could override them. The emergency protocols gave them the ability to act decisively in ways that normal politics never could. And they were careful. Always careful. Every decision was debated between them before being implemented. Luna challenged Harry's assumptions, pointed out flaws in his reasoning, insisted on alternatives when his plans seemed too aggressive. Harry did the same for her, questioning her more radical ideas, grounding her visionary thinking in practical reality. They made each other better. And together, they were better than either could have been alone. The year ended on the autumn equinox, exactly as the protocol specified. Harry and Luna stood in the compact chamber one final time, releasing the extraordinary authority they had wielded. The magic flowed back into the document, settling into dormancy until the next emergency might require it. It's done, Luna said quietly. Harry looked around the chamber, at the tapestries of the founders, at the ancient stones that had witnessed so much history, at the document that had changed his life and the world. Not done, he said. Just beginning. Everything we've built still needs to be maintained. The institutions we've created need to develop their own strength. The changes we've made need to become normal, expected, unremarkable. But the foundation is solid. The foundation is solid. They walked out of the chamber together, into a castle that had seen 1,000 years of magic and would see 1,000 more. Outside, the autumn day was bright and cool, full of promise. Harry was 15 years old. He had brought down conspiracies, reformed nations, and helped reshape the magical world according to a vision of justice and equality. He had made mistakes and learned from them. He had found family, friendship, purpose. And he had discovered something that the boy in the garden shed couldn't have imagined, that power wasn't the point. Power was just a tool. The point was what you did with it, the world you built, the lives you touched, the future you created. The future was what mattered. And the future, finally, was bright. Sirius was waiting outside. The castle, as Harry had known he would be. How do you feel? His godfather asked. Harry considered the question. He felt tired, the kind of deep exhaustion that came from years of constant effort. He felt relieved, the emergency protocols had been a heavy burden, and setting them down was like releasing a weight he hadn't realized he was carrying. He felt proud, of what he'd accomplished, of who he'd become, of the person he'd managed to stay despite everything. But mostly, he felt something simpler than any of that. Happy, Harry said. I feel happy. Sirius smiled. Good. You deserve it. They walked together toward the gates, toward the world that Harry had helped transform, toward whatever adventures the future might hold. Behind them, Hogwarts stood as it always had, ancient, magical, full of possibility. Ahead of them, the world waited. Epilogue years later, they would tell stories about Harry Potter. Some of the stories were true, the boy who had learned goblin finance from an exile, who had built an empire before he was 10, who had brought down the consortium and the restoration and remade the magical world. Some of the stories were exaggerated, the details embellished, the challenges magnified, the victories made more dramatic than they had actually been. And some of the stories were simply imagined, tales of heroism and adventure that had never happened, but that captured something true about who Harry had been and what he had represented. But the best story, the truest story, was the one that couldn't be told in dramatic terms. It was the story of a world that slowly became more just, more equal, more worthy of the people who lived in it. A world where blood status no longer determined opportunity. Where goblins and wizards worked together as partners. Where every magical child, regardless of their background, had a chance to become whatever they wanted to be. It was a world that Harry Potter had helped build. Not alone, never alone, but together with all the people who had believed in something better. And in that world, the boy who had once hidden in a cupboard under the stairs became a symbol of what was possible when you refused to accept the world as it was given to you. When you chose, instead, to build the world as it should be.